Okay.
Yeah,
Nasser,
yeah, they go to Rama, yeah.
Nasser, mede kon mede chuol mede rebenial. Chuol and then then you me japin mede ra me chigero hold mede rebenial. That way.
Yeah, Mende ko and for Gamba very crowded near Gome. Mende kon allow them for this time. Dakon gore jana Joshua can agent tai Gamma Dodian Gadier Michigan the program to talk. Yo chang bagala no ganyal baga to no nyal on a time. Later on again no more
okay quick track no more please that way you michana move to that and then we'll control move smoothly Atama brother Tai we're 10 minutes past our starting time. If you're down there, you can let us know. We can bring you up. Would Joshua Neal Garierbo if you guys are available I need you guys to come up here please. Thank you.
Come later, they call my music. Doc.
Garwood muy kon gadir kama leer liep kon gare dara udena.
Talk. Maximum volume.
عايز اعرف سوى لما انت معي انا الجنوب السوداني وفخور اني نوراوي شهر التاريخ علي وصلت لكل بالي عرفت الناس البي وعرفت اي شيء من قبل بداية نبع الاجداد اذا كان ضد الانجليز قاسي صورة النوير اللي تكلم عن التاريخ عارفين الجنوب جريح ومن زماننا مستريح يعني عامل زي الكيس الخفيف اللي بيشيل الروح بجد عايزك صريح بالمرة اكون زي نوراوي تقول الحقيقة وفي طبعه ما بيظلم دايما ما بخلي حقه مهما نكلف الثمن انا معروف بالرجولة والشجاعة وكل القيم الاخلاق والشرف كمان الطيبة والكرم
Keno anwar kong ay kamakwar Sing jari jamawar Tala ramay di agwer An wajah macarier Dunyo an sandier Kong ay jaman bichok Kamadang kajor Siya bichok kalok Wigwar An bayi talk Sit kakad Yan ay tinas An was na kama na yato Yan ay yato Saro jama to Wajang batok Yan siya nyaro Kong gani yin Yapat pialoy ni room Siya malingi Cheka chor me bot chor Kedwan me kap dwan Keram mi bachela Tata Tesha bancho Kawati baban buk kaban para batel me parga Wacho ba palawa Kone tinar Banana chungel ke siang ludan ngadan marinda gapara
But yo fa perwe yo de yana appreciate ane we akawa nangadi ya ana binatazir لزمن لمستمعين بتاعنا المستمعين تحت ما عشان انه ما قدرنا نبدا البروجرام لكن ادونا زمن بسيط عشان نقدر كلنا مع بعض نستفيد من مناقشة الذكرى بتاع 2013 اليوم يوم 15 ديسمبر. خليكم صابرين معنا، أكيد بعد زمن بسيط من الآن هنبدأ البروجرام وكلنا مع بعض نشارك، لأنه ده مش برنامج بتاعنا لوحدنا، ده برنامج بتاعنا جميعا كجنوبيين، وفي نفس الزمن برنامج لكل الغارة الإفريقية، لأنه أشياء زي ده حصلت. شيلوا صبر، أنا أكون معكم في زمن قليل. شكرا جزيلا.
Let me play this song.
Sagat gul kenaman, canwer mimi keringan. Nyami dungki dabakan kabanyong mikenak. Sautkan bosan mikesak. Sagat gul kenaman, canwer mimi keringan. Nyami dungki dabakan kabanyong mikenak. Sautkan bosan mikesak. Quay lại nuôi sa chol dual, koraman nuôi kolwan. Ken janga kon nena milwal, di kon chua san ken, amani changkiat. En chomani nuar. Kormesu konter ni kuar, kamdan kejang sidini dual, kanem mesagur kedual, kanwar metpon nual, cagat bul kenaman, canwar mimi keringran, nyami dungki dabakan kabanyong mikenak, sautkan motion mikesyak. Da koro dan mesyolke, da konsuas kenelia, nuar belatin kiat. Sagat bul kenaman, sanwar mimi keringran. Nyami dungki dabakan kabanyong mikenak. Sautkan bosan mikesak. Mene jepar, kedan kejang cedek. Mike manawe kegat, mainkan kon gabat. Sukon damarpat, cek jangan gerani biakar, semua gere fujikan, gadani, reng karejino, ganweri, lokan kot kairo, cagat bul kenaman, Sanwar nyamne karingran Nyami dungti dabakan kabanyong nikanak Shout kan motion nikashat Madebwach nung nene obirul mon On mi siya kutok An babonda kunyos Jam dan kejam Biji sunikur Biji kutunikur Dualan kejam Biji sunikur Jam dan kejam Biji sunikur Biji kutunikur Dualan kejam
Do you see him? Well, if they are among the listeners, I'm sure they can hear us. Gentlemen, Tai Fugarier, please. Time is actually against us right now. So please, if you are among the listeners, raise your hand so we can bring you guys up. Appreciate it. All right. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and get this program started. We'll get that figured out when we get to that part. I just needed these guys up since they are a critical part of our opening statement. Inshallah, the board Musa Madinkwet. I'm one of the moderators, and my colleague, Madame Kathy, Brother Nasir Jock, and the rest of the people up here are actually members of our panels. Also, our honored guests, listeners who have tuned in from all corners of the globe. Welcome to Nuer House to commemorate and remember the 10th anniversary of those who died on the day of December 15th, 2013. This is an important day. Not only it is an important, it's also a dark day in our history. And it's a day that we will always remember. Our condolences go to all families who have lost loved ones on that tragic day. Again, welcome. This is actually the first time such an event is actually held in a platform such as this one. I'll go over a few house rules. Please, in the comment section, let's all be respectful. This is a remembrance. Let's all leave political debacles that we normally use in some of these houses. This is a day of remembrance, a day of mourning. So let's all be respectful and enjoy this program, please. Kathy, I'll have you say a few words. Actually, I'll move on to Garud. If you can please play the national anthem. Thank you. Brother me that I welcome the Kwanwiga Pal Pastitude. But the time of Pastitude and then God would call a quick medi con look at Jam Guatormo. Go Domidi Kwanwiga Pal. Pastitude Meti Pinonamo, Medi Banial, please. Gametalaji Garude Lango Guatormo Medi Kwanwiga Pal. And then the Concola work of the program done.
Go, never fall tell the faster. Queen Alcan Ping, go out of one chumney. Go out in a like a jet of light, tell me. Go like a jet, Jin, Chapney Alcan Ping. Go out of take a G, go Queen and go take a yakin, chick a gian. Like a jerry of me, a pen window. Coconel Lognuari Lognear Quinel co like a George guard for Tim one Yakin Jan. Kariam Maladum South Sudan, Michi Dunguari Crodian, a Dunanat like a sauce. January knock bang, him came Chicken Laura Bang, what in a jet like a wonder. Like a jet wonder what in there. Take a Jew and look a me, Janela Tedum. Queen name and that could look what in that. Corridor when Mondia deal nay or chicken ailing what in that. Young no could job a canailing, could make a jelly of me, him a book and worry. Dog a cut door, so Sudan, then J. Kume, KJ political. Catch it up and can worry. Michidam at work. What in that you like the Jat Kajala da Condial, Boscore, Madame Wale. Like a Javon Bucanangiam, what in that below a jar quite buck, Jacador Bechul Cadwer. Bosco Baka Jabo, Lonkan of the Bay, the Alka should have issued Cadamalaqua.
Are you there, guys?
Not yet, and Diana can.
Goida Jalunidor Koiloida Jalunya No Dakawicha Jakadwal Pelakada Jagoriat Mot Peg the Guayas Pegakov
الكلمات الافتتاحية طالما جاش موجود تود قدير لو أنت موجود أكتب لنا دايرينك فوق مدام كاتي ودبول ممكن تتقدموا بالبرنامج بتاعنا وكلنا نستفيد من زمن بتاعنا. فوق على ده I want to acknowledge the presence of General Pagana Mum at Ketch. Isn't down there, but afterward we will bring you up, the General. We're just starting, but we appreciate your presence in the room, and we acknowledge that as one of the liberators. In a little bit, we will call you. Thank you so much for being here. Madam Kathy, back to you.
Yes, the ball is here.
Yeah, sorry, it kicked me out and it wouldn't let me log back in. We apologize. We're having actually technical difficulties. The system actually did kick me out and I was trying to log back in. Where did I left off, Madam Cathy?
Yeah, you left when the national anthem was played. So that's where we stand. So you can. I think there is a problem with the network, with the server. It's hard to even to call people in. But let us continue.
Okay, bear with us, everybody. There's a lot of traffic. People are trying to get in and out, so the house is having a few difficulties. There are even more people right now that are trying to get in. So bear with us a little bit. Our program would begin by a few. It should be three people that should be given an opening statement. Joshua should be able to give out an opening statement in Arabic. Tudgadiel should give out an opening statement in Nuer. And then Tayin Wutong should be able to give an opening statement in English to satisfy those three languages to make sure that the message gets to a wider audience. I will go ahead since Joshua is here. I'll give Joshua this opportunity. It will be followed. I don't see the two other speakers. So Joshua, the floor is yours. Where is Joshua? If you are in the podium.
Sorry, my brother, the system kicked me out.
Yeah, we're all having difficulty, so we're just going to bear with the system and do the best that we can. The floor is now yours. You should be followed by Tudgadiel and Tai. Since they are not here, I think we'll probably just have to keep moving forward with our program since those two individuals are not here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, brother Dabon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ahlan wa marhaban bikum fi Nuer home or Nuer house. أقف أمامكم اليوم على تسليط الضوء على فصل المسلم من تاريخ جنوب السودان. مجزرة النوير في عام 2013 في مدينة جوبا عاصمة جنوب السودان. حدث مأساوي خلال هذه الحرب الحالية في جنوب السودان أدى بحياة الآلاف من مواطنين نوير الأبرياء. ومن الضروري أن نتذكر هذا المجزرة ونفكر فيه لضمان عدم تكرار مثل هذه المجزرة مرة أخرى. بدأ صراع في جنوب السودان في منزل كبير يدعى أسفلم، وسرعان تتحول هذا الصراع إلى صراع
إلقي أو صراع قبلي ليس لها أي علاقة بمواطنين مدينة مواطنين نوير الأبرياء. في يوم 15 ديسمبر عام 2013 اندلع الصراع بين وحدة الحرس الجمهوري الذي كان يراسها at the time General Marial Shino قاموا بهجوم على زملائهم في القيادة الجنوبية بغرض تجريد وتعدهم الحربية، واندلع الصراع بين أفراد حركة شعبية حرس الجمهوري ليس لها علاقة بمواطنين نوير الأبرياء. في يوم 16 ديسمبر عام 2013 قاموا في مدينة الجوبا يوم 16 الساعة 10 صباحا. قام القوات الأمنية مدعومة بقوات الشرطة وقوات النظامية الأخرى قاموا بالتفتيش منزلا إلى منزل بحثا عن أشخاص من قبيلة النوير. تم إخراجهم من منازلهم وتم إعدامهم بغض النظر أن ليس لهم علاقة بحرب أو ما يجري بين أفراد كتيبة التايجر. وفي يوم 16 و17 و18 قامت حكومة وميليشياتها بقتل مواطنين النوير الأبرياء في مدينة الجوبا. امتد الحرب إلى ولايات أعلى النيل الثلاث، ومن هذا المنطلق سيداتي وسادتي نطلب منكم شان تقيفوا معنا وتدينا قلب حاج تضامنا مع أبرياء مواطنين نوير الذين فقدوا حياتهم في هذا اليوم. أعطوني دقيقة واحدة بدقيقة الصمت. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with your solidarity with people that lost their lives that day, give me a 1 moment of silence, 1 minute moment of silence. شكرا جزيلا. شهد مصباح نوير أعمال العنف المروع بما في ذلك القتل الجماعي، عنف الجنسي ضد النساء، واستهداف المتعمد للأطفال. فقد عديد من الأرواح البريئة. تمزقت الأسر وتشردت المجتمعات المحلية. أدان مجتمع دولي هذه الأعمال المؤسفة، واستمر العنف لعدة أشهر وتسبب في معاناة الآئلة للشعب جنوب السودان. وإن المجزرة النوير تسلط الضوء على ضعف السكان المدنيين في أوقات الصراع وحاجة إلى التدخل الدولي أقوى لمنع مثل هذه الجرائم. وعلينا أن نعترف بأن المجزرة النوير لم تكن حادثة معزولة، إنها كان مخططة مدبرة ومنفذة من أشخاص لديهم وظائف في الحكومة. وعلينا أن نعترف بأن المجزرة النوير لم تكن حادثة معزولة. ومن الضروري محاسبة المسؤولين عن هذه الجرائم وتوفير العدالة للضحايا وأسرهم. علاوة على ذلك، نحن بحاجة إلى معالجة الأسباب الجذرية للصراع في جنوب السودان، وعمل على تحقيق تنفيذ ما تبقى من اتفاقية الممددة. وفي ختام، فإن مجزرة النوير التي وقعت عام 2013 في مدينة جوبا عاصمة جنوب السودان تمثل تذكيرا مؤلما بأواقب مثمرة للصراع وحاجة للسلام والعدالة. ومن مسؤوليتنا جميعا أن نمنع حدوث مثل هذه الفضايح في المستقبل، ونضمن عدم نسيان ضحايا. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, we need to address the root cause of conflict in South Sudan and work toward lasting peace and reconciliations. This requires addressing the politics, economic grievances, promoting inclusive governance, investing in development of the country. And we also demand concerted effort from the international community to support its peace-building initiatives. All the parties who committed this atrocity against innocent civilians of Nuer accountable. In conclusion, the Nuer massacre of 2013 in Juba is stand as a painful reminder of the devastating consequences of the conflicts. We need peace and justice. It's our collective responsibility to prevent such as atrocity occurring in the future. We ensure all the victims are not forgotten. Let us stand together in solidarity with people of South Sudan and work toward the brighter and more peaceful for all. Let me say this little message in your language, please. Allow me. Me told the man, Malar ko tum nuara. Kaya mal na man, we kanite kon. Te shiro din jej. Te cha we nuara lorokan. Mal na man we ka General Peter Gadet yang majek. Kon laru chan wada pat. Ka chan wada intimidate. We mourn him. Salute you, General Tony Gamal. General Chayon Manyang, thank you for your service. General CDR Kong Swarada, thank you for your service. General Dor, thank you for your service. Dejabor, Nere Wakundi Diality, thank you for your service. Without you, Chaneda Jordan Norwal. Thank you for your service. Nora Cordial can take a unanimous scamne. Ramano Jun chicken around one can a parway. Can a parway, they go take care of the year. Malabakuni de Altian. Nora Cordial can take a camne. Larry Male. Malagua the Tilton. Thank you so much.
Shukrat Joshua. Shall I tell Zika Wang? I'm the Rachel Senior with here, Galcor. Take a deal with Kwakir, one ID. Yeah, quite a midday, a couple of water.
And number two, that I got a day in Gororo.
They don't go, they did cool a lot.
The two that year go is your time, and then you'll be followed by Tayin. Tayin, I'm trying to. He's down there, but the system is won't let me bring him up. Also, before I give it to you, to Gariel, Brother Nasser, if you can track the people that need to come up and try to see if you can bring them up, please. Tayin is down there, and he's next. If you can try to bring him up, please, and that way we can our program can move smoothly. It appears that because there are so many people that coming in and out, the system is I don't think the system is not handling it. So we're having some difficulties as we speak right now. So we're just going to bear with it. Listeners, bear with us. We'll make it work. Good Gadiel, go ahead, and then we'll try to see if we bring Tayin up here.
Thank you very much, Sabol Matinkes, Gadiel, Kang Matthew, Soldier, Kirginer, Quara Guy, Galcor. One major choice in your again, thank you, everybody who make effort to come and attend. Busy hour and other as the Manasiga, these important days, our important day, our history of South Sudan. Yom at Aza, Yom at Lizzie, or Yom China Conasin. So just the Nashkur Kulabadi, anyone Nashkuralo, or thank you everybody. Overall, but killing Batonas, so right, Katonantinal, Kawame, already sharing, already you have heard it from English Arabic speakers. And then to Kwame about the Nay, to write Katonantinal. So I give opportunity to those who listen to Tonas, who never have opportunity maybe to go to school or learn Arabic and English. And then on Bakon Fan. Bapal, Bogan Yukon. I apal got a virgin.
Kim, there near room calendar when you go fall. Again, quote the name of Diallo. Quote Waynas, quote the Dikio. Quote the Shara, quote the Shaga, Cantamana, where we want to know. She shamun about the sin, she could not think, can I she? Say, could you go around, put the tail, boom, could fall right, could make one deal, could go Tony. Could get sharp at the throat, the queen of so bad. Kabuamo, she shall took a grand relica. Kabuamo by sea, whom I let you. I shall do a longer. About 2 ways, I may come around. Medium Colontin Bruni and Nadio. Larkajan in a country child with a mic can I run get a weekend here so. Run can I do catch you. Tario la reading over talk on Kato Wida. And one day, they would ever kill a Franco, Kariam Kanko. Could they shall Karamran about Jolaran? Could the Yubla York Kiri Tiridan, Kawam to one shall boot till John shall babur? Could they now walk up and Kajokir? Could they now garden I? Could they now Shulga Gayiko and she's 2. Tomadan, what? Jesha, Pom or Rebecca Kunam. Can you put Nala Falcoma? La Falcon, quad on Medan, you put gold. Alakaya Kunmataso Alaria Kunmadora. What we would butter? Alakia quad on it, we would butter. New Yako. Rona back about it. Rona be back about it. Children and chair. Runa welcome. Kako, Chalkarunda Core. Cannot core as a chill out about it. Down well. Go we go. Roll Joko. By Sish, could Dinitia. Cosla Falca, would make sure Allah Malwan. The Colanke. Falca, a Dicodia. Papa and young Malwan. Papa and the bully will inshallah. Until Wajam. Papa look here, a keyword. Papa look along at your guy. Papa got here. I put wheel. And we are like a jump. Say, could you and worry? Can't what our days away more man about moon and about talk and kaba, batching again. So go on, my bunny, would you? Choida. A Yokoso, Jokofakan. Marley, you might come to the man. Coffee in the gym. Jerry Brother. A jettison. Tiku Tina Tisha, Charmin Oti. God, we show them quality. Teach him at Koban quality. No, because make a fuss. To find a Bijabi folk to come with a family. Adora la normal. Upon the room waiter. And I could yell shall go back to Indora. Rona shall arch Chetran. Shah, you know what to say, Baoli. And Anna, the palace or no. Toku and come in work on a wallet. Well, I hear Katuna, the Tunet and I'll came a young McKayling Medan, Mulodemo, belling a wallet. That's here, Kajak Toko, I knew why about Mukotunas. Ketwa Kundi Jandaro. The world joke or now Yakana. Menaka, Nakaka, a Kuma way done. Kuma way done. The Tiasadian, the Larka Nedi Shalas Pialam. Katuka Shala,
a party as fialam party ka tu jala ni shala his bras fialam ne chika gar siyasa dia ko ta ne da palpal ya roje dat ke pelkiem ko ba ga ni tinal ba ga na kan ci kwar wish kana ne ka kana dir kien awra ma ya la ka ko ka ni tinal ba ga na ka chang ka cha to chang ko ngai ni na yi ko to na koron an gon bangwan ta jen bada ku ye tiech cha to na re ro lan na re kan kir cha kana te ma chana latin wa te na ko tari ne dan cha kon ma nyo na ba ku to ka ma yo chan ni pet pa chan le kon tal pin wa te na ko tari ne dan cha ko nyo na ba ka po ba ka pa tiech ka ro wan ke na ro te wa ko ne pet pa wa be ku ma dan kwan le si ma de kon ku na pa na yi ku ma dan ba na wo cha we ma cha la tiasa ne ku kona gai o mabena na to duel kelo ngu me nyura changa dan ji e di chala tiala ngo changa wan die ka pai wore ko ron ji en jandara wi yo me chi ka ga tere dian ka jinu india ta ka tamane kon tu bel yara jang te dan wore dian tana ka na ko to re dian to tan tamane kon ne sholo te kana re dian tana ne dial ka jinu sudan ye to go chone kon chole na karar ka ba de ka shin ka wal bakel ko to ke shin ka wal die ka wa me chi ko to ka ji ni chala na ka to ja ka wa ni an la ka to ja la na ko la ni ko ni ra ka to na chana ko ma ti ka zulum ma ti ka di o ke lin to mo bi lin ko na chana te ba ro sin yi ka nyen ka wa ji ni ko den me chi ko ri an to ka ba de chani de kon de yang ni ko ba mo ba ba ne kon ba na ko no re wi ka chan ka wal bakel so gan ni na to ka ju ya ke re wi so gan ni na ko kana ya re me ya so shan ka wal bakel mai na wo shel barok shan wal barok shi mo ro nya ka na ba chana na na ka gar na ka nyal na ka dol na ka dang na ka ngar tilo ari shanga di na tilo di to gor ka wo chai lin rai ko ala di o male ala di le na la be o male a chana ngo ba wo ra mu shi rai ko do ba no ba wi mo no kai da shi ye to ka chin wal ba dakkan shi ko wal ban ko ba na to shirek ba na wata ke lose ko lu ta tare bin pin me yo we me shi pi we pin au da dan ne to ko ba na to re dole kai chong na ba abin ka wa ba ta ka du ba shi ko me rai lo ba yi ko ro ta du ba shi ko ba ne jinga ko wa ne shi do wa chol ka lo wa chol ka ko chala ka to jala ne wa jin kenaze wa jira mi liu gar de to we gorne yo ba kono ne re kwai la ye tune na rai ne na ko bi ali na ka kon she na ma go ba mi gorne wala chana goro ba ne losh dan ne ba ne tim kirun chu ka wal ka kara so ne ba na dan kan chango ala she wona kana chala ne we mon dia me tori ala we mon chala no kon kwen re adan kunal tisim antedi til ma dong me ala chu ka kon te ni ma ni kon ka kon kon chu ka jere chim doran kwa ne kon jal tansin ko ba kon de lo ane dan lan ne chali risk mission to ka wai ni chali ngas ka sab jala ni ko ban ne kon ban ka balor me te ma chalo kuma wai dan ko kuma char lo shala to duel madana ko me da me ye to duel na ke de to de na kon korodan ko ma cha la kan yu ku me dan nak la na do re dia na jesu ba kon ke ki party ai ra ta kwa do le shanga pan de o mo ran de yu na cha ko long ba o te ke pin ta go ta da ga ta cha pin ro le kin ta ngai ke me kia thi lo yin de par ko lo dan ta ke nya dan ke ma dan mi sha le nya den ga ro shi gian xue la ro ma la ke mo xie ma kwa ne ta na ke sha cha ta ri tu cha de la ke ke de kwa din la tu la ro no ga long sha lo ta lo ai nyo xue da ga dan ke lo ya da ne ro ba cho la a do nya ba xue nyo la ba go mo ne ji che da kwa din la ko ne na cha la ro di cha la me dan mo si la ken pero na ore de ko de la ko do ka ta ri su da ma kana no che de to kane de kon te ya la ba ka chu ken la che ya tim kai fa ri ben ni la ko jaman a kon ne tana we ma we da we ko we da ko ma ba je long de ku le liu na nga ba cha de liu ke lia dan de ku liu ko gang ko ne je cha de liu na ko na ka ko atu duel kel ko mi ye tu duel kel che ne ko na kana de ta ga rul to kon de tin che de la ne de kel kon on lo ko je ko ke ma tore inore ne me ku ben ne me kwa ka sha an ga kan da ma na ku ke me to go me dan ba to ka fie ben ma long list fie gian ti mi ye long fie ben ma tru fie gian ti mi ye long so ko kwa mo cha je la mo je bi to ti ra mi yo ko ma le cha ko ma le cha de ko ri ra ama me je la ko ba lu ko lo we mo tin mo ko ran long ro da la ku wi te bum no da wa re ka wi ka da ngwan goro ba ngash kan bin di we da biya ngash no ar kan da wa re ka wi ka da ngwan la ling no mo no da ngwan hie kan do ri ngwan wo re wi kien ka ngwan wi kien ma la we ni tin da ne da ka sin la we cha le lich ta ko we ngun ni na fan ga ta ko we ko na biya ai na biya mo da na we ala mo da re ta ri ka dan kon yo bin ka we ngo a cha la jo di ya no na we ya ni ka bela kon cha ra ko ye le cha le yo la je ri yer bi ye we ra ko la ko no ma na ya la ko na to ko no to ni ko ne ne bi ne ma cha kwai la ri a ja na do ka pe mo nyuro ko na wale te ko no ko da e wo pol ko ka mata me a berji ko cha je de te ma de ko dal ke ro ko des ko cha je ne de le me na ne de jo je ne ni ya ro ne ko an jan ben ka ji we mon kan lew no ri fal kan wala ko ni ken dia tiem ke me aler ke je ka ke ji we dia on no ji ha sha gor ba toจะไปทัวร์ยกในตะคงที่อารุลงโคบาระกังของไม่ก็จะทัวร์ก็ดูละคงตอนนี้อารุลงปรไม่ทัวร์ก็ไอ้ลุยก็ใช่ก็เดลุยเป็นยังก็ไอ้ลุยที่มันชาละเว้ยก็เว้ยนอกก็จะลงใช่ก็เดจะเด้อเมื่อวันชุกโคคลาสชาวก็ระบาดเดินยกก็ไม่ย้ายแล้วก็ใช่เป็นยังดูปัจจัยก็ที่ว่ามันเชื่อเป็นยังก็ชาละกระรำร้านเชื่อเป็นยังแบบนั้นก็ไรมานะบาลาฟัลก์เชียงกูรู้ก็บางรักราเรียจุนุแต่ละเชียงบาลาฟัลก์เบียอยู่ไม่ชอบด้านละรักก็ด้านรักก็ยังก็จะฟาร์กไม่ยาละก็รู้จักรวันนี่ก็บีละเคลชานะน่าอันนั้นจุนุบีอันนั้นนวร์มั้ยคุณเดินเรารวันนั้นก็แค่ไม่ดันต้องควรไว้ชานะอย่าชานกระเรียนนั่นปัดนักก็ควรไม่ชี้เยียนก็ที่ผู้เชี่ยวไว้ไม่ใช่ไรอันนี้ตอนนั้นบางเรื่องเราอยู่กันแต่เราไปเยอะเลยถ้าดีมันก็แค่ว่าพวกมันบางคนจะฟาร์กันนะด้านนักกันนะตัวอย่างกุศเนี่ย but core we dam chanang lu no chankel ba paranang lu kan chebe fegane kete diale ato we mon enjen kon non ne no we ko awi tamal tim loko kana no bin na ko ye loko na me ya ko cha no ne ya ba ko ne da ko wan ba far me ba ko di tor me na wa to para mo 30 second ba rumba ja ko ba ya ko play the tor me na ya no falaka bara mo 30 second ba inshallah in final ma ko pin ayo.
Strawberry or nut?
Thank you,
Thank you. Sugar long and so Baku finals, final 30 second Baku. And Guamo, Paramo, Chala in Yamadan, Kenya done, Yajopola, take a minute Magalong. I go, Mame, Kibisone. Na contrary, Adaka, you missed up. Palne Quidian Kobi Kabara. Na Condial Shuka come to Kapwa to get Glasgow. Palne o good paying Jabi for Kabigu Ronas. Ketinal. Palane Condia Doro. To live, get Glasgow to Wallo. Some Catolo, some K News. Could take care, could not take care. I get in this Codial, Codial. Carolina Simon Kadina Galgaka, Motitina, Michael Jego, Mobilanco, Biela. Carolina Jennison, Catu Quiet Jennison, Carga Jennison, Kanagonia Jennison, in this Codial, Codial, Nasque Jego Tiasi, Canora Shriam de Vignon, Lumpin Yoka Beta. Caguamo, in a Dialtini Algener, Chair was Jaloy, a Dial even Chilling, Jalcondi Alculu, Shy and Erka welcome Canal Kenya. I don't know.
Before we move on to you, I just want to mention our esteemed honorable guest, Honorable General Pagana Mumba is up here. I just want to make sure I mention that before we actually move on. Tai, go ahead. Make your statement, please.
Can you hear me right now, Brother Lebeau? Is my voice okay?
Yes. To me, it sound fine to me.
So it sounds good. Okay. Yeah, I just like to say solidarity greetings.
Brother Titus, I apologize for stopping you.
And they all been walking the war.
Guaibo Kim, that you come in as a guest, please. If you can drop yourself down. Otherwise, because we keep you. If you don't belong up here, please go down to the listeners. Please go down to the listeners, or we'll be forced to actually remove you. Thank you. And go ahead.
Yeah, I think they can just log into Clubhouse hallway and access the room directly, especially if they have an account. So instead of using the link, they can just come in where they can be able to listen without any obstacles. Yeah, I just like to say solidarity greetings to friends and members of the Big House, the Nuer House. I'd like first to thank the moderators, our elders in the room, our special guests making a brief appearance here today at the Nuer House in order to show their support. Some of our South Sudanese high-profile generals and politicians are here with us today to show their support and solidarity. Last but not least, we also have survivors of December 15th, 2016, 2013 16th to the 17th, and so forth. They are all here today to recount their stories and their experiences during those dark days. They survived, and today they are living witness of those terrifying days. Therefore, they are living testimony that God is great and working graceful miracles through good neighbors, countrymen, friends, and many good Samaritans who saved lives. Many lives were saved because we do have good Samaritans and good people. I would also like to thank the preparation teams, organizers of today's event, led by Daniel Cott. I truly think they have done a great job putting this all together. On behalf of the Big House, the Nuer House, we acknowledge your presence. We welcome you all, and we are happy that you are here with us today. The theme in my opening remarks today will be justice delayed is justice denied, and never again, and never again should any ethnic group or tribe in South Sudan go through the same ordeal of December 15th, 2013, that the Nuer community members have gone through. Today's memorial event marked 10 years since the state-sponsored December 15, 2013 genocide and ethnic cleansing that was carried out by none other than President Salva Kiir Mayardit and his private tribal militia and his select national security apparatus, with orders to search door to door within the state capital, Juba, and to identify members of Nuer ethnic community, Nuer ethnic group, and to kill them on spot. This went on for days on end. As we gathered here 10 years later, too many questions are still not answered. And to mention a few, justice has not been granted to the victim, families, community of Nuer society. The question of why there is no hybrid court set up to bring to books the perpetrators, not even a single person, including the president himself, had been held accountable for the genocide and ethnic cleansing. And that's why I said earlier that justice delayed is justice denied. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're clear.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Other questions like why unarmed civilians, all folks, children, had to die even though many had no political affiliation to the ruling party. From a political analyst, one would conclude that SPLM, the ruling party, and the head of state of South Sudan, the regime committed genocide against Nuer. And if you look at it from tribal militia that were all from one ethnic community, then one would conclude that the Dinka community had committed a genocide against Nuer. Those are the two ways you can look at it. But ultimately, it is the state that committed genocide against the Nuer. The case remains open. There are deniers who are still today trying to deny that genocide had happened, I will please direct you to the Passenger report and finding on the investigation of the December 15, 2013. It will help you find out furthermore evidence on what the findings are. On behalf of the Big House, the Nuer House, today I would like to emphasize that you closely pay attention to those who will contribute after me so that you learn and have a takeaway from this event. And that takeaway, it should be never again should we, the collective of South Sudan citizens, let this gross disregard for human rights and sanctity of life repeat itself on our watch. Not again, not against the victims of December 15th, 2013, and surely not against anyone else for that matter. And therefore, please join us and join the Nuer community and other South Sudanese nationals in saying never again, because it is the right thing to do today and tomorrow. During this memorial, it is important to note that December 15th, up until today, had thrown the country into a vicious cycle of ethnic violence, which left South Sudan with a very unstable state, with a very unstable, failed state, rampant corruption, unimaginable mismanagement of our nation's resources, including our oil revenue, which is the main and biggest export product to the international market. This means the future is rather pretty uncertain for the youth and the future generation, who are the beneficiaries that will inevitably inherit South Sudan tomorrow. Let today's memorial event be a reminder that we can collectively do better, much better than trading in our guiding moral ethical compasses. We can do much better than trading in our guiding moral ethical compasses, national pride, uprightness, our once never unwavering patriotism and nationalism, all for things of tribal endeavors. I will make my opening remarks a bit short because there's a lot of contributors today. In conclusion, I would urge for you, the listeners, member of South Sudan communities, ethnic communities, South Sudan nationals, our leaders, with our standing and support for justice and accountability for the victim of December 15th, 2013, and all the suffering and affected people of South Sudan, we will stand with you when tomorrow you could be next in line to be victimized, as the Nuer were victimized. We will stand with you. Therefore, let's stand together in solidarity, in support for justice and accountability. We need to stand in solidarity with each other because it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do today. It is the right thing to do tomorrow. I will conclude my opening remarks like that. I thank you again, moderators, and I thank everybody that are listening, that are here, that have taken their time to come and stand in solidarity with us and learn of what had happened. There will be a lot of details, account, so bear with us. I believe it will be a great show, and we have a lot to take away from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, Tayin, Tudgariel. Those are powerful and and moving opening statement. You guys have actually highlighted what has taken place during that day. Since we are pressed for time, without further ado, we will keep moving with our program. Next is a video that we will play that will kind of. Okay, and let's refresh the room with the music. Then we will come back and proceed with our program.
Goida chalunidor Koi loida chalunya No dakawicha jakadwal Balkada jagoriet mot Pega guayas pega ko Goida chalunidor Koi loida chalunyuan No dakawicha jakadwal Balkada jagoriet mot Pega guayas pega ko Ay Jiwa kaina kudin charan mena janman kanagat kagat Jiwa kaina kudin charan mena janman kanagat kagat Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Judi yana rame tegerai cuni Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Jogga ke baat jaga jaga Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Toy keran ngabung kanaman Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Ada toy keran ngabung kananyuman Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Balkitu daga chavramirol Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Du ketinca cepkan wantare walajab Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Kena metwa Gemias garan Siapa lagi kejiri caliabal Rana ko janarana ran kos rana ko janarana ran kos keran kos mekeran konararan ejengpel naro ke tega tikibire ran kos mekeran konararan ejengpel naro ke tega tikibire Goida chalunido Koi loida chalunya Nuga kewicha jakadwal kada jagoriet kumot kega guayas kega ko ai la main tot jan wang rum di melara dor me je ngude jarwe jaba chada jek kanai del meken kai mela but ke will tut jen no de kai but ke will tut abang ba kai rander parle yek rander parle ran cha konara echang pel naro ke de tichire rander parle yek rander parle Mekeran konararan echempel naro ke tichire ai le man tot wang rum di melara dor me je da ngumde je jarwe awa yo du ke ke bering dago ke wi ke be pin do abang be bentale jwelle lunyen nyam du tandara parale yo ye ramirandara parale yo ran cha konararat echempel naro ke tega tichibire
Just to give everybody a little bit of background, is from Honorable Michael Mario Thor, who's also at one point a commissioner, a minister, an MP, and also a member of the reconstitution of the National Dialogue Steering Committee, advisor for reform evaluation, a member of the Council of State. Just to give you an idea that the person that is actually speaking is somebody that have extensive knowledge in the inner working of the government. We'll let you hear from him what has transpired on the day of December 15th, 2013. Kathy, if you can please play that clip for our listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabol, and welcome to our General Pagan. In the midst of us here, we thank you and appreciate your presence here. And all the protocol is observed here in the room. If you are one of the leaders of South Sudan, even we don't know your name, so we welcome you to here in this house. I'll play the video was done by Al Jazeera, hard talk programs or interviews. So this is Self-Care, and I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I will play the part that really we need in this session today. And our condolences to people that lost their life from all walk of people of South Sudan, not just Nuer, even the other tribe that are mistaken and then killed because they just look or their mark is the same mark as Nuer community. So we welcome you and our condolences, and I hope this is not going to repeat itself again. So let me play the video.
With deep ethnic hatred fueling the fighting?
Well, it is him
who have actually incited the Nuer against Dinkas. But on our side, we have never done that. The hatred, yes, has been planted in them by Riek Machar. And we, on our side, always diffuse it. We tell people, no, there is no revenge. The facts don't appear to bear that out. The first serious, outrageous acts of violence based on ethnicity appear to have taken place here in...
Madam Kathy.
Yes, the ball.
It should be the video from Honorable Michael Mario Dor.
That video is Salva Kiir, right?
No, not that video of Salva Kiir. It's hold on a second. I'll play.
It's a group
I'll play it on my end.
You have seen this population.
Oh,
this compound.
Yeah.
We came here by surprise. It was not planned by us to come here. But by surprise, we were compelled to be here in this compound of United Nations. What happened on Sunday?
Where's the volume level been aboard?
Okay.
It was a ramming shooting. We don't know what was the cause. We, the civilian, we thought it is a military thing. It extended in the next day, on the 16th, it was a mass shooting. Also, some of us, we have endured it. That maybe the situation will be subside. But the third day, we felt that there is a group target to be lynched. And we have seen now this population, we are called Nuer tribe in this country. And we are the people of this country. Even the war we have been fought for our freedom, it was fought in Nuer land. But it happened, we were selected in our houses. Today I'm talking to you, I'm a Nuer, I'm Mark. If I'm seen, I'm Mark, I'm target. Without any, I'm an MP. I'm an honorable member. No protection, nobody is protecting us. The government, when we start washing from Sunday evening to Monday to Tuesday, it has become a problem to all of us. You have seen now people are talking in the media that over 500 people, 600. For us, we say it is less. We are more. Those who have been killed. It's a group by name. We felt that what happened in Rwanda, this is what is coming now here. But in Kenya, between the law and the Kukuyu, it was subsided because we thought it is a struggle for power. And we thought it is a military coup. The military coup cannot divert his gun to his own people. I was targeted in my house. I will talk as an eyewitness. My house was shot with my children on the 16th, Tuesday in the morning around 7:30. I phoned to the Minister of Defense and I phoned to many people who are responsible, security organs, that what is going on, you come and rescue us. Everyone. A minister also was attacked. A colonel and a brigadier, the police, was shot dead. And brigadier. So we set out the information that there is something bigger coming. What happened in Kigali, I think it is coming here. That's why you have seen now this population over 50,000. Ethnic, one ethnic group. We felt We blame our government. The government should come and protect its children. Because this independent, we vote for our president, all of us. Among this population now, there are over 20 MPs from one ethnic group around here now. You have seen now this situation. We are compelled by the situation to be here. It is not the choice of us. That is number one. When we came here, we reported to UN. UN now is doing very well. Is giving us some shelters for our kids, digging latrines, and giving us. Yesterday, I think the day before yesterday, they start providing food. This is what is facing us. We thank the UN because they stood with us. Because everyone needs peace.
I will go ahead and pause here. This is just listening to this. It's heartbreaking. But this video give us a glimpse of what has transpired during those days, starting from December 16th all the way to the 17th. And this is a member of the parliament, an MP. So it didn't matter. Your position did not matter. As long as you were, or you belonged to a particular tribe, you were a target. That speech that you just heard is a testament to that infamous day, which is today, that we are actually commemorating. Right now, I'll go ahead. This time, actually, I will move some of our guests that were supposed to come. I don't see them, so I will go ahead and also proceed and move since some of our guests are actually not up here. Brother Nasser, is there any way you can find Honorable Dwer? I'm not sure if he's among our listeners. We can see if we can bring him up.
He's not here yet. Cannot see.
What about Denya Yul? Is he here? Shuwele, Shuwele, are you here? If you are here, please.
Yeah. All of them are not here.
Denya Yul is up here. It's up here.
Okay.
In a podium.
Okay. Perfect. Before I give it to him, I'll just simply give a background. We will give Denya Yul the opportunity to actually give us.
Can I say something? There is people who up like Manyakwet, Queen Bee. We have a problem of bringing people up because of the network, and the server is doesn't allow us to do. So bear with us until the network is fixed itself, and then we will bring people that supposed to come in. Some people want to come up, but it's hard for us to bring people because of the network. There is an issue in
Yeah, Madam Kathy and Dabol, thank you so much for reminding us of bringing people up. But according to the program, we're going through the list of the people over here. This is organized, and later on, when our time comes to bring all the people up, we will make sure that anybody that want to say something will come up. But we're going according to the program. Please, you guys forgive us, audience down there, and those people who are up here. If we did not give you a chance right away, understand that we're going through the program. And then your place will come. Be mindful of that. And we respect your time. Please bear with us. And we here up here, we'll give anybody that want to say something later on a time. Forgive us for that, but we have a program has been designed already for that. But please be mindful of that, that we remind you the program later on will include all of us. But now we're going through the program that we set. Thank you so much for understanding. Back to you, Madam Kathy and the ball.
Thank you, Brother Nasser. I will reiterate this. Please bear with us. Technology is not being too friendly with us right now. So just bear with us. As you can see, this is the first time that we actually doing such an event, such an important event via live like this. So please bear with us and let us continue with the program. Our next speaker will mainly focus on. He will mainly focus on. It's simply giving us the context of what some of the things that actually led to 2013. He will discuss some of the relevant cases that led to the things like ethnic tensions, historical events that eventually led to what we call 2013 today. Denya Yul, you have 10 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Brother Bagwal. Let me actually start by greeting people up here and also those who are listening down. This day is a very important day. Each and every one of us. And it is very sad day, given everything that has taken place on the 15th of December 2013. I will give a little bit background of what has taken place during the formation of the SPLM-SPLA, when our leaders have seen that the peace of 1972 has been violated, and they decided to go to the bush to take up army against the Arab-led government in the Sudan. When they went to Ethiopia, it did not take long time before they could disagree on what we call the objective. The objective of one would be for. And within there has been fighting. Actually, on the 20th of August 1983, a fighting has taken place in Bilbao, where those who later on be called Anyanya II were defeated. And after the Anyanya II left Bilbao, there has been a plan put in place by the new movement, the SPLM-SPLA, together with those who returned, the returnees of Anyanya II. They made a plan to look for those who retreat back to their villages. And by doing that, a problem was started between the SPLA and the Gayak. It started as this. When the Anyanya 2 left Bilpam, some of them remained in their villages, and one of the persons who remained in the village was a man by the name Tong Yikong. Tong Yikong was not a soldier, but he was a sharpshooter. Anyanya 2 took him to Bilpam so that he can kill animal for them. And when they left Bilpam, he went with a gun given to him by the Anyanya 2 movement, a G3 Hitler and Koch manufacturing machine gun. Then the new movement started looking for that gun. And Tong Yik was not in the mood to give the gun back to the SPLA. They looked for Tong Yik and they could not find Tong Yik. Instead, they found his cousin by the name Top Gatkos. When they captured Top Gatkos, Top was executed in Bilpam. He was killed. That the starting point of the problem that dragged all along. And in 1984, SPLA soldiers went to the location called Nyang, Anyuak village. They find some young men who were drinking a home brew beer. They start trying to capture the gun they had, and then there were clash between them and those villager guys. Actually, the situation was contained. Then in 1985, SPLA soldiers who left from Eton, rowing canoeing in the Bado River, they met fishermen in a location called Majak. They tried to capture fish. And the fishermen decided, not to give them some fish. Then they began to fire at them. And one young man by the name Peter, his own name with hell, he fired back at them. Then the war started in the evening. During the next day, in the morning, a soldier were sent to the location called Balcoini, and then there were heavy fighting. That fighting ended with the SPLA soldier being defeated by those civilians. Then 3 days later on, a war came in 4 different directions. It started in a location called Dorong, Badiel, then an area called Barger, then later on, Telus. I was in a village called Pebor, close to Barger. On that day, in our village, the war decimated on both sides. In our village, around 30 people were killed that day. And I do not know the number of the people who were killed on 3 different fronts. I only know the people who were killed in the area that I were in. Then we stay in the village during the night after the war ended. Then during the next day, SPLA did not come back. We were staying in the village, and there were people who went to the bush last night when the war were taking place, and those people slept there in the bush without any drinking water, without anything to eat. So we were there in the village. In the afternoon, people who ran to the forest yesterday came back. Grandmother came and I started taking her where people ran yesterday during the war. And while I was traveling with her in one of our village, there was a lady. She was born a cripple, a lame person, a retarded person who does not speak. He is also blind. He was left in the village alone. That lady, every time when I think about everything that took place back then in the 1980s, her death is over all people who died, according to my view. Because when I came with my grandmother, she was in the village by herself, together with a dog that are crying, doing ululation. Then I stood looking at her. She moving inside the house, then outside the house, inside the house again, and outside the house. She making a baba voice because she could not speak. I was looking at her, staring at her. And my grandma told me, let go, and I keep looking at her. Her death is so painful, even beyond the death of my own relative. She died because people ran away for their lives. And nobody was carrying her because in her own life, she had been carried to the dry season home, as well as when people moved to the Baro River. And because the war was there happening, nobody was wanted to carry her. He was left alone in the village. And nobody hear her. I find that is so very painful. Then in summer of that year, fighting occurred again in the location called Manjangit. And that fighting was led by late Online together with Kirbino. And the fighting started because of the fact that there was a man called Tong Yigil. Tong Yigil is a soldier in Malwal Gawas. And when SPLA started fighting with the Jalaba in Malwal Gawas, those people who are civilian in Malwal Gawas decided to take their cattle out from the town and their children as well. Then Tong Yigil children were taken by his brother Volgin. So Nguyen decided to tell people that those children can be taken by him together with the cattle. And Kejani decided not to give children and the cattle to Nguyen, and then fighting broke out. And when that fighting started, it took few days And it was actually the part that lost Commander Ngor. Ngor was ordered by Kirbino to go to war with Sienijani. And in 1986, there was a fighting again in the location called Lolgungyang. And that fighting started by the fact that SPLA soldiers some time ago to places of civilian. Sometimes they took maize by force. And they clashed on the SPLA start to attack people at night. They massacre children and elderly. So that was 1986. And also in 1986, Commander Kwai Kang decided to go to Baljok. He first called the man in the village, Pinyon, like they are going to have a meeting. Instead, he was planning for a war. During the evening time, he ordered soldiers to attack Baljok village. And while they attacked Baljok village, 8 people who came to Nyon to meet with him, they butchered them, they massacred them. All of them except one man who fell into the river. 7 of them died. Those are the incidences that led to many things, including the defection that took place in 1991, and also the incident of war. Those atrocities between South Sudanese people are the one that people hold a grudge, and they were also the cause of the 2013. Actually, 2013 was a revenge of what has taken place in 1991. According to our president, Salva Kiir Mayadi, when he was addressing people on the 14th of December before the war broke out. It was a revenge of what has taken place in Bor in 1991. If we look at what Salva Kiir has done, or what is the problem in South Sudan currently, everything was created by Salva Kiir. During interim period, the only good thing Salva Kiir has done was there is people, somebody making a noise. The only good thing Salva Kiir has done was uniting with Paulino Matic. After Salva Kiir united with Paulino Matic in 2008, during interim period, the only problem that we have was a problem of those who are called Garang boys and Salva Kiir boys. That was the problem, or the problem of people who are being considered as returnees. People who are deemed as individuals who defected from the SPLA, or people who remained with Arab when we were fighting with them. Then in 2008, the Young Council of Elders start to create a situation where they wanted to promote Jangism, Dinkaism, where Dinka will be the only ethnic group who will rule
the country. And that when this situation we are in today emerged, during the second SPLM convention in May of that year, Salva started by wanted to remove Dr. Yak from being his deputy, as well as our Secretary General, Comrade Pagana Mum, who is here with us today. He decided to remove them so that they could not be with him again. And then when the situation became a little bit chaotic, people has reacted. That when they called on and then they start to go along with the hierarchy they had. So in 2013, when Dr. Yek Pagan himself, Rebecca Nyandeng, Yemidwaniga, during a meeting in March of that year, revealed their desire to unseat Salva Kiir from the chairpersonship of the party. That were the starting point. When Salva decided to act alone, wanted to cause a war. Wanted to cause a war. If people can look at what was the cause of that war was being manufactured by Salva Kiir alone. He was the one who made people fight. In April of that year, he started by reducing the power given to Vice President. Actually, it was on 15 of that, April, 15 of April, 2013. And he began by encouraging people to form conferences, and there was conference in Bargazal, and also there were another conference in the Equatorial region. Only Upper Nile did not have a political conference. And it was because Dr. Yek discouraging it by saying that those conferences are dividing us. Because if we are having a political conference based on original places, they are dividing us. You know, like we should have conferences based on political party, because the political party can draw members from any region of South Sudan. That was the only reason there were no a conference formed in the Upper Nile. And when Salva Kiir went to Bargazal, he met with people, telling them that there is people who want to take this power. This power that I have belongs to you, and there are people who want to take it from me. That was the time when people replied by telling him that Ashibagam. And by that time, you were running a private army, the Gelwang and Masianganyor, who later on happened to be the killer of the Nuer people in December 2013. Salva Kiir acting alone wanted South Sudanese people to fight. He started by going to the people he deemed as rebelling against the government. He brought in David Yao Yao. He brought in Dr. Lemakol. When he brought in Dr. Lemakol, it was the fact that he knew he disagreed with Pagan, Peter Adwonyamba, and Comrade Wiyai. The fact that all these big Shuluk leaders disagree with him, he decided to look for Dr. Lemakol to side with him. And that was the reason when he brought in Johnson Woolen. If we all remember when the war started, Johnson Woolen was together with Salva Kiir. He was the one making the move, planning everything so that the only people who will be fighting with him are going to be only Nuer. And he's rhetoric that year also, he was telling the Nuer people, one ethnic group cannot fight with all South Sudanese people. And on the 11th of August, he went to Sudan, Umar al-Bashir, encouraging him if Umar can support him. And that when he told Umar also, like to call, to do not bother about the issue of Abyei, because they were planning to create fighting in South Sudan and to talk the issue of Abyei later on. The only person who destroy, who create this situation we are in South Sudan is none than Salva Kiir. He is the only particular person who makes people fight. During interim period, we almost learn how to live together. If Salva Kiir did not create a war between South Sudanese, South Sudan would be a different country right now. And South Sudanese would trouble everywhere. But because of what Salva Kiir has done, we are in the situation that we are today. When I think about this situation that we are in, sometimes I blame Salva Kiir and those who are supporting him, and I also blame those who are calling themselves opposition. Why? Because of their multitude. They say Salva Kiir is a bad leader, yet they fail to unite. They fail to fight Salva Kiir in one front. They are divided into many factions, each and every group trying to topple Salva Kiir by himself. How would that be? If you don't like only one person, how come you don't unite and fight that particular person, topple him, and then later on do what is good for your party? I blame all of us, those who are calling themselves opposition, because of our disunity. We fail to unite. Even when we were fighting with the lava, CPA came as a result of the fact that our faction had united and decided and began to talk with one voice. That when we reach the solution of the war by signing the peace in Kenya, those of us who call themselves opposition, we need to unite. We need to unite. Currently, Salva Kiir is talking about an election. He's talking about election. And that election, he will impose it on people because he is the only one person who is running and who is only campaigning. The rest of opposition are not campaigning. They are in a big prison. They are in Juba.
Then be mindful of the time, since we are pressed for it, please.
Okay. Yeah, let me conclude my remark by saying that the day we are observing is a very bad day because of the fact that innocent people lost their life in 2013. Those who do not even know the name SPLM party, the children, they had no idea when they were killed. And there were also people who were killed in villages after the war. Innocent people lost their life. We are commemorating this day, telling ourselves we will not forget 2013. We will forgive, but we will not forget it. Even if some people can apologize for it, we will not forget it. I also would encourage South Sudanese people who are here in this room, if it happens that we will be voting this coming year, please, another term of Salva-Kiir means the status quo. It means that South Sudanese people will continue die. Right now, across South Sudan, we have our people dying with curable disease that are cured in other parts of the world. And we also dying with hunger in a country full with abundant resources. We cannot afford to allow Salva-Kiir to continue as our leader. If it happens, we will be voting. Please make sure you vote for a different person, not Salva-Kiir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danya Yul. Garud, if you can refresh the room with the music, roughly about 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will get moving to our next segment, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go around.
Antuar male, karan tuar male la lula nene biloy dian gua. Shorogul fanal, guro shemwa, shana belo dimagura, mura bal bichudunja, shorabas kachangan gamaku, shorashang falba, bikai korala, bigar koranaba, Mukojan Mugaya Falbiaunian, Shorafalgan one and Yentame, Balamukur, so now the Jugan Sushi will be a party. Karantuar male, Karambul male, la lola, nana biloy dian gua. Shorabul fanal, Guro shemwa, shana belo dimagura, mura bal bichudunja, shorabas kachangan gamaku. Shorashang falbang, bikai korala, bigar koranaba, Mukojan Mugaya Falbiaunian, Shorafalgan one and Yentame, Balamukur. So now the Jugan Sushi will be a party. Karantuar male, Karambul male, Karantuar male, la lola, nana biloy dian gua. Shorabul fanal, Guro shemwa, shanan belo dimagura, Mawea bal bichudunja, shorabas kachangan gamaku, shorashang falbang, bikai korala, bigar koranaba, Mukojan Mugaya Falbiaunian, Shorafalgan one and Yentame, Balamukur, so now the children Sushi will be a party. Are you quarter away? Are you boys away? Yes, you shall wake a drum down one, Yakon Naiba. Rusham.
On behalf of Nuer House, please, I think you are up here. If you will go ahead and introduce our guest, he will be allotted for 30 minutes to be able to speak to us. Pastor Chothabiel, please, if you can take the mic. Dr. Viajutin?
Yes, Jonathan. Yes, this day of today, for so many of us here in the clubhouse, only us here, but the whole South Sudan and the world, as we know, are aware of that it is the 10th year since innocent people were killed in Juba. But before I go to any point, I just to salute all of you in this place, while bearing in mind our nature and the heritage of our ancestors, that I want to say salam, male, madaye, kibak, and in all languages of South Sudan, with all that they may carry of honor and dignity. I want to salute you. I would like to greet all the political personnel in this place of Nuer House today. I also want to greet all the female from the heart, the female members of our house present in this place. I give them honor from my heart because they are the ones who bear griefs for losing their husbands and their children to unjustified wars perpetrated by the leadership of the government of South Sudan. I want also to greet all the young men and young women who are always being recruited to go and die, but only to secure food on the table for some individuals, while at the end of the day, they go to bed hungry. I want to salute you. I cannot forget to honor all the elderly people who are robbed of their honor and the respect they deserve according to our nature and our upbringing way when we honor all our elders. Brothers and sisters, today is the 10th, or marks the 10th year since innocent people, women and children, mothers and their daughters were killed in Juba. I can call upon you and give you the name of guardians of justice. Dear champion of justice, in an everlasting wisdom of God recorded in the book of Proverbs 6, verses 16 to 19, that says, there are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are an abomination to him. One of them is haughty eyes. Number 2 is lying tongues. Number 3, hands that shed innocent blood. Number 4, a heart that devises wicked plans. Number 5, feet that make haste to run to evil. Number 6, a false witness who breathes out lies. 7, a one who sows discord among brothers. These 7 statements are exactly the realities and practices on the government of South Sudan, not only once, not only twice, but since the formation of the government of South Sudan. A lying tongue is not only opposed by God, but it is also a crime in the court of law. This practice is called perjury, which is the willful giving of false testimony under the oath to a legal inquiry. From a lying tongue comes a false witness, which is the crime of perjury. The severity of consequences may vary, but in the most of the countries in many of you live, seriousness of the crime of false witness, perjury, can be found in high-profile cases where individuals have faced legal persecutions for providing false testimony. While the legal proceedings rely on truthful testimony, full witness can result in miscarriages of justice, impacting innocent lives and eroding public trust in the legal system and the leadership of the government. Because of this crime of false witness, perjury, on the 15th of December 2013, tens of hundreds of innocent lives were killed. But from this house, I am urging all South Sudanese that for this crime, justice must be served. Number two, hand that shed innocent blood. When it comes to the shedding of innocent blood, there is no single culture the sun says right to kill a human being. Islam considers killing as one of the measures, or kabair, as they call it in Arabic. In the Bible, killing is forbidden. When it says you shall not kill. So how can a man who practices Christianity as a religion be thirsty of blood of his own citizens? In the context of international law, the unlawful killing of an innocent person can be categorized under 3 degrees like the following: war crimes, and that is unlawful killing during armed conflict. This includes intentionally targeting civilians or committing acts causing excessive harm to them. Number 2, crimes against humanity, which is systematic or widespread attacks against civilians that results in death. Number 3, genocide, which is the intentional and systematic destruction of a specific ethnic or religious or national group, including killing members of the group, the very thing that was committed against the Nuer people in South Sudan. In extreme cases, okay, thank you. In extreme cases like this, the punishment against those who commit such crimes are severe and can include life imprisonment, according to the International Criminal Court, ICC. These legal mechanisms have to be pursued because they promote accountability on a global scale and aim to address violation of human rights. The people of South Sudan should agree about that. A heart that devises wickedness or wicked plans. There is so many facts that show the citizens of South Sudan and to the world at large that the president, our president, had planned evil against his own people in so many ways, in so many parts of the South Sudan country. He had killed civilians in Western Bahr Ghazal. He had killed civilians in Western Equatoria. He had genocide Nuer people in Juba in the 2013, December 15. And few months ago, he had killed innocent Anuak people in Pushala. In this biblical text, we find a powerful revelation about the heart of God and his unwavering commitment to justice. These verses should capture your attention and attention of everyone present in this place today. When it says, he hates haughty eyes, he hates lying tongue, he hates hands that shed innocent blood, he hates hearts that devises wicked plans. God hates feet that makes haste to run to evil. He also doesn't like false witness who breathes out lies, and he rejects one who sows discord among brothers. What do we see and on daily basis in South Sudan? First of all, we see the head of the government emphasize doing all this, and the Bible rejects that because God speaks and emphasizes on hating this kind of things. Today, from this room, from this house of Nuer House, as an advocate for human rights, I call also Sudanese, women and men, people of sound mind, that together we must align our efforts with the very heart of God, as revealed in these verses. As I have read to you from the Bible, God hates hand that sheds innocent blood. It stands out. These verses stand out prominently in this passage. A harsh condemnation of violence inflicted upon blameless women, aged and senior citizen is rejected by God. Our community needs to stand together, to say enough is enough. Enough is the division among the people. Enough is the
PLM have no capacity to lead our
and structure that perpetrated human rights violation in Juba and everywhere else in the country of South Sudan. We are all called to be architects of change, dismantling oppressive system and advocating for policies that protect and the vulnerable fellow citizen. because of the fact that our present government has no respect to any customary law, no regard to our Sudanese legacy. Let us remember that our pursuit aligns with the very essence of God's character as we champion human rights in this beloved country of South Sudan. We got to strive to be beacons of truth, lies and falsehood that leads to injustice. We got to stand firm against any force that seeks to sow discord and divisions among humanity, recognizing the inherent worth and unity of all South Sudanese people. In the conclusion of my message to you, as I want to welcome one of very high respected men of South Sudan and others, I want you take this as an action of defenders of human rights. Be a reflection of the divine values encapsulated in Proverbs 6:16 and 19. In the pursuit of justice, let us be guided by the light of these verses, remembering that our efforts and integral part of God's redemptive plan for a country where the right and dignity of every individual are upheld and celebrated. Together, as guardians of justice, may we be instruments of God's transformative love in the country of South Sudan, yearning for the embrace of human rights and dignity. Long live South Sudan. Long live the right and human right of our people. Long live is the truth recorded in the Word of God. And may God bless all of you. Today, as so many of you have mentioned, we are very privileged to have one of the most courageous leaders of South Sudan, our dear brother, General Pagana Moon. And I want, from here on behalf of the Nuer House, would like to welcome you, and we honor you as you also honor the people.
Thank you very much, Abuna. We pray that all of us will become instruments of God to bring forth the transformative love of God and to build peace and harmony in our country and to heal our nation and our people from the so many wounds inflicted or self-inflicted by ourselves to ourselves. Thank you for the introduction. I thank you, my sisters and brothers in the Nuer House. I thank you, my brother DeWall and my sister Kathy, and all the organizers for inviting me to join you in the 10th memorial of the massacres of tens of thousands of our citizens, innocent people in Juba, which took place between the 16th and the 20th of December in the war that started on the 15th of December. My condolences to the families who lost their loved ones, members of their families, children, husbands, wives, fathers, or mothers in those dark days of December 2013. Indeed, we are remembering the very painful events and dark times that visited us barely few years, 2 years into our independence. As was mentioned by the speakers before me, the killing of our innocent citizens, most especially from the Nuer nationality in Juba, was a very painful event. And yes, it was a massacre. It was mass killing. And it fits the definition of genocide. And this became the conclusions of many experts who studied the events or investigated the events, including the African Union, the United Nations, and many other international non-governmental organizations. The estimates of the number of the people and lives lost among our Nuer citizens in Juba is between 18 to 20,000, according to most of the experts' estimates. Who is responsible for that massacre? And why? I myself, I am a witness of those events. I myself, I have warned against those events very early. If some of you may remember, might me have attended a symposium organized by Al Masir newspaper in July 2013. I spoke and I warned the people of South Sudan from the danger of what was going to happen and what happened. And specifically, I warned that there could be an ethnic war if the leadership is not careful to avoid it. I spoke in public against that. Several months before it happened. And the reason why I spoke which led to me being put under house arrest and denied not to speak to the media or to express my views publicly again. The reason is that back in 2012, I received intelligence through the SPLM networks of a plan which was conceived in June 2011 by the National Congress Party. And the intelligence I received is minutes of a meeting of the National Security Council chaired by President Bashir with the membership of all the senior National Congress Party in that National Security Council, in which they decided that as South Sudan is going to become independent, it is very important to destabilize South Sudan and make it ungovernable and make it dysfunctional. And the only way to cause such a disruption and dysfunction and failure of the state is the only way is to divide South Sudanese. Destroy the SPLM and divide South Sudanese along tribal lines. And specifically, they decided that they must cause a war between the Dinka and the Nuer. I got this intelligence and I went to President Kiir. I shared it with him. These are the minutes of the meeting of the government of Sudan against the South, and this is their plan. in which you will be encouraged to start a war. And to make it tribal, it will be between the Dinka and the Nuer. And I told him, as you know, these are our two largest ethnic communities or nationalities. If anything happens like this will definitely destabilize South Sudan or maybe even destroy the state. We must avoid it at all cost. He told me that he had received the report himself through his own sources. I shared the same with Dr. Young, and I met with him, and we discussed it. Victoria said it will be good if the leadership could meet either in the form of political bureau or the top leadership of the SPLM to discuss this and avoid it. And I also told him the same message that I shared with Kir, that we have to be careful to make sure that we avoid such a war not to happen. That was the plan of the National Congress Party to destroy the South, destabilize and destroy the SPLM, and drill its government. Part of the strategy was to infiltrate the SPLM and get trusted cadres of the National Congress Party or their agents very close to President Kiir and work with him to remove those whom they call John Garang's boys, and they mention names of people and why to remove them. The third leg of the plan was to give massive armaments to all the militia groups that remained with the Sudan at that time. Give them armaments, guns, heavy guns and artillery, cars, and ammunitions to join what they call the faction of Salva Kiir. And these militia groups were militia from the Shuluk, the Molek, the Murle, the Nuer, various groups from Unity State and from Upper Nile, as well as from Jungle. And all of them were directed to go and join the so-called faction of Salva Kiir by that time. The last, probably, more sinister plan was to encourage President Salva Kiir to form a parallel force, a tribal militia, outside the SPLA and the other organized forces, National Security Police. to be used to carry out this ethnic conflict in South Sudan. That is the force that was called as Dot Kubany, which became Matianganyor, and was trained in northern Bahr Ghazal, and under General James Osmai and others, those of Piang Deng and Thomas Shirillo and many others who were in the command at that time, when they learned about this, that the president and the commander-in-chief of the SPLA was training a force outside the plan and the strategy and policy and budget of the army, they confronted the president and they refused to recognize that force. And they asked the president not to recruit or train such a force, and that the command of the army will not be able to support such a force in terms of armament, logistics, and other requirements because it is a force outside the budget of the SPLA. Unfortunately, President Kiir refused to listen to the command of the army, and President Kiir decided to proceed not only with the training, but also redeploying them to Juba and graduating them, arming them, and mobilizing more resources apart from the resources from the office of the president and the national security, where the president was able to buy armaments and all the logistics and uniforms and to organize the graduation of that force in Juba without inviting the command of the army. In Luri, that force was graduated in Luri, and the command of the SPLA was not invited and they did not attend. And I'm sure many of you followed this. And unfortunately, that was the force that was used. This background is very important. Now, the war that happened in 2013 did not happen because there was disagreement in the leadership of the SPLM-SPLA. Even though this was one of the elements that many in the leadership were blaming President Kiir for recruiting and arming a private tribal militia. But the war did not start because of the disagreement within the SPLM, even though that was used as a pretext. Remember, this force started to be trained right back in 2011, then 2012. And this force was redeployed into Juba, was graduated in Juba, and were deployed in Juba before the political crisis within the SPLM. Therefore, the plan precedes the disagreement within the SPLM. And as I shared with you, this plan goes back to the NCP causing to destroy South Sudan as a state and destabilize it using tribalism as a tool to weaken us and as a tool to destroy our unity. And unfortunately, we are the one who actually accept to be used, to be divided, and to kill ourselves. The war that started in 2015, in 2013, 15th of December 2013, is a war that was planned by President Kiir, was started by President Kiir, and the massacres committed were ordered by President Kiir. They were not a mistake. It was premeditated and planned. And you have heard President Kiir from August and September 2013, when he made visits to the 4 states of Bahr Ghazal. You've heard him because some of his statements were carried over the TV, the national TV. That was the intellectual start of that ethnic conflict in South Sudan. When President Kiir was talking about he will never allow another 1991, when he said in Rumbek that the Nuer are the enemy, advising our people in Lakes State not to kill themselves and not to fight themselves, but rather to unite and be prepared to fight the enemy. The Nuers are just near here. That he said in public. And that was aired over the national TV, unfortunately. You see, genocide or war or conflict does not start with the shooting. It starts in the minds. Then it is declared with words. And people are incited or mobilized to commit such a plan. And in such situations, we must be very clear about responsibility. Actually, the responsibility is not falling on those who carry out the orders or who were recruited. As one of the speakers before prayed and thanked and appealed to the youth who are always recruited to go and fight these wars for the powers of those who are having or who are vying for political power or to keep political power. The responsibility falls on the shoulders of those who made the plan and those who incite people to carry them out. And in this situation, the responsibility rests squarely on the shoulders of President Kiir himself. We cannot blame President Bashir, who supported him or who incited him or who encouraged him, one way or the other. We can only blame President Kiir. And I'm telling you, I shared this with him, and others also have discussed it with him. And back him not to destroy his own legacy, not to destroy this country, not after our independence. Those days, on the 16th in the morning, President Kiir came out flanked by those of Tooth Cow and Dr. Joseph Winfield and others. And they declared that there was a coup attempt. And I want to give you my honest and truthful testimony today that there was no coup. There was never anybody who planned any coup against President Kiir. And four of us, General Yadenga Jag, General Dr. Majanga God, and Ambassador Ezekiel Lol, and my poor self, four of us were detained with others, and the four of us were taken to court, accused of having plotted a coup. And we were acquitted by the courts established by the judiciary under the direction of President Kiir himself. Yes, we know they had a plan to compromise the justice system. Yes, we know they had a plan to bring people to bear false witness. But because of the courage of the judicial panel, which was established by the Chief Justice, planning with President Kiir himself, they decided to be honest and follow the law. They decided to cut themselves off from the Chief Justice and from the executive, not to be called by them, because they started to call them and they tried to give them messages and threatening them. And they refused those, and they decided to close their phones and to even threaten the Chief Justice that if he contacted any one of them, they will even arrest him. That was to that degree, all the five of them. And four of these justices have been dismissed later on because they accused them of having failed what they wanted them to do, which is to sentence us to death. The witnesses they brought, especially the director of military intelligence, who was the core person who would come to testify whether there was really a coup or not. And if he were to fabricate stories, we would have been sentenced to death. But after the moment he took us, General Maj Paul decided to tell the truth. And honestly speaking, he had to run for his own life after that, because they almost went after him. And honestly, it was the Ugandans who smuggled him out from South Sudan and protected him since then until he reconciled with President Kiir later on when he went back to Juba and they discussed it. Why he had to tell the truth. They brought in General Kolkor as a witness, and he could not deliver anything to the court that can be used against us or to prove that there was any coup. They have been recording all our telephone conversation. Whatever that they changed did not show any single evidence of any coup or contact with any officer in the army or outside the army or a soldier. Never. Some police officers were brought in, and also those who investigated us were brought in, and nothing they could prove. And the Minister of Interior refused to come and bear witness as the principal witness of the government case. He refused to come, and he said that he has nothing to prove in the court. He has nothing to present. That is General Lewa Yen, who actually arrested most of those who came to be known as the former political detainees, including myself. So that is how the war of 2013 started. It was started by President Kiir, and President Kiir is responsible for all the massacres that were targeting our Nuer citizens in Juba. And of course, many people lost their life, including from Dinka, who have marks like the Nuers, or who speak accent different from the other Dinka accents. And I want to put this to rest. This story of coup was a big lie, and nobody believed it in South Sudan or in the region or in the international community. Even as recently as this year, when in May, almost President Kiir decided to start another crisis, again bringing some lawyer from London to say that they want to declassify the recordings and all the information that they had collected about the coup. It did not have credibility, and it just died down like that. Almost he created a problem, and he almost killed Dr. Riek Machar. Again, in Juba, after he went in for the revitalized peace agreement. Now, my brothers and sisters, who committed this genocide? Somebody presented a speculation before. Was it the government of South Sudan? Was it the Dinka people from whom largely this militia force was created? Or was it President Kiir and his small group that acted or acts under his directives and orders? It is very important to make it very clear. Honestly, the fighting that erupted in 2015, even though it started with an attempt to disarm the soldiers and officers from the Nuer nationality within the Presidential Guard Tiger Division, even though that is where it started, but actually the killings that happened was not carried out by the army, by the SPLA, no. It was that militia force that was used by President Kiir. And it was President Kiir who did it. It was not the government of South Sudan. It was President Kiir using the resources of the government of South Sudan and abusing his own position as the president and as the commander-in-chief. It is also a mistake to say that it was the Dinka who carried out this. No, it was not the Dinka. It was President Kiir who planned this, who ordered it, and he is responsible for it, never the Dinka. Yes, he abused the name of the Dinka people. He tried to mobilize the Dinka to tell them, as was mentioned before, that this is your government. The Nuers want to take that government. Because he wanted to target the Nuer. As you can follow him from August 2013, publicly, including even the interview that was shared by Madame Cathy. The interview with President Kiir. That one and many others. And that is the twisted logic that he is having. Blaming Dr. Riek, that he is the one who mobilized the Nuer against him. This is not true. And you can see it from Honorable Michael, who was expressing shock and surprise. How come if it was a war that is within the army, or if it is a coup, Why would innocent civilians be targeted? And he's right. People were surprised, including our citizens from the Dinka were surprised. It is true that the Jain Council of Elders were mobilized to mobilize the Dinka, to frighten the Dinka, and to agitate the Dinka against the Nuer. It is true that also the Nuer were mobilized, and particularly using the outrage that they felt and the betrayal that they felt and the victimization that they felt was also used. And you know, the reaction that resulted in the killings in Bor, in Nakobo, in Bailir. Now, what we can learn from this as a people is that tribalism has always been used by our enemies to divide us as a people, to destroy our struggle, and it has also unfortunately been used by South Sudanese leaders mobilizing their own tribesmen against other tribes when they are having political struggle for power. And in many occasions, we the leaders, we may agitate the people to go and fight, but soon we will go and sit in rooms and hammer out agreements, divide the cake, form the government, and feast together. While we have made the people to commit wounds on themselves and carry on with hatred among themselves. This is very unfortunate, and this is a very negative thing we must eradicate to be able to restore peace among ourselves and to establish a system of governance that is focused on serving the people. It is very important that we work and mobilize for justice and accountability for the crimes against humanity and crimes of war and the massacres and genocide that has been committed. Without justice and accountability, it will be near impossible to achieve reconciliation and national healing. And we must achieve reconciliation and national healing so that we reunite and cement our unity as a people. It is true that justice delayed is justice denied. What is delaying the establishment of the hybrid court? Again, is President Kiir himself is responsible for obstructing the establishment of the hybrid court. In the United States of America, he hired a lobby, Gainful Solutions, which is a company established by Ambassador Michael Rennerberger, to obstruct and block the establishment of the hybrid court and persuade the government of the United States of America to stop their support, including the pledges of $5 million and more for the establishment of the hybrid court and to carry out justice and accountability for the crimes committed in 2013, and to prosecute those who have been investigated and mentioned in the African Union Commission of Inquiry, headed by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Today, and as we remember those who lost their lives and pay condolences to those who have lost their dear ones, justice is not served. The hybrid court is blocked. I would appeal to all South Sudanese, not only from the Nuer, all South Sudanese, to campaign and support the establishment of the hybrid court and the establishment of the other instruments, including the Commission for Reconciliation and National Healing, the Commission for Truth-Telling, and the Commission of Reparation, so that the damage caused is mitigated, families are compensated, and justice is served. We do this because we want to learn a very important lesson, that when we divide ourselves, we destroy ourselves, we destroy our country, and we become laughing stock to the whole world, to our neighbors and to the whole world. When we divide ourselves along tribal lines, South Sudan will disintegrate. Therefore, we must reunite, we must reconcile, we must heal the wounds that we have inflicted on ourselves and forge a unity emerging out of this unity and out of this pain, so that never again such atrocities will never happen. And I agree with my brother Joshua, with Dobol, with Tain, with Gadiel, and with Abuna, with Brother Deng, in all the messages that you put forward. We need to heal. It is true that we may not forget as a people what happened, particularly those who were victims. But we can forgive, and forgiveness can only come when justice is served, when truth is told, when people step forward and become courageous to say, this is a mistake I have committed, and ask for forgiveness. It requires trust, courage. Also, it requires courage for the victims to forgive and to reconcile. But as we have seen from other societies which went through such painful experiences, like Rwanda or Germany or other countries in Europe or in the former Yugoslavia, and indeed many other places, these societies, or South Africa, these societies, they emerge stronger with a renewed will and zeal, and they actually achieve greater peace and prosperity. It will be a peace that is born out of challenges that people not only care, but they value. And I believe that we have the capacity as a people to rekindle our common dream as a people. We have been subjugated by foreigners, subjected to slavery and plunder over many decades, maybe a century and a half. And you cannot imagine the pain we went through, our ancestors went through, especially from 1820 down to the independence of Sudan, down to 2011. It has never been an easy journey for us as a people. And that is where we were born as a people. We are not South Sudanese simply because we chose to vote for independence. No. We united to get off our back the yoke and the subjugation we have been put under. But what united us was not an enemy alone. And I beg to disagree with those who say we were united because we had a common enemy. We were much more united because we have a shared dream. We dream to be free. We dream to restore our dignity. We dream to build a state of our own that can serve us as first-class citizen, equal citizen, as a state which is ours. We dream to build ourselves into a nation out of all these 64 tribes so that we are strong and so that nobody again can attempt to invade us. Because we were invaded as existing as tribes and subjugated because of that. And our ancestors, and in the generation that went, they came together, chiefs came together and spoke as one people, not representing their tribes. And they fought in coalitions until the Anyanya movement was established, and then the SPLM came, and then the people united and expressed their will in the referendum, which we fought to make sure that it is exercised. The right of self-determination is exercised, and the choice of our people is respected. We have to rekindle that dream. My people, the only best way to remember all those whom we have lost in conflicts that we have fought among ourselves and the wounds that we have carried out, and the fratricide, that is to say, killing of brother to brother, in addition to those who died killed by our oppressors, the only thing that we can pay them with is when we reunite and build a peaceful, free, and a prosperous South Sudan, where we as a people from all the different tribes are upholding together, united in peace and harmony, as we sing in our national anthem. That is the only thing we can pay them. We can compensate them for the life they have lost. That's the only thing. And that is the only way for us. Let us remember what united us is the dream of a homeland that unites us, that includes us all, more than an enemy that we were fighting against. And that we kill ourselves after we have become free and independent. That is a betrayal to all the generations that struggle for us to regain our dignity. Today, in this 10th anniversary, I call on you for all of us to be united as South Sudanese. Nuer and Dinka have to unite and must unite. They are one people. They are the closest to themselves. They are the nearest to each other. And they are the largest pillars of this country called South Sudan. You cannot play with that responsibility. You cannot. Therefore, we must have the courage to tell the truth, to apologize to each other, to reconcile among ourselves, to heal our wounds, to unite ourselves. This suffering is not only with the Nuer, it is all over. In Jungle, in Upper Nile, in Unity, plus what has been happening in Equatoria, the displacement and the killings that has been happening in Equatoria, the land grabbing that is happening in Equatoria, what is now happening in Baragazan, what is now happening between our people of Tuch and Abyei, what is happening in Western Baragazan. As a people, it is time to assume responsibility. It is time to unite. Enough is enough. We have to reconcile. We have to build a better future for our children, including those who are not born. We are in this room with victims. I know in this room we have people like Madame Ayul here who lost her husband. And her husband was a member of a leader in the SPLM. He was the chairman of the SPLM chapter in the Netherlands, a very strong patriot and nationalist who united the membership of SPLM from all over the place, who had opened his house, and I was there more than 2 times when he was the chair of the SPLM and I was the Secretary General. And they killed him, like many others, freedom fighters. Simply because they were Nuer. What is this? It was madness. President Kiir did not know what he was doing. Anyway, my people, I will stop here. But please, for the sake of the generations who are not born, for the sake of our young children who are being born today, for the sake of our youth who are lost today, inside the country, they have no jobs, they have no future, they are depressed. Outside the country, they are committing suicide, they are involved in violence because they are depressed and dejected for their own sake. Please, let us heal this nation. That is why we are calling for an inclusive roundtable conference. There is time for war and conflict and disagreement, and there is also time for people to sit down and talk. We can sit and talk. We can develop a national consensus and build a new social contract that can be a basis for state and nation building, where we can be able to build a viable state that is capable to serve our people and build a nation that is united, living in peace and harmony among themselves and building that homeland, motherland, into a very prosperous nation and a great country in the world. Once again, I pay my condolences for all the victims, and particularly the families of those who lost their life in that dark December days. And let us work for justice and a better South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Very powerful indeed. Honorable General Baganamo. A very, very moving message on a day that is well deserved for. A message that is concerning each and every one of us as Southern Sudanese. Not only did he lay out the cause that resulted in the killing of innocent people, he has also presented us with a solution. Thank you. We are honored for your presence today and take the time to come to this platform and be able to present such a powerful message on a powerful day. Once again, thank you. Right now, I will give our brother Shuol Liet, I will give him a few minutes. He was supposed to present earlier, but since he was unable to do so, now he's here. We'll give him, there's a lot of time. We'll give him a few minutes. And then once he's done, I will hand it to to Madam Kathy, so she can go ahead and present some of our victims to be able to come up here and speak their truth of how they survived that day. Brother Shiwele, Wolwedi? Oh, think go guarda de chuna manan for them. So take an opportunity because let me do this, Let me give Shiwele 10 minutes and then we'll the idea will have been Shiwele, I'll give you roughly 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll give time to.
Is enough. 5 minutes is enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderators. Thank you down there, our listeners, people of South Sudan. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. This is actually indeed is a very important day for the people of South Sudan. It is a day that just come as a surprise to many. But why are we doing it today? The reason why we are doing this is because we don't want anything like this to ever happen again in South Sudan. My presentation was to highlight some of the atrocities that were committed again in Nuer personality within SPLM leadership since 1983 when it was established. There is this tendency, I'm not aware what it is. Is it a competition for leadership? I will leave this to the people of South Sudan to decide. But I want to remind our people that December 15 was not the first time Nuer community, member of Nuer community were targeted and killed by the leadership of SPLM, SPLA. And many of you can recall back in 1983, September 1983, the first victims of SPLM, SPLA leadership was a guy named Dwight Tai and Yusuf Kirtan. Dwight was a member of Nyanya 2. Yusuf Kirtan is among those who came from Katiba Mi Harba Mi Khamsa from Bor. The issue of killing or assassinating these two guys came about after there was a struggle for leadership in Itam. And then the Nyanya 2 freedom fighters were flushed out in Bilpam. Yusuf Kitam was arrested among those with those of Kwai Kang. Guy Tai, or Dwight Tai, rather, was wounded when Bilpam was overrun by SPLM, SPLA with support of Ethiopian army. They flushed out the Nyanya 2 freedom fighter, and Guy Tai was wounded there. After they flushed out the Nyanya 2 freedom fighter, 2 days later, Yusuf Kitang was brought to Bilpam and assassinated by fire squad with Dwight Tai by the leadership of SPLA. This was the first major assassination of South Sudanese who have different view on how the issue of political struggles can be carried out in South Sudan. The second one was a small boy, a new recruit. His name was Kai from Greater Pangak. He was under the age of 16 to 17, a teenager. His name is Kai. In 1983, December, when the SPLA leadership was about to graduate Jammus Battalion. During that day, this young man was accused of stealing a gun. He was killed by fire squad. When they shot him, he collapsed. And then those who killed him went to bury him. The young man gained conscious, but before he was killed, he was asked to say something, because it seemed like the SPLM leadership wanted to sacrifice him for graduation of Jammus Battalion. So he was asked what to say. And his last word was that he did not see any reason why he should be killed. This is a teenager, 16 to 17. His last word was that the blood of this movement will not stop flowing until the entire movement is vanished. Then they shot him and killed him. So the guy were ready to go and bury him. For some reason, the young boy gained conscious. When he gained conscious, those people who were actually shot at him almost ran because they could not believe it. And his first word was, "Give me some water." After they gave him some water, he said, "Okay, now you can go ahead and kill me." And they kill him. This is the second assassination of Nuer SPLA soldier. Back in 1991, during the split, this is something most people don't understand or are not aware of it. When those of Dr. Riek, Dr. Lema called General Gordon Kong announced the split in Nasser, South Sudanese were united before that. They were all underground. There were forces everywhere, in Ayut and in Wat. When Nasser declaration was announced, members of Jen community in Ayut and in Wat walked out. They were marching to Denke area. But nothing was done because this was a political move. Even many members of Jen community support the move, especially politicians and some commanders. But those who left Ayut and Wat actually went. Whoever ordered them, they were the one who came and actually attacked Ayut and Wat. This whole thing started. And then the the Nasser faction member retaliated. And that's why you hear the issue of 1991. In 1993, close to 3,000 of Gawar was killed, women and children. Some were put in blast by the SPLM leadership. Number of Nuer officers in Equatorial were killed by those of Paul Manyang. What is that the SPLM, SPLA leadership, why always targeting even the Nuer who are on their side? Why? This is a question I will leave to the people of South Sudan. The same thing happened in 90s in Greater Bargazal under the leadership of Aweda Kot. 60 officers from Nuer community after Nasser declaration were killed, including Kochitam. It was Kochitam or Kochatim. Kochatim was his secretary of Daniel Aweda Kot, his own personal secretary. He was killed in front of him while he was writing. What is the reason of targeting people who are fighting for you on your side? There is a deeper ulterior motive that this member of Gen ruling elites in South Sudan have for South Sudan that many people are not aware of. And this is what caused December 15 genocide. So people of South Sudan, when we were fighting, we were not fighting because we can come and oppress each other. We were fighting to free ourselves from the humiliation, the enslavement, the subjugation of Arab regimes. We did not join the bush to be victims again of any regime or of any government. This is not what the people of South Sudan went to the bush for. During this December 15 genocides, member of Nuer community, including my two cousins, by the way, Rathon is my blood cousin, and his brother, Sholdamai. There were many members of Nuer dignitaries, generals, targeting, and these are members of the government. What kinds of government is this targeting your own loyalists, officials, soldiers, and general? What is it? Is it because a Nuer can come and leave South Sudan? What is wrong with that? A Chulu can come and lead South Sudan? What is wrong with that? Is this what Daniel Aweda Kot say when he prescribes the leadership structure of South Sudan? Whereby he say that the presidency is for the Dinka. The first vice-presidency for the Nuer and the second vice-presidency for Equatorian. What about the rest of South Sudanese? Is this a way we can lead South Sudan? And what is the point of us killing ourselves after we gain our independence? This is not the way South Sudan should be run. Targeting Nuer innocent civilians in the capital of South Sudan with the great human rights horrific violation that should be condemned by everybody. Not only Peter Adognyaba or Madame Madame Rubega Nyanden, because these were the first people who actually spoke despite the difficulty they went through at the time. Many people were just hiding, speaking, hiding, claiming that Nuer are being killed. Nuer are South Sudanese just like the rest of you. What are you doing? Go to the street. Let kill all of you together. Do you think if all of you join with Nuer, Self-Care would be in leadership today? But if you were hiding and claiming that Nuer are being killed as if Nuer come from another planet, this is what the result. This is what they result into right now. Many thought it was the Nuer problem, then it become Equatorian problem, it become a Fratif problem, you name it. If we want to have a country, we have to have a shared national goal and interest that serve all of us. And if any leader, by the way, violated that, we all should unite and condemn. Instead of lining behind our tribal leaders, that will never serve us any good in South Sudan. So people of South Sudan, please participate.
The network is fading, Joel.
Yes. All were killed. But we compromise and forget them. And every leader should remind us of that. Self-Care was reminding us about these atrocities. And this is a leader that we don't need in South Sudan. So, moderators, I stop right here. But someone like Self-Care does not deserve to lead the people of South Sudan. It's only caught, or it should be taken to ICC, International Tribunal Court, and answer for the people of South Sudan that he destroys his home and kill. I will yield back the mic to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Joe. Right now we are.
Let me just say this. I want to ask. أول بالأول شكرا جزيلا جنرال باغانا موم أكيتش. لو يسمع ظروفك لي سؤال عندك كم زمن لأن عندنا متحدثين قبل ما تمشي ممكن نديك فرصة ثانية بعدين بس أنا داير أعرف كم زمن تبقى لك معنا في الروم.
I don't think Pagan is here with us. I think he left already.
Oh, okay. If he left, I'll give a mic back to you, the ball. You can move the.
Okay, because right now we are actually.
Could please remind everybody that already spoken.
Yeah. If you have already spoken, if you can clear the stage for those that actually need to come up here. And also, right now, we are actually pressed for time. We are hovering over our allotted time right now. So, you said earlier that the Honorable Gertrude should be on the line. Is there any way we can give him a few minutes if he's willing to say something, and then we can go ahead and move on to the rest of the program.
I
thought you said he take a phone with you.
Yeah, that.
Okay. Let's give him a couple of minutes. If he will say something, and then we'll introduce Kokon, and then give him a few words, and but that for maybe 5 minutes to say something to the room.
Yeah, I'm not going to introduce again. You're not at the nail to the green at all. But no, Nigerich. Jano, that guy going to do the 11, dream my day 11.
Oh, could you in your role?
I'm telling her. Gat ke ga lengi ata. Gat ke ga di dun left. Okay. Gat ke ga share lang.
Gat ke ga te nyal wal ke pe mo.
Oh, share lang ai. Gat ke ga gat ke ban lengi yan tam. Te dun left. Te ka telephone ko ma ka WhatsApp.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Millinga. Where that to be they introduce. They are welcome.
Yes. General Sol Gaga. Lar ko jimale. Lar ko ita loy ka ta duano. Ko ke la wala ka room. Ang wale. Chet ko ma chi ngajo. Ka cha lari. Ngi ni wanka. Jan reason ta ga door for these 10 years. And who cha nor na ka juk. Ang wale nori kel ke jinubin dial. Tin ram ke kian para kana justice. Taka wana me ka tiam ke Ronin Walian kanyen ni ka Ronin da ne na ke nore ka juk. And wale together with other Sudanese with sound mind, I believe you have a great heart to come and say something in solidarity with those who have died in their innocent way in Cuba. So welcome and say something to South Sudanese in this through this house, the Nuer House. And may God bless you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very happy that you have invited me to join this forum. In actual fact, I will not talk very much. I would like to greet the chairman of this organized ceremony and his members. Thank you very much for the invitation. Second to that, I thank all the members who are hearing us, who are in this room. I thank them very much also because they have devoted their time to listen to what I may say. I would like to convey my condolences to all the victims who were killed in the Juba, to their parents, their friends, their relatives. I would say that they have to be patient and endure because they are not the old people whose their relatives or their parents were killed. And these were all of us. So this day is a very great day to remember our martyrs who were killed in the Juba. In brief, I will not go further, but what I want to say is that the killing of the Nuer tribe in Juba is something which has been planned by SLA since the establishment of SLA in 1983. And it's not a new one. Also, the plan that was made in Yei, 39 laws, who were established in Yei, that the Nuer people have to be interrogated in the government of South Sudan. I think most of the people, the leaders of South Sudan, they know this. It's not a surprise to the people. And I think the Nuer in particular, the leaders, they know this program, which kill the Nuer people, which is still killing them up to date, because they are still being eliminated in Juba and everywhere in South Sudan. Whenever you are Nuer, you have to be killed. I think this problem is not a general problem to all South Sudan. I can say it is a tribal problem between Dinka and the Nuer. Because Nuer and the Dinka are the majority in South Sudan, and they are the people who are struggling for the leadership. Who will be the leader in South Sudan? And this is what caused the destruction of the South Sudan. South Sudan is liberated by all 64 tribes of South Sudanese. And they have achieved their independence from Northern Sudan. But today, it appears that South Sudan has got the special tribes who liberated without other people, without the tribes. And to me, I think those who talked before, they outlined most of the causes of the problem, and they talk about it, how it can be solved, and reconciliation. People talk about high court and all these things. I think this will not be, because if the government of South Sudan, if it still suffocate the leader, this will not be done. Who will do them? Nobody will do them. It is we, the people of South Sudan alone, can try to solve this problem. But we will not solve it through talking. We will not solve it through reconciliation. Because the other nations, especially in East Africa and all the world, cannot come and tell us that you try to solve your problem by yourself. Or by themselves, I mean. It is a way to decide how we can solve this problem. But to me, in a personal, not all the people, I think this problem can be solved by bullet. To drive out the SPLM, SPLA in the South Sudan, when we drive them out and bring another parties, this is where the South Sudan will have a peace. And all of those things which you have said will be implemented. Now the genocide is still coming. There is another genocide coming. Now Salva Kiir has prepared himself and is training the troops, training the soldiers, as we have done in 2013. And it's going to happen again. But I'm appealing to you, all the other Southern Sudanese, as other people have said before, we have to unite. We have to unite and we come together and sit and try to settle this problem.
united. Another genocide, as what happened in 2013, is going to happen. So, in brief, I will not go ahead, but I'm appealing to you that we have to unite and we have to speak with the times, because Salva Kiir is organizing itself for the Northern Genocide. And if we will, because even the celebration we are doing, sermon we are doing, it now it will not be done in the Juba. Nobody will remember this genocide, these people who have been killed in Juba. It is we who are not in Juba now, we are remembering those people who have been killed. But in Juba will not be done. To me, I think it's better for us to organize ourselves and try to prevent the next genocide which is going to take place. Prevention is better than a cure, because now we fail to cure the first genocide. But for the second genocide, let us try to prevent it by organizing ourselves and try to see what the government of South Sudan is going to do. I will not go further, but in short, this is my my information to you, so that we can be ready for the coming genocide. So thank you very much.
Thank you for actually taking the time to be able to come in and speak to us in this day. Thank you for your message. Since our time is really, we are really pressed for it, I will go ahead and give this time to Madam Kathy so she can actually give some of our victims, survivors, time to be able to actually speak. Madam Kathy, I'll give you this time so you can go ahead and introduce them. And then please, let's watch our time. And that way, because I think at least we're pushing by 10:30, we should be able to actually come to closing and be done. We'll pass well a lot of time. Thank you, Madam Kathy. Floor is yours.
Thank you again, Nuer House and the moderators and people that down here. And we know that there is a problem today in the network. The server is not connecting as well, and that delay us even more. And before I, welcome the survivors or the victim survivor of 2013, we acknowledge your pain, and we not play down what is happening and what you have seen and what you've been through. This, we acknowledge that, and we please take care of yourself. If you cannot continue to speak, take a bit of time off and maybe just excuse yourself a little bit, because this is hard and we don't want to let you go through pain again. But we call you so you can, speak and tell us what happened. But we acknowledge your pain and we acknowledge what happened in that time. And for us to repeat the story is a witness, is something that, part of the healing. And that was encouraged by General Paganamon, that, we have to heal. For us, to be able, to bring our country back, we need to heal. And heal is not for people that has committed crime against you, but it's for yourself and for self well-being, to heal, for you to face the reality of life that is happening. Life cannot be stopped here, but it's still we need to live, and we need to tell our stories. And I will ask Gailam to come up. Gailam is here. Gailam, are you around? We have Gailam, we have Yak, and we have David Bieltu. So we have 4 people, and I don't see them up here.
Gailam is up there with you as well, so we can let him go for this. He's already.
Yeah, come, Gailam. And I don't know, William left because William was gonna speak to. Yes, Gailam, I don't see you because I have the same problem with my server. It's not connecting me. Mititin, you can come and tell us. We acknowledge your presentation today. Gailam, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah, welcome. You have your.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Almighty God for giving us this opportunity. As we all know, so many of us did not make it to this moment. You should be grateful and you should be honored that you are here with us, celebrating and remembering our people that lost their life. And before I will start, I would like to give thanks to our general that just spoken now, giving us alert that there's a need for us to unite as South Sudanese. It's up to us to either take it serious or to ignore it. Always there's a power in unity. Whenever we unite as South Sudanese, we will overcome our problems. We will overcome our differences. And thank you, General, for giving us that word. That is a time for us, and you give us alert that maybe there's going to be another genocide. Maybe there's going to be another war. It's always good that whenever we have our generals around us to educate us and to alert the people, because what had happened in 2013, most of us were blinded. People were not prepared for it. People never thought about it, that one day this disaster will happen to us. Also, I would like to welcome Chairman Paganamom in our mix. It's an honor and a privilege to have you to have the Nuer House. Thank you for being with us, starting from the beginning of the room up to now. You're still with us. And that's the spirit of leadership. We always honor our leader, and we're always proud when they're always with us in our mix. That gave us hope. That gave us hope that tomorrow we are going to fix South Sudan again. Also, I would like to give thanks to our chairman, NKN Challenger. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you always for being with us, encouraging the youth, elderly people, in our community. You have done a wonderful job in our mix. We're proud of you as our chairman, and also we're proud of you also as our father, Pastor Challenger. Also, I don't want to forget our guests, El Gadir Banamin Gibel, up to now. Thank you, all. And this is the commitment that we want. Now I can see, there's a hope there, Genovine. I can see now when there's a struggle, we always come together. I can see now when we are mourning, we always come together, sharing cheers together, encouraging one another together. I love this spirit. And even our people that we lost, I believe now they're rejoicing. They are smiling. Because we have not forgotten. We have not forget them. It has been 10 years. experienced so far. And yet, we're still carrying the legacy of our loved one. I hope, as General mentioned earlier, I hope 2013 will not repeat itself again. I hope so. It's up to us and the National Guardian and Lisa Mahmoudna to fix this country, to sit down in a round table so that we can discuss our differences in a good heart. As we see our country is going backwards. Even though we get our independence في 21st century. في زمن بتاع إنه كل الناس متعلمين، إنت ناس كتار متعلمين في جنوب السودان that can take this country forward. We choose to go backward. Revenge is not supposed to happen. What had happened in 2013, and nobody was prepared. By the way, كل الجنوبيين كان عندهم desire، كل واحد is everybody's working hard. And now it's a time for us to show the world and we are united. For how many years we've been praying? Our fathers, our mothers, church leaders, for us to have South Sudan. And when God answered our prayer, and instead of us moving this country forward, we choose to kill one another. We choose to destroy this country. The devil has controlled us. And ما هنسكت لغاية ما يكون في justice. And this date, اللي هو December 15, 2013, هيكون مكتوب في الهيستوري. هيتكتب. ويالنا برضه هيعرفوا إنه حصل موقف بشع ضد الإنسانية. We will never forget that. I will start by giving you guys a testimony. I was there. 2015, December 2013. وده كان يوم 15 around 3 o'clock. لما الصوت بتاع أصلي هديك ماشي لأسوأ. Me and my brothers and my cousin قاعدين في جوديلة في Tongping, close to Bilfam. At the night of Yom 16, I remember my late uncle Ian Matthew came to the house. بعد ما أصلها والصوت ماشي أصوات ماشي بطريقة بشعة. يعني كان قاعدين إحنا قاعدين في البيت ما في خوف.
That was Toot, not Ian. That's Toot.
Toot. Thank you, Nasser. Just واحد بالنهار to check whether they were doing fine, وضع بتاعنا كيف. لقانا إحنا كويسين, and he said ما بصير يطلع برا من البيت. خليكم قاعدين وضع ماشي كاب. It's better for you guys to stay home. ما بصير يطلع برا من البيت. أنا بمشي when I would update you guys. لأنه الشوارع كانوا كله جيش everywhere. شارع تابلفام ده we are close to the شارع تابلفام. نشوف الدبابات ماشيين, تأشيرات ماشيين بسرعة. فإحنا قاعدين منتظرين يوم بتاعنا في البيت. At that time. سمعنا كلام بتاع instruction بتاع uncle بتاعنا to stay home. قلنا كان مودجة خليه يجي وإحنا في بيتها. قعدنا 2 hours later ما في telephone. I remember my younger brother called Chairman Pagan برضه يسأل إحنا وضع بتاعنا كيف زمن ده. My younger brother Short. Short قال لباغان we are doing good. إحنا في البيت. At my end we are doing fine. That was يوم 16. إحنا قاعدين ما في حب. لغاية الساعة 6 ولا 5:30 General call. General was my call. يلا أخوي أنتوا كيف كويسين؟ ونحن كويسين but we stuck at home. ما قادرين نطلع أي محل. انه الجيش ده everywhere وسامعين ناس بيصرخوا صراخ بتاع الناس بيكوركوا في هلا صوت لك وناس جارين. قال لنا خلاص اقعدوا في البيت ما وصل يطلع انا برسل لكم I will send people to come and pick you guys up from there. قلنا okay. And then قعدنا 1 hour later جاء تاشر. شفنا تاشر قريب مع البيت يعني مسافة ما بعيد شوية. المخيرنا تاشر واقف ولا قادر يجينا في البيت ولا زاد قادرين ولا زاد ما نزل من عربية. تاشر مليان مع 15 people عربية. تاشر مليان. احنا استغربنا. طيب لو جنرال رسل ناس يجي يشيلونا من البيت. واي عربية ده معلومة ما جاء ليه بيجي يشيلنا؟ We start doubting يعني قلنا يا جماعة في something not right. لأن العربية ده ما جاء ولا دق لنا باب والناس ما نزل من عربية. So خلاص because we start panicking. قلنا طيب هنعمل شنو؟ Try to get a hold of general. تليفونه ما ماشي through. ده because الساعة 6:30 ما في طريقة. And then قلنا خلاص ما دام وضع زي العربية ده ما جاي يا جماعة احنا ما نقدر نقعد كثير هنا. مو ده لو جاء خليه يجي. بدل ما كنا نموت في ميل واحد the entire family ويكون lost احسن شنو؟ احنا نتوزع. ثم ده معنا ناس على التفكير وكل المجموعة الشباب اللي كانوا شغالين مع فدان عموم we all live together at that time. So قلنا خلاص يا جماعة احنا we will divide. جزء مننا يمشي بالشارع الرئيسي كنا ماشيين للسفارة الأمريكية. جزء مننا يمشي بالطريق الرئيسي الفوق الدبابات والفوق التاشرات ده وجزء يمشي بحلة عشان نقدر نطلع برا من البيت. And then I told my younger brother خلاص انت امشي بحلة احنا وزعنا واحنا نمشي بالشارع الرئيسي. قال لا يا جاي انت لسه جاي جديد وناس ما عارفينك هنا فاحسن انت تمشي بحلة. انا زول ممكن نلقى ناس في ناس تعرفوني you know. So بدل ما تكون في الريسك it's better for you تمشي بحلة مع rest of my جزء من اخواننا اللي معنا في البيت and he sacrificed انه هو يمشي بالشارع الرئيسي. الفوق الضرب زاده. قال احتمال ممكن نلقى زول يعرفنا او احتمال ممكن يخلونا نمشي. انا قلت no man this is not good so I think خلينا ناخذ ريسك. انا it's better for you تمشي مع الشباب جوا خلينا نمشي انا. قال لا بدنا نناقش في النهايه اتفقنا خلاص انه انا هنمشي بالجوهله وهم يمشي بالشارع الرئيسي. بعد شويه يجينا سمينا خبر انه توت لما جاء وزير زمن كان جاي جون جاي زمن ده كانوا طلع من وزاره ماشيين لبيت ده التستموني سميناه من السواق اللي كان سايق ناس توت مرحوم. لما جاء البيت وزير اول وقفوا حققوا معه زمن طويل ناس توت قاعدين بعربيه ورا وزير طوالي different car. لما حققوا مع وزير for some reason خلوا وزير ده ما عمل له حاجه. بعدين وزير مشى قدام. لما جاء زمن ناس توت ده التستموني بتاع السواق صار بطاقات طبعا توت ما في حاجه بتشوف كده ما بتعرف من زول نيران. for some reason البطاقه بتاعه يعرفوا انه هو وراوي وناس يعرفوا انه ده اخوه بتاع دايين مثل. نزلوا من العربيه بدا يدوق فوق دقوا بسلاح الطرف بتاع السلاح ده بتاع السلاح ده دقوا وقام شالوا معهم وقال بقى الشباب دول امشوا خطوه في تاشر ودوه. ده التستموني بتاع السواق. قال ده اخر فرصه اخر مره لما شاف وين مكتوب دقوا قدامه وشالوه بتاشر. نهايته ما سمينا منه حاجه خارج من زمن ده. يا من هناك ولا مش قتلوه. لما جينا خلاص قدرنا we tried اخواني مشوا بجزء مشاريع الرئيسي واحنا مشينا مشاريع بتاع جوا they managed لغايه ما وصلوا السفاره الامريكيه. هناك تضع برضه في طوف قاعدين في السفاره الامريكيه، في امبوش جيش قاعدين برضه هناك في السفاره الامريكيه، لان عارفين في ناس كثير عندهم جوازات اللي هو بتاع امريكا وكندا وديل. فلما وصلوا هناك بقى ما قادرين نخش الان، كمان في جيش برضه جنب السفاره الامريكيه بيفور قبل ما توصل السفاره الامريكيه بشارع الرئيسي مليان بالجيش. So even it was hard for them to even يقدر يخش في السفاره الامريكيه. فمشى ناموا في هوتيل جنب السفاره الامريكيه قعدوا فوق 2 days لغايه ما ربنا ستر وقدروا يمشوا سفاره امريكيه. ده الطريقه الحين قدرنا نسرفايف فوقه. وكمان I think انا ما بقول اساميهم لكن ده برضه ناس مهمين as we speak هم لسه في جوبا. ده ناس من اولاد دينكا، ده ناس الصحيح كان قدروا يساعدونا ضحوا من حياتهم عشان كيف نقدر نطلع برا المين اللي قاعدين فوق ده. لما طلعنا بجوهيلا جا لقينا برضه عربات وقفونا، نشكر ربنا اتضح لقينا زول واحد من الناس المعروفين قدر يساعدونا لغايه ما ودونا السفاره الامريكيه. ده الطريقه هنا للسرفايف. لو كان صحيح ما لقينا ناس معروفين في الزمن ده كنا هنكون الضحايا. وفي حين لما كنا ماشيين بنشوف الجثث في الشوارع، ناس ميتين، ناس قتلوهم، في ناس لسه حيين ضربوهم بالطرق، لكن nobody ما بيقدر بيساعدهم عشان يقدر ينقذ حياتهم. شوف الناس people are bleeding, women, children, you name it. واحنا ماشيين بس منتظرين يومنا بس 200 هيوقفونا 200 هيضربونا لغايه ما لقينا الكاشر قدامنا وقفونا قالنا نطلع برا. طلعنا من العربيه سالونا اسامينا والماسك الضابط اللي كان ماسك كاشر ده واحد من اصدقائنا. ده اول انقذنا، يعني لو كنا ما جينا في ولقينا زول ده كان as we speak كنا خلاص ما كنا قاعدين معكم اصلا. قطعنا بقي ما في كوميونيكيشن مع جنرال، ما هو مو بعرف ذاته احنا حصل لنا شنو. تليفونه بقى ما ماشي ده زمان خلاص، اتصالات بقى ما في، النتورك بتاع جوبا بقى ما شغال، كوميونيكيشن بقى مع التليفونات بقى ذاته ما شغال. So it was hard عشان نروح هنا ذاته احنا عايشين. It was difficult for us انه هو يعرف. حتى العربيه اللي المفروض يجي يشيلنا ما عرفنا اي حاجه عنه as we speak. العربيه ده ما جانا. وعربيه اللي وقف لغايه ما طلعنا من البيت ما سالونا، اتحيرنا ان العربيه ده هم قادرين نوصل لشنو، ولا جو في بيت سالونا، ولا ذات لما طلعنا من البيت ولا جو ورانا ذاته في الشارع. as we speak احنا ما عارفين الكيتشن الجماعه دي كان قادرين نوصل لشنو. قاعد في عربيه لغايه ما طلعنا في البيت، ولا جو في عربيه المشي بحله، ولا مشي بعربيه اللي كان مشي في الشارع الرئيسي. That's how we survive. لغايه ما جاء الحكومه الامريكيه والناس اللي الجوازات الامريكيه قدروا يطلعوهم وجو في هوتيل اللي قاعدين فوقه لغايه ما طلعونا من جوبا ومشينا نيروبي. And that's how we survive في الزمن بتاع جوبا ده. لكن I lost so many people including my uncles, my cousins, especially في جوديلي منغتين 107 ناس كثير ماتوا بطريقه ما تقدر تتخيلوا. حتى الناس اللي قدروا يمشوا يونيمس الجرى ليونيمس في ذاته قبل ما توصل يونيمس تلقى الجيش محاصرين محل تأشيرات ده everywhere. هم عارفين ان النوير الجايين من هلا ده السرفايفر ده حيعملوا لهم جردون في يونيمس. فكره اليونيمس ما جانا براسنا، بعدين عرفنا انه there is no way for us to make it to Unimis. Well, there is no way for us to machine kashilla, then we can put in a high bidana, a machine group. So we choose in a lazim waza, choose him shebehella. If he survives, he'll be a mutta, yomaktama. Thank God, Lagadama, he didn't know God. Hotel, well, owner the hotel, come and get the residena. لأنه أنا مذكر زمان كنا في هوتيل بتسمع ذات national security ماشيين from door to door من الغرف بتاع الهوتيل ده بيكسروا أبواب كم من جنرالات كم من ناس من الجيش شالوه من الهوتيل ده for some reason الرومات اللي 2 روبل قاعدين فوق ده owner ده he work hard إنه يا جماعة روم ديل ما تخش فوق الروم بتاعنا this is a private rooms so هو وقف كراجل حتى وعارف يمكن يقتلوه they threatening قبلوا threatening many times عشان يفتحوا أبواب ديل national security البوليس بيقول لا 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 لازم نشوف يجيبوا في شنو جماعة ده وقف وقال لا جماعة تخش في الغرف ديل الغرف بتاعنا feel free تمشي اللي هي غرفة بيجي بيشيل الناس one by one الناس اللي كانوا في الهوتيلات دي a lot of people كانوا داسين في هوتيل تسمع الصراخ بتاع الرجال يعني they asking for mercy في حاجة ما في جريمة ما عملوه بنسمع صوت ده بيقولوا ناس كفوف بيعمروا سلاح تسمع زول تعالوا سكين don't kill me احنا منتظرين بس زماننا هيكون كده لكن الكتاب قال له يومك لو ربنا ما كتب لك ده يومك you will make it through a lot of them الناس اللي ماتوا ده قتلهم ده ما يومهم لكن ما كانوا محظوظين يطلعوا كيف ما كانوا محظوظين يجروا وين a lot of people they died حتى في بيوتهم مع عيالهم كثير منهم قتلهم نساوين عملوا لهم ريب imagine يجي مرة يقول لك يجي ولد يقول لك نوم مع أمك عشان خوف عشان احتمال ممكن لازم يفتكر قال بعدين بعد لو نام مع أمه ممكن هيعيش لكن في النهاية بيجي بيقتل الزول ده بيقتل أم الجنة ده أم الولد ده حاميني كمان النساوين اللي بقول لك اقتل جناك وطلع الكبد بتاعه واكل فلاش بتاع الزول حاميني حاجات ده حصل في 2013 هو مش سكين يقتل جناه ويقول لك اكل من لحم جناك وفي النهايه دي والناس survive بعد ما قتل جنة ده بيجي يقتلوا في النهايه الام ده شوف حاجات زي ده حاجات وي ويتنس شفناها بعيوننا ولما نيجي بعد زمن المحكمه we are ready to testify I myself am ready to go to court حاجات شفت بعيني ده نقوله حاجات شفت بعيني عشان كده survivors الناس اللي كانوا في 2013 I urge you all الموقف اللي حصل لك في الزمن ده write it down ولو عندك فرصة اكتب كتاب عشان الآخرين الناس اللي ما هدروا يقدر يعرفوا الحاصل شنو بالتفاصيل على يده فرصة قاعد في الخارج do so اعمل حاجة خليك صوت للناس المساكين شكرا يا اخواني واخواتي we may forgive but we will never forget الحاصل في 2013 ده هيكون في الهيستوري بتاعنا ولغايه ما يكون في جاستس حتى لو الجاستس جه حتى لو ناس كلها حكموه اليوم ده ما هيتنسي ولا احنا اللي عايشين ده will continue with the legacy we will speak on their behalf حتى لو هم مظلومين it's our obligations to speak on their behalf شكرا عندي الاخوان اللي ما تكلموا thank you all the generals اللي معانا فوق هنا even الناس اللي our listeners اللي قاعدين تحت والناس اللي في فيسبوك وفي يوتيوب thank you all history ده هيكون مكتوب وكمان هنعلم ويانا بالحاجة اللي حصلت في 2013. Not only for Nuers، في أخوانا من الدنكا ماتوا عندهم ماركس قتلهم بدون سبب. في الكتورن برضه sacrifice their life. شالوا ناس هنا يحاولوا يدسوا في بيوتهم، في النهاية they become victims. الكتورن ماتوا، جنوبيين كثير ماتوا، يا بنايل ناس كثير ماتوا برضه ما حننسوا. May their soul rest in peace. So we're not only focusing on Nuers only. We're focusing also on Shulu. Shulu people برضه ماتوا. May their soul rest in peace. أي زول مات في 2013 you will never be forgotten. هيجي يوم لما نكون عندنا الدولة أي زول اللي مات في 2013 أساميهم هتكون مذكورة. هنعمل ميموريال، مبنى كبير للناس اللي ماتوا كل في 2013 في كل across 10 states South Sudan. إن أساميهم يكونوا موجودين عشان يتذكر التاريخ بتاعنا. Struggle continue. نتمنى soon إن يكون في justice الناس اللي ماتوا كلهم، الناس اللي ماتوا in vain. And I believe and I trust that ربنا هيتدخل very soon. شكرا. ادي فرصة لأخواننا ما يتكلم. نرجع لك المايك أخوتنا كاسي. شكرا.
شكرا Gailam, and my heart goes to you. And again, my condolences to loss of Tut. And you know, Tut, all of us in this room, most of us know Tut and other people. And in 2018, I have 2 days I could not sleep that day, and because my children were there. And I asked my son, and I asked him, do you have any plan to escape or to hide? And my son was very young then. He said, Mom, I don't have plan, but I'm old enough to, to find my way until, we can rescue anything. So they went up in the mountain of Jabal Kujur, all the boys in the house stay there, and they looking down. People have been shot in the houses that they know, and seeing people that they were seeing always every day. They're playing that game South Sudanese play, and they saw them, and he saw one of the people that he always enjoyed to see when he playing that game that he went and learned in South Sudan. So this war is not just, it touched all of us individually as a Nuer community or other people too from other communities. So it touched us in a profound way and in a special way. Is South Sudan, but every one of each of us, as in this room, have a special, stories, and they are victim survivor of the war of 2013. I saw in the room, I saw these people, why are you crying for 2018? And they stood 1995, 1985, 1991. Yes, the minute you put your bias in the story of people, you're not ordering, what is going on. So you can write down about what happened in 1991, 1995. You can talk about it. We're not stopping anyone to talk about all the incident happened. We acknowledge that, and the speakers who speak before acknowledge what happened in 1991 and how it's happening. But it doesn't mean that if you wanted to put your bias and your story in it, then you are the problem. So thank you, Gaj. I still acknowledge that, and my heart is there. I was not in Juba, but my children were in Juba. And they survived it, and they were threatened. They were stopped by the national security, and one of the people that served them is someone from national security. He came with all his troops and saved the car that holding 70 people of the family that we rescued there. So it's a real story, and it's happened, and each one of in this room know what's happening in their family back home there. So I will welcome General David Biel to give us his side of the story too, and what he saw in 2013, And welcome to David Mayuak in the room. We'll give you a chance later on and take the mic. Please, I yield the mic to David to give us his story as a victim of 2013-15 December.
اوكي انا بشكرك وبشكر كل الحضور بدون ما نفرز الاسماء. انا شخصيا انا بس عن نفسي يعني شنو الربن؟ because some of us they don't know انه ده ناس عملوا ربن. الناس اللي عملوا ربن كثير او عمل ربن Nuer. But sometimes now as they are talking that in Nuer they want to make revenge against Denka. This is not good and it's not true. If you go back to the history between Denka and Nuer, نرجع لورا. الفقير عنده فهم إن النوير ديل المناطق اللي حجروا فوق النوير مناطق دنكا في جنوب السودان. يوم داك النوير قاعدين في بنتيو قطعوا بار مشوا فانجاك قطعوا بار مشوا لاتجاه ناصر للجور شالهم لما دخلوا إثيوبيا ورجعوا لأقوبة مناطق أنيوك وجاء سكنوا في مناطق لودو كله. قال المناطق ديل بأسماء مناطقهم. إذا هو جاء في السلطة وشايل سلاح وذخيرة لابد يرجع مناطق الدنكا ده لدنكا. واحد من الأسباب بتاع الصراع عشان كده لو شفتوا في الخطة بتاعه في 32 ولاية التقسيم الحصل لجنوب السودان ل 32 ولاية كان الهدف الاستراتيجي وراه إنه عايز يرجع كل المناطق اللي كان لأبناء دنكا يرجعوا لدنكا. نوير يرجعوا يشيلوا المالات يرجعوا للمالات اللي هم جابينه. ده أول خطوة الناس ما كانوا عارفين. ده عشان كده فكر في إنه لازم يقتلوا نوير. This is number one. Number two. 91 إعلان 91 ده هو ما قاعد يشوفوا ده خلاف سياسي between separatists and unionists. ما قاعد يشوفوا ده. قاعد يشوف إنه في حركة بتاع دنكا بقيادة بتاع الدكتور قرن وقيادة بتاعته إنه يطلعوا كأكثر ناس بيحاربوا جلابة. When we get out and with others, they think that خلاص movement is going to die. And then we prove it right, when النوير طلعوا حصل مشاكل بين أسفلم ناصر وأسفلم توريد. ناس توريد بقى كان في حدود شريط بتاع حدود يوغندا و some areas في كينيا because they failed to fight جلابة. وانتوا عارفين جلابة لما حصل إلى 91 جلابة مسك كل المناطق في جنوب السودان. حتى مناطق اللي كان حرر أسفل لما كان واحد حرر مناطق كل. It has become a bitterness to them and we fail their revolutions. That's why they start killing our brothers and sisters. اللي كانوا في مناطق بتاع بارغزال مناطق بتاع استوائية. We fail to talk about this. In finance, we ran a Catalan, they target them. And they were killed. So it has become a revenge. نحن فشلنا الثورة حقه. وبقى ضعفاء حتى ضعفهم المجتمع الإقليمي والمجتمع الدولي أثبت إن الناس دي ما حيقدر يواجهوا جلابة الوقت. الفكرة الثانية إنه نحن طولنا الحرب في جنوب السودان. لما طلعنا الحرب استمرت لأكثر من سنين. ابن جلابة ذاته failed to negotiate with them in any table. لأن they are weak military and politically. These two issues, the revenge مشروعية كتب 29 laws against Nuer.
And then المجتمع الدولي يعرف إن جنوب السودان مشكلته ما بتحل معلم جنوبيين لوحده. They convert مشاعر في خرطوم في peace agreement to get out from the agreement بتاع خرطوم to join Salva-Kiir again. You understand this? قرن لما نمشي كابر مشاعر نصبور عمل احتجاج إنه جاي بزول اللي تاني وقتلنا في 91. انت عارفين جونغران قال شنو؟ قال يا دينغابور انتوا كنتوا ما عارفين الحاصل في الحركه الشعبيه. قال له انا ده الحركه الشعبيه مات وش بيموت وانا كنت دار داير امشي. But because this man come back to me هسه الحركه الشعبيه هيبدا شغل جديد and then we will peace the objective of the revolution. That's why even also during that time, Salva-Kiir he went to fight with John Garang. And even he connected himself with Solid Metin في خرطوم. With Jalab. Jalab كان بديه قروش وديه أي حاجة. Because he declared himself is against John Garang. But because of sincerely بتاع Riek Machar, he convinced Garang and he convinced Salva-Kiir to join him together. That's our problem today. لأننا لو خليناهم ما في زول بيقدر يلومنا في جنوب السودان. لكن لما تجي تهل قضايا الناس عشان تهل قضية Salva-Kiir وجون جرام تكونفين them إنه يقعدوا سوا والمومنت يمشي سوا become the main our problem today. لأننا لما نفكر إن الجنوب ده حقنا كلنا ولا بد إننا نصلح some of us, especially those of Kiir and his tribe, they never accept this. Really, what is the problem? مشكلة شنو؟ الزول اللي كان اشتغل ليل ونهار إنه الدين كديل ما يشاكلوا والجنوب يمشي بمرحلة صح يا ريت مشاكل. خلى مشكلة بين بارغزال وبور. But today, they are now used as a humiliation اللي عملين لريك مشاكل ده somebody cannot accept it. إذا فعلا كمجتمع بتاع النوير قاعدين نسمع وقاعدين نشوف اللي بيحصل للقيادات بتاعنا somebody cannot accept it. But some of us here, they don't want even also to listen. أرجع ل 2013 كير جنت جيش برا من جيش الشعبي وجاب أولاد منطقته سماهم بمتيان عنيور ودود كوبين للناس اللي قتلوا الناس في جوف. الناس دي انتوا شفتوا أولاد مناطق أولاد قبائل تاني فوقه. إذا ما فوق من أولاد مناطق التانية في جنوب السودان إذن ديل دينكا ما حكم جنوب أو قتل الناس. And some of you that are using this name إنه حكومة جنوب قتل الناس. It's not حكومة جنوب أو قتل الناس. لو كان ده حكومة جنوب كان الجيش الشعبي ده وكل لأن القبائل كله بيكونوا كله بعدين. But they don't want to tell Salva-Kiir that you are the one who killing us, and they don't want to appoint Denka to our Cataluna. Why we are failing to do this? حق ده لازم يقولوا. قبائل جنوب السودان ده كله عارفين إنه نوير قتلوا. مش قبائل جنوب السودان في شهود في مجتمع الدولة في ناس قتلوا كتب. وشهود على إنه دين نوير قتلهم وقتلهم دينك. لكن أنا بنقول لا نحن جنوبيين. نحن جنوبيين take this politically. تدخل في إطار سياسي تلتعب لنا كارثة الليلة والكارثة ده ما بنتي إذا هذا الوضع بنانا فوق في حاجات المفروض نخطوها في محلاتهم حتى يزول يعرف موقفنا إنه نحن كمجتمع بتاع النوير موقفنا كده في المجتمع وموقفنا كده كسياسيين لازم يكون مواقف ده تتبين. ليه نحن ذاتهم قتلونا؟ انتوا شفتوا الحاجات انا ما اقدر اتكلم عنه، انا كنت شاهد شاهد بعيد 2013 ما بقدر اتكلمه لان الجرائم اللي ارتكبت ضد ابناء النوير في جوبا في العالم ده ما حصل. حتى لو رجعت للحروب الاسلاميه اللي كان يعني بين الشيعة والسنه في العراق ما كان حصل. يعني حتى الجرائم اللي كان ارتكبت ضد اليهود في المانيا ما كان حصل. بين الزنود في South Africa and the white man it never happened. المشاكل اللي بتحصل بين خواجات وخنود الحمر في امريكا جرائمنا ما حصل. بيننا وجلابه ما حصل. Today they want to sell us a $100 I don't think كلام اللي قاعدين تقولوا ده صح. There's indicators that we will revenge one day. شغلهم عنف ده كله اشتكوا له في المجتمع الدولي وصاروا سمعنا انه نحن يعني ما بنفهم. عشان قالوا نحن ما بنفهم مش جابوا لنا الدول تاني ده involved. إذا كان نحن دينك ونوير ناس أخوان ناس أصدقاء شاكلوا سوا قرروا بلد سوا، أنت ليه جايب أجانب من برا عشان يجي يقتلوا أهلك يجي يقتلوا أخوانك؟ رأيك شنو هسه لو قلنا نحن سامانا دينك هل يغني لهم نبنا نسامهم؟ Those who involved في war there because they were free money to come and kill us. نحن داروا ما لنا حدود معهم. What about Darfurians? What about جبال النوبة ننقسنا? Those who involved in war. ما لنا مشكلة معهم، ما لنا حدود معهم يقتلونا ليه؟ If we forgive each other في South Sudan, do you think we forgive this? Those come from outside kill us? وتعاملنا في دولة جنوب السودان هسه هيكون شكله كيف؟ لما انت تمشي تحارب وتقعد في جنوب السودان كمواطن وزول تاني يجيب لك اجانب عشان يقتلوك. What do you think about this? الناس يشتكون في اي محل. اننا الناس ما كويسين. هسه لما تتكلم هنا اخواننا let us come to peace. They don't want that peace to be implemented. شنو يعني انت تتكلم عن there will be no revenge. هم ما دايرين حرب وما دايرين سلام. What do you think about this? يا دولة ممكن تدار كده. أنا من ضمن الناس قاعد نشوف الكلمات اللي أنتوا قاعدين تقولوا ده مختلف معهم شديد على مستوى نراو. الحاجات اللي حصل لنا يكون في جنوب السودان ما في زول بيقدر يتحملها في الظروف اللي أنا فوق ده. An agreement in 2018, we were pushed to sign this agreement. Namarok Bahagan. لأن المجتمع الإقليمي والمجتمع الدولي قال أخواننا ما ممكن جنوبين يقتلوا كلامه يقتلوا نفسهم. You go for peace. And then we decided, let us give this peace chance. Become a problem now. If this peace was rejected, in that peace, chapter 5, the agreement is talking about justice and transitional justice and hybrid court. They don't want transitional justice to take place. Hybrid court, a new document to form this hybrid court. He don't want to take it. He don't want to afford to form it. Do you think this is not? They are not rejecting this peace? How can we reconcile with somebody when also you don't want to come and tell us that I'm sorry? إذا كان هنا فعلا في جنوب السودان ده الزول اللي قتل الناس ما داير يعترف إنه هو عمل غلط. How can we forgive him? حتى لو رجعت في كتب المقدس كتب السماوية يقول لك سامع وناس نسامع الناس we can forgive them. But if they don't want to come and if they fail to convince themselves إن أخواننا نحن اللي عملنا ده غلط خلينا نمشي نعترف للناس دي. Do you think this revenge will not be there? شنو بوقف الربيع؟ الفكير خليه يمشي في الميدان ده، خليه يقول اخواني النوير العصر في 2013 I'm sorry for it. And to stop this revenge not to take place. الناس شاكلوا بريطانيا، النوير ديل شاكلوا بريطانيا 30 سنة.
Candidate pre-selection to all West Australian seats for the first time.
كلنا عارفين إن بريطانيا دولة ده شاكلة 30 سنة. وقوة بتاع بريطانيا حصل شنو بعد 30 سنة ياو ناس اتفقت معه. Do you think they don't care لو ما داير يعترف إنه هو عمل غلط؟ ربنا will stop. هسه he reject peace not to take place. Even we and I قاعدين نقول أخوانا what is going on between Ngok and Twitch that's solid. هسه نحن قاعدين نتكلم رسالة أزلة وذخيرة عشان الناس دي يقتلوا بعضهم. It's not good for peace even in his community. Leave do you think the vessel بين Twitch وNgok will be no revenge if there is no peace among themselves? خلي تكون هنا المستوى هنا عارفينه. هسه قاعد يعمل تصليح لقبائل بعينهم وخشوا بيوت بعينهم. Let the South Sudanese kill themselves. باسم بتاعه يعني. Do you think this man will be forgiven? الربين ده it will happen. ما في حاجة بوقفه. يعني ما داير يعترف إنه هو غلطان. ما داير to implement peace. ما داير يعمل عدالة عشان يجوا يرتكب جريمة يودوا محكمة. ده الحاجات اللي بتخلي الربين not to take place. حتى على ما تتكلم عن national media. Yes.
My phone is dying, and I want to apologize that maybe it will sign off anytime now. I'm away from my charger.
Okay.
And I just want to give you a message, and all the listeners. To you, my message is you are one of the influential people in the SPLMIO. Please, I want you, and I am appealing to you, to work for reconciliation and healing in South Sudan. I know Victoria and the leadership of SPLMIO are being humiliated and are literally being kept as prisoners of the situation in Juba. They cannot move, they cannot speak, they cannot appear in public rallies or anything. Yet, they have chosen to go for that peace and to implement it despite all the difficulties. That agreement was imposed, you are right. And it was imposed mainly by Bashir and President Museveni. Bashir is the main person who imposed that agreement, and he was overthrown, thank God. Yet those who came after him also inherited that program and tried to benefit from that situation, and they are in their own problems now. We need to find a way out of this crisis, my brother. Really, I want you to think about the message I'm giving you in public. I don't want to be like putting you on the spot, but I'm appealing to you. Think, and I'm ready to talk to you one-to-one. The only way forward is not to repeat what happened in 2013. It is not revenge after revenge and then another revenge and going on through that. No. It is something else. And you have the capacity to do.
Moderators,
let
me take this opportunity to you. Thank you very much. Okay. But even also, I have a problem, Jared. David. Just wait for a while, my friend.
No, give me this.
Let me congratulate you, but also Gerald again about what is happening. Gerald, again, I'm aware that you are much concerned about the peace of South Sudan, because all of us, our citizens, are still suffering and are dying almost. But the problem, are you going to make reconciliation with who? The problem in South Sudan, Salva Kiir was given documents by 7 countries to establish a commission of reconciliation and national healing, but he failed to do this.
David, I want you to be online. Just 1 second now. Can you forgive me, please? Moderators, I want to apologize. Here, each and everyone is invited, and the main reason is to commemorate the year number 10 of the genocide happened in Juba. Now, each and every one of you has been invited on his own right, not on the advantage of somebody else. So, which means everyone has spoken, and everyone will be able to speak, but you have lines like railway. Anything is directed to the purpose, to the event, and to the reason why each and everyone is here. So now I thank all of you for have given me this 1 second movement or 1 second. I want David to remain going to finish his speech. Thank you, General Pagan.
I'm sorry that you have interrupted David, but I just want to tell everybody to remain calm, to remain on his point and his time. And we thank you for allowing us to invite you, and you are here. We thank efforts and everything you are doing. So the same way I'm telling everybody to come after, the same way that there is no response between each or between two people or between groups. Thank you, Gabor. Thank you, Madam Kathy. Thank you, Tai Tai, and all of you, even Kwar Nasser, and also the main person here I want to give thank you to is Danny. God bless you, David. You are under the moderatorship. If you are still have time, then you go on. God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to conclude my message. إنه نحن في جنوب السودان لو ما قاعدين نفكر بفكر بتاع وطنية، فكرة وطن، we are not going anywhere. أنا لما قاعد نتكلم عن نعبر عن رغبة بتاع ملايين قاعدين يموت، قاعدين يدفن يوم. الناس اللي قاعدين نتكلم عنه قاعدين يقتلوا ده أنا دفنت أكثر من كم نفر. All these wars in 2013, 16 until this time, we are still burning. قاعدين ندفن الناس. آخر حاجة أو في الأركن لما النزول ينشق مننا من ضمن اي جي بيشيل الزول يحتفل معه ويلبسوه قميص احمر بكره يقول له امشي اقتل اهلك. They come to areas with an IO and start killing us. ده لما تتكلم عن حاجة اسمها reconciliation بلقى محل وين هنا. لو أنا دايرين نحل قضايا جنوب السودان عشان جنوب يستقر تبقى الدولة والسلفكير ده داير يكون رئيس.
General David. I think Chairman Galino, his time is going to be off his phone. I thought maybe we should give him a time to finish and then we'll continue with the game. I think I'll telephone him.
أنا هقول لي conclude. أنا شخصيا فقدت عمل. The lesson we learn now as South Sudanese, نحن فرتنا الدولة بتاعنا. وأثر بتاع مقتل النوير ده يا فرتق الدولة وكل الناس بقى نازين ولاجين الآن في الدول. نحن لو ما قادرين نرجع البلد في محله إذا سلفكير هيقعد في جوبا will continue ruling us with group بتاعه والبقية دي بتبقى لاجين ونازين وقدامين بتاع أي دولة تانية مواطنين. ده كلام ده كلام نستفيد منه إنه الحرب في جنوب السودان حاجة ما كويس. لو هم عارفين ده إنه الحرب في جنوب السودان ما بيكون كويس they're supposed to establish حاجة اسمه commission بتاعت reconciliation and national healing. وكلنا بعدك ناس يسامحوا بعض. لو institution is already there national institution لو بقى هناك إننا نعمل reconciliation إيجو اللي يعترف بغلط بتاعه will be better than in someone is calling himself as a president of this nation and he don't want the communities to reconcile among themselves. Land without this reconciliation, we fail to reconcile ourselves. Two, it happened, agreement between two, and that's why like they reconcile themselves. But what happened? Lemon job just so mudun kulu salat. But سلطة في جوبا عشان تعتكر السلطة وتعتكر كل الموارد. الكلام ده قاعد تشكل عقبة في إنه reconciliation will not take place peacefully. Is a reconciliation that will not be there. I don't think South Sudan will be united. أنا بقيف هنا نقول لنوير لو نحن قلنا دايرين نسامح أو دايرين نضع العدالة في محله. أخانا النوير ده most of them are not politicians. ليه نحن بطريقتنا ما نمشي لحي 16 كاونتيز بتاع النوير يمشي لحي يفتحوا بلاغات يفتحوا بالناس اللي قتلوهم في مناطقهم يقول نحن دايرين تعويض نحن دايرين نشتكي الناس اللي قتلوا دي يجيبوا محكمة without politician and without government of South Sudan. Why not we fail to do this? إذا نحن ما دايرين العدالة تأخذ مجراه. نحن كلام قاعدين نقوله هنا بنتهي في club house tomorrow and نحن كلامنا مبارك في club house will not help us. حتى الناس اللي قاعدين يقتلون في فلسطين هسه جزء من الناس دايرين لحي في السودان ده جزء of them part of them that are now in لحي. Why we don't want to go to لحي؟ نمشي نقول الناس لحي في جرائم ارتكبت في كتب وفي مسندات. أزول اللي عندنا نعمل reconciliation معه هسه is paying a lot of money to US. We have أولاد النوير اللي قتلوا 42 أمريكان جنسية من أولاد النوير قتلوا في جوبا. American keep silent until this time. We never talk about this. Do you think we'll talk about us? We are not American there. 42 نفر بالجنسية الأمريكية وأمريكا it never talk about this. أمريكا ده شالوا واحد اسمه كشوجي قتلوا في تركيا by the king of Saudi Arabia. أمريكا failed to talk about it. نتكلم في نفسنا إنه نحن منتظرين الله. أخوانا let us convince ourselves. لما نكون منتظرين الله إذا نزول الله يقعد يقتل النور. خلينا هنا نفكر في عقل واسع إنه الحل تكمن هنا نطالب قضيتنا. اليهود لما جرمن قتلهم ليه حسب يدفعوا لهم قروش بيعوضوا ناس 6 مليون اللي قتلوا بيعوضوا ماس. لأننا ما دايرين يعوضونا. لا ربنا جاين أننا زادوا ما دايرين تربنا جاين ده. شكرا.
ممكن أقول كلمة دقيقة مندوم. يا شكرا ديفيد ديال. كل الكلمات القانونية إحنا كمجتمع بتاع نوير ما ناسين، لكن لما نقول إنه نسامح وما ننسى، ولما نقول إنه justice must take place، ما بتعني إنه إحنا بنخش جوا كده نقول للسلفا كير إحنا غفرنا لك بدون محكمة. المحكمة ده بعد ما مجرمي الحرب يتحاكم بيكون في مساءلة عامة. كلام واضح إنه الحصل حصل أبناء دينكا، لكن اللي أنا بيعرفه ده مجموعة معينة من أبناء دينكا. أوكي؟ مش عشان التصهيب لأنه الكلام ده ما راكب، لكن تم استخدام بتاع الكوميونيتي ويمشي وري يوم ما في زمن بتاعته one by one ما ناسينه وما قلنا إنه ما ياخد بليس، لكن اليوم بنتكلم في إنه بنتذكر الذكرى العاشر للناس بتاعنا القتلهم بلا سبب including الجنوبيين التانيين. أما في زمن القضية كل الكلمات دي هتطلع. زمن القضية اللي أنت تكلمت ده كله هيكون حق بتاعتك وهيكون حق بتاعي هيكون حق بتاع زول تاني. واللي كان ذاته اللي عنده مشكلة هيمشي يتكلم في الزمن ده. كل الأمور هتتعينها، لكن ليه يوم الليلة لسه جالس معك الزمن بتاعه؟ let us breathe. هنا بنحاول نفتح إنه حاجة ده العاصل ده العالم تسمع، ويوم ما هيكون ذكرى، ويوم ما العالم هيعرف أولادنا يعرف إنه حصل في يوم 15/12/2013 مجزرة بشعة في مدينة جوبا عاصمة جنوب السودان. ده اللي هنا بنرمي عليه وهنا بنعمل له ريكوردينج له ده ريفرنسز. ما ده ما يا مشكلة حاليا هيجي زمن ده كله هيتعود على دائرة الملي ده المقصود. أنا بقيت هنا لأنه الغرفة مليانة. مدام كاتي أنا برجع لكم المايك. شكرا.
شكرا. General David and General Raban left. Yes, we're waiting to David to finish, and then General Raban will have his last remark, but his phone is off. Yes, so we have some survivors here, are not here up. I don't know where they are. But before the second survivor come, we will give Dengit Ayuak a bit of his word, and then if there is someone that is survivor and is in the program, you can come up, and then we'll give some people that are here now. Gerlok is here. Before Gerlok come, we will try to mix. Deng Ayuak will come. Deng Ayuak will come and give us some. But before that, let me just refresh the room, and then we will give him, his remark. So let me refresh the room with this song. I don't. Doug, brother Doug, you have that? Oh, I can play the song until you're ready.
Ray South Sudan, hey, Simon C, Machem, hey, Wang Dun Kon. Yeah, let's go. Women Keliu, Syria, Libya, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Yi Kaninku. Charuka potka liep dunga du lia taping dog yal we man kena baji chena ken kwag bitu kuda tunye bole maije tene jina kaka chila ngwene kagwa tene jina kaka kam du yelu leng duke kamu shale no laro dia pondu chitundi lwaja ba munyu po take a rat keji ranke gan me take a call get time allow dene rode jwedu wajin kwar long ne dong wang bu ko nok wang dun kon tela miling yena jang tela miling yena wala let kebe tini yena dim selle jang Ray South Sudan, hey, Simon C, Machem, hey, Wang Dun Kon. Yeah, let's go. Women Keliu, Syria, Libya, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Yi Kaninku. Shall we get Dundu Chara Choda Liu Shene Kelityang, Ne Roka Care Baka Joglip Katel, Yana Churikan Loy Nas Chobaro, a can connect you with Yan Jang Sele Shamakan, Yana Chapu Man Shamal. William Care Man Nas Konas, Tangarama Ramacham, Baka Chuwit, Yang Baka Chuwit, Yang Chamamaga Legend Word, Selamikan Kor Baka Kor Pachiring Machar, Nurukam, Bakon Kana Komka Chukum K.
Yeah, I thought, sorry, Kathy. I thought General Pagano was supposed to finish his statement because he gave us a warning early in his phone about to die. I don't know. Is he around or he left?
No,
I'm not.
Okay.
He said that his phone will be off. He doesn't have it.
He just gave us a disclaimer that if it does go off, that you know what happened. Madam Kathy, let me also add this. This was supposed to be a 4-hour event, but because of the difficulties with the connectivity earlier, we started late. We also had a few hiccups. So therefore, I think it's best that we right now give a few people maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and then we can move on to our closing remarks and maybe actually go ahead and close our program because this program was only allowed for good 4 hours, but we went way past that. For that reason, Madam Kathy, those individuals that are coming next, we'll give them 2-3 minutes, and then we'll move on to our closing remarks, and then we'll proceed to winding down the room and shutting it down.
Thank you.
So the ball and Madam Kathy, I think we have one of the leaders who was supposed to speak also. He just joined us. I don't know if he left. Dertudur was supposed to speak with those of Pagan and David Biel. So if he does come up, so I would suggest that we give him some time.
Yes.
I mean, they have an issue. They have network problems.
Yes,
but now the network is back.
Is he here or not yet?
He was here, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. So let's just look for it. I just finished. He said he was coming.
If he's here now, we give him the priority. The minute you see him, we'll give him at least 5 minutes because right now we're basically running thin. I mean, we're pushing 6 hours. We're going 2 hours beyond what the program allowed us for. I think we're going too much beyond. So therefore, if you do see him, let us know quickly, and then we'll give him priority, and then he can come up here and be able to actually speak. And then thank you, Brother Junko. And then, Madam Kathy, please proceed.
Yeah. Let's give each one 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, because we don't have time. We can give Dengit 5 minutes, and then Golok will come, and then we have Gabriel here, and then yes. So what if we see Honorable Dur, we can let him give him the priority. Dengit, you welcome. We'll give you 5 minutes because we're running out of time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sister Kathy. What I'm going to say is short. I would not even go to complete 5 minutes. I greet all of you in the room, dear brothers and sisters. It is a great pleasure to be in the Nuer house today and to commemorate with you together the remembrance of our beloved people who were killed 10 years ago on a day like this day. So I greet all of you. We can say in Tognath, Malagat Nuare, Maliandial. أنا جاي أقول كلمتين. أنا جاي أقول كلمتين. I want to say 2 words only. Number 1 is that I'm here to show my solidarity with all of you who are here to cry and to mourn our fellow citizens from the Nuer nationality that were murdered in Juba a decade ago. And at the same time, I would like to express my sincere condolences to all of you, and particularly to those who have lost their loved ones and their family, immediate family members on the 15, 16, 17 of December in Juba. I was in Juba when the war broke out on the 15th. And I could not go out from the house for 4 days because we were terrified. We could not know where to go. So we stayed in the house for 4 days, and later on we were able to move. But our movement was very limited. I am somebody who have been with the Nuer community for a very long time, since I was a child in Itang, and all the way from Itang back to Sudan, and again when I was in Khartoum. I had a lot of friends from the Nuer community. And there are 2 families from Nasser community that I actually feel that I am part of them and I belong to them. The family of Matthew Ben Pinchwal Joak and the family of late politicians, Red Shwal Joak. Nasser is here, he spoke earlier. Brother Ian Matthew, who is not here, and the rest of the family members. These are people we live together for a very long time, and we have brotherly and cordial relations between us. It was so tragic to learn that Tut Matthew was among the victims of the 16th of the 15th of December. So I'm here to show my solidarity to all of you as my fellow citizens, and at the same time to say that I am personally very sorry for what happened in Juba, and that I do understand your sentiments and your feelings, because to lose your loved one and to lose members of your community in large numbers is not something easy. This is number 1. Number 2, I would like to add my voice to all your voices that justice, that accountability and justice must be fulfilled for the victims that were killed in the events. Those who kill people are known by names. And I believe that you are well informed about them. They acted as government officials. They misused their state power to kill the people. But what saddened me very much is that the individual or the people who did these things are the same people whom I share with them the community, the young community. That is the sad part of the story. And for this matter, I'm here to share my sadness with you and to say that these people must be brought to book. No matter how long it may take, they must be brought to book. But because they are now in power and they are still powerful, it is not possible. That is why It has taken a decade. And those of you who are lawyers knows very well that justice delayed is justice denied. But this justice for the victim of 15 December delayed because the criminals are powerful and they are still in power. Therefore, no one has power to prosecute them or to bring them to court of law. But power does not last longer. One day, they will be out of power and they will be pursued and they will be answerable for their crimes in the court of law against the innocent people that they have killed. These are the two words I came here to share with you, and I thank you very much for giving me the chance. Back to you, Kat.
Thank you, Dengdi. Thank you for your speech. That's really wonderful. I don't see Honorable Durtut here. Can you bring him up where he is? Can you come up, Honorable Dur? Gabon, can you help me to bring him because we want to give him priority? He's one of the main speakers.
Supposedly, yeah, he's supposed to be on his way in. I'm not sure if he's in yet.
Someone wrote he's here already. I don't see him. Can you? And welcome, Young is one of the survivors, so he's welcome to the stage too.
Okay, well, proceed in the meantime. Look for him.
Where is Gatut? I cannot see you. Okay.
Should I go this way?
Yeah. Good luck. You can go because he cannot.
Okay. Anyway, thank you so much. Ana bugu shukran kullakum. I'm one of the survivors, and let me say it clear. And بتكلم بعربي وشوية mix شوية كده بالإنجليزي. So ده اللي اسم بتاعي عندي please make look. أنا من أول النور. أنا كنت في جوبا. Crisis بتاع 2013. Very important to note, I'm not a politician. So anything that I'm going to say later on is not politically motivated or anything. It's something I see and something I experience. And to cut this story short, today is the day of memories. There's a lot of things that I let go for a very long time, but most of them has come back now for a very long time. Sometimes someone will ask me that, look, should you narrate something? I say, well, I cannot. But now I don't know what happened. All what happened just coming back, and I think it will have effect later on that I may talk. So mungkin I confirmation fil kalam haki fokum. My condolence, I was sincere. Tazi bitaile bin kullu ule nerve sifa khasa. الناس الماتوا في جنوب السودان في مشاوة 2013 ولا ناس اللي لسه بيموت وده فقد كبير بالنسبة لنا الجنوبيين كلنا. It is good in world مرات we remember it's not because they're in نعمل revenge لا بس عشان لو حاجة كاب حصل لازم ناس يتكلم فوق لحد ما يلقى justice. So ده الحاجة اللي ممكن قاعدين نعمل حاجة قاعدين نعمل اليوم. So بنشكر الجنوبيين كلنا ترجع هنا المشاركة بتاعكم في هذا اليوم. So أنا بتكلم بريف بالحاجات اللي كان حصل 2013 أنا بتكلم من my personal narrative يعني ما بتكلم بفيو بتاع زول تاني وشاف شنو وقال شنو. أنا بتكلم لكم من my personal narrative يعني. طبعا أنا في جوبا ده قاعد فيه من 2012 بعد ما شاكل بتاعت الإجليج. أنا طلعت من خرطوم يا وجيت في جوبا. وقبل زمن ده أنا كنا في خرطوم وإثيوبيا يعني ما جيت في جوبا قبل كده. لكن 2012 وأنا جيت في جوبا مشاكل الإجليج مشاكل كان بقى صعب وحياة كان صعب كتير في خرطوم وأنا جيت في جوبا. 2013 أنا امتحنت شهادة سودانية شهر 3 ومنتظر نخش جامعة. وبعد شوية political thing بكين لما النظرية طلعوه كده سافر بنتي وجراجة شهر 9 سافرت شهر 7 شهر 9 أنا جراجة لجوبا. يعني الحاجات اللي كان بتحصل ده نظرة اللي بتاع ناس باغان نظرية كان عملوا في ساوث سودان ريسورت هوتيل ده كله أيوة ده يعني أنا قدرت الحاجات دي كله. لكن ده يصير طويل أنا ما بقدر برجع فوق وكلنا ممكن الناس اللي كانوا قاعدين في جوبا عارفين الحاجات دي ده. يوم 15 شهر 12 ده كان يوم الأحد. أنا قمت الصباح. طبعا أنا كان ساكن في دونغبين قريب في هوتيل كان عاملينه حسب بتاع بنشونيس بقولوا له سكاي فيو قريب لليونيميس. لو في ناس عارفين جوبا كويس يعني قريب لليونيميس في هوتيل بقولوا سكاي فيو كان بنيان قريب لليونيميس للشارع بتاع بيرفام. بورا كده ده المحل نساقنين فوق يعني نساقنين قريب لبيو سي لليونيميس يعني headquarters بتاع يونيميس قريب بتاع المطار ده محل أنا قاعد فوق قريب لسكاي فيو ده هوتيل ده. شارع بيرفام ده أو شارع إن الله وبنجي طالعين ماشيين سومليشيا ماشيين وين بنطلع بالشارع ده وماشيين لجوبا. يوم الأحد صباح أنا قمت من البيت. أنا معي صلوات في كنيسة بتاع جبل. مشيت في صلوات بسبتيرين تشويش في جبل هناك في بعد الصلوات الساعة 2 أنا اتحركت مشيت كور ويليام في جبل. لو في زراعة كور ويليام طبعا قريب لغيادة بتاعت الجبل ده اللي هو اللي كان مشاكل حصل فوق ده. أنا مشيت هناك طبعا أبوبتي وبناته قاعدين هناك. أنا قاعد مع خالي وبعض ناس تانيين في دونغبين. أنا مشيت في البيت في كور ويليام. مشيت قاعد هناك لحد ميسا تقريبا الساعة 6 يعني. ياهو أنا قلت خلاص أنا بنوم وهذا بقى الليل كده النوم. طبعا أنا عرفت كان في اجتماع قاعد يعملوا بين السياسيين اللي كانوا بيعملوا في النياكوران ده. لما نزل ماشي جبل طبعا ده بمشي بسيني بتاع جوبا ده بتاع جامع جوبا ده محل كان مقفول يعني صعب ناس بطلع بالحاجة إلا بالبودة. أنا لما كان ماشي كنيسة يعني كان في زعم شديد لأنه قاعدين يعمل preparation للاجتماع بتاع الناس political bureau كده بتاع الناس سويلم. أنا لما مشيت جبل وأطبق الساعة 6 وأنا عندي experience الكلام ده من لما أنا جاي أنا قلت أنا ما برجع تاني كده إنه في كور ويليام هنا قريب لقيادة جبل ده. بعد الساعة 6 أنا decide إنه أنا بنوم. فجأة خالي قام دق لي تلفون فوتني. representative بتاعي وكان في خرطوم. من 2017 وبعد 2019 لو جاء لي بيبيع ممكن بكون عارفه ambassador. دخل لي طوالي.
قام ده قال تليفون قال لي اسمع انت وين؟ انا اقول له والله في بيت ابوك هنا في جبل. قال لي انت بتنوم هناك؟ قلت له هاي. قال لي لقينا اصحابي انا مفتاح بيت حقي انا قفلت جوا، مفتاح حقي قفلت جوا هذا قبل من كنا طالع مفتاح حقي ما بنسى. انت لو نمني هناك معناه وهذا ما بكون كويس معي. كده شيل بربوده كده تعال تفتح بيت، ممكن بعد لو ده ترجع قول له خلاص ما مشكلة. أنا ركبت بربوده في سوق جبل. والله جيت أنا جيت بسينية، جيت لقيت محل مقفول. عملت تقريبا 15 دقيقة في السينية بتاع جوا ده لافين أنا بتاع بربوده. خالي بدوك تلفون أسمع إيه وين؟ أنا بقول له أنا لا جاي، لكن السينية هنا مقفول شديد يعني. بكون نازل ما معروف يعني دو خلص من اجتماع ولا شنو ما معروف. قال لي هاي في اجتماع بتاع ناس بتاع اسرائيل ليدرز في هناك، عشان كده انت ممكن لا تعمل تسوير للحاجة دي للزعمة. المهم انا ماشي مطعم تلقاني هناك. انا اقول له خلاص تمام. قام فات مطعم جيت مع بودا مشيت نزلت في المطعم حقنا في سوق ماليزيا بتاعشينا وخلاص نحن ماشيين البيت يعني. زمان كان يالو في خرطوم أنا وبزاو قاعدين بخاري. ياو جينا وبعدك بعد ما انتهينا من حاجاتنا ده كله مشينا البيت ومشيت نومنا يعني. الساعة 9 تقريبا، الساعة 9 الساعة 10 خالتي اللي في جبل في كورويل يوم ده قال لي تليفون، قال لي أولد أختي والله في ضرب شغال بيجي هسه، أنت وصلت؟ أنا أقول له أنا وصلت بدري شديد. قال لي خلاص كويس لو وصلت كويس، لكن في ضرب هنا، في ضرب شوية شغال في القيادة بتاعت الجبل ده، لكن ما عارفين السبب يعني. والله خلاص اوكي يعني بنسألكم بعد شوية لو حاجة دي يطول لحاجة تاني. قال لي خلاص ما مشكلة. خينا في النوم، أنا نمت خال برضه نام وفاته يعني. خالي بيجي تلفونات بيجيو طوالي في زمن ده، أنا نايم أنا ما يعني جسمي مرضخ وكده تعبان. لقى معلومات شوية قال بيجي في عساكر بيجي بيشاكلوا بتاعت العساكر بتاعت التايجر برام يتقسموا حاجات ده. بيجي في ضرب بخاتي لكن ما يطور شديد، بس في مشاكل بخاتي ياو. الساعة 12 أنا قمت ما طلق طالع بطريق بتاعت ناس بينفع، وفي قيادة في النص إن لو إنتوا بتعرفين في منقتين في قيادة بتاعت المدرعات ولا شنو كده بخاتي في النص هنا كده قبل ما تمشي بينفع. أنا بقيت قاعد أسمع حاجات ده. أنا قمت سيد أقول له أسمع في شنو؟ قال لي أسمع أنا ما نمت، في حاجة بحصل أزول، في مشاكل بحصل جيد قسم في القيادة بخاتي. وأنا دقيت لخالك هسه قال في مشاكل لسه، لكن لسه نايمين جوا في جبل هناك. قلت له خلاص كويس. يعني بعد شوية حاجة ده بقى بيطور، طلع بقى بيجي بعد شوية في زنك حقنا ده بقينا الناس ما يزاي تكيل. طبعا في محلنا ده كويس، لكن يعني في تجابيل الفام ده بقى مسا جديد تجا ناس جبل ده خلاص بقى بسخن شديد يعني وقادي. أنا بقي قاعد ندوك تلفون خالتي بغادي أنتم ماشيين كيف؟ قال لي الوضع ده صعب، لكن خليكم كنا ننوم نشوف هذا بكرة سوا. نمنا الساعة 6 يا ولا الساعة 5 تقريبا. خالد دقة تلفون أخته تاني قال لي هذا البرنامج يطور. الناس اللي كانوا بيشاكلوا ديل أنا تقريبا بكون نازل ينسابوا، وهذا بيجي فيه تحركات تقيلة من هناك. الدبابات بتاعت الجيش اللي كان بيتشاكلوا بيجي طلع برا ليه؟ لأنه أنا متأكد اللي كان أولاد نوير اللي كان بيشاكلوا مع الناس التانيين ديل خلاص
خلاص هم داري ينسابوا مشاكل وما في وقتات بقى صباح بقى ينسابوا خلاص لما ينسابوا الجيش اللي كان يتقسم بطرف تاني يطالع بطلوا بتاعهم ده والجيش ده طالعين خلاص بقى يعني بقولوا الناس دي خشوا في البيوت بتاعت القروي اليوم ده لحد الساعة 7 دقيقة التليفون لخالتي قال لي هذول هنا في جبل حسين مالك هذول الجيش كان بيشاكلوا ده برنامج ده يتقسم على النوير وكده ولو عندنا سميناه وكده لكن ما عندنا نقوله قال الناس دي اللي كان في بشار مع النوير لا النوير ده صعب جدا طلعوا ناس طلعوا حسين قاعدين يضربوا في الناس كيف؟ لا والله قاعد يضربوا في الناس هنا في سوق جبل حسين جيران بتاعنا داك ضربوه وبيته زاد وعملوا بالدباب شوية ساعة 9 تاني دقيت كل برنامج شنو؟ لا والله نين عايزين ده برنامج ماشي ساعة اوكي خلاص خليكم قاعدين قاعدوا في سوق جبل لحد الساعة 10 برنامج ده خلاص بالجم حقنا بيجاي بقينا قاعد نسمع أخبار خلاص الساعة 10 بالنهار ده كان في شباب في منغتين لو انتوا تعرفين منغتين وناس 107 يعني بيقوا في مشاكل بيجاي في قيادة بتاعت الجيش بغادي نازل برضو طلعوا نازل ينسابوا نازل برضو طلعوا خشوا في منغتين وخشوا في 107 وبيقوا بضروا في الناس في 107 عندي خالتي صغيرة يعني اسمها أنا ما بقول اسمه لكن ده قاعد في 107 بغادي هنا دقينا له تليفون يا انتوا ماشيين كيف بغادي والله قدر بيقى صعب قالوا في كبير بيقى في ناس بقتلوا في منغتين لكن لسه ما وصل لنا بيجي في 107 كيف خلاص بنادى خربت خلاص تدوك تليفون بس ما في حاجة كويس تدوك تليفون في منغتين نازل خلاص موت بيقى تكيل بغادين دو وماشي ل 107 الجيش اللي كان قاعدين هناك طلعوا ماشيين وراء الناس قاعد ماشيين وراء الناس وين عندهم برامج تانية خشوا في بيوت الناس المواطنين استغلوا الفرصة قاموا مع الجيش شالوا أصلها يعني برامج مخطط بقوا بخش في بيوت الناس وبقتلهم الساعة 11 بالضبط خالد دقى تليفون لأخواته ديل قال له انتوا برنامج ده بقى صعب لو في طريقة أمشوا لPOC ليونيميس نقطيل في خالد في 107 ده قال ما في طريقة نين يونيميس ده ياو قريب عندكم كده تشوفوا لو فاتح لأنه الموضوع بقى تقيل عندنا هنا أنا أقول له لا نينو كويسين نين في تونكو هنا نينو كويسين حاجة دي لسه ما وصل لنا نين قريب مطار قال في ناس بقى بقتلوا بجاي في MP بيتو أول شيء في 107 من أولاد غاور طبعا من متزوج من أولاد غاور راجلة من غاور سو ده نسيبه سو MP يعني تابع لبرلمان لو في زول من غاور ممكن يكون عارفه سو زول قتله وبقي ناس كتير قتله خالق عليه أسمع أي بران ده خربانين ونعمل شنو ده خلاص بقى ساعة واحد نين في البيت ولا أنا ما أعرف نرى الجمع نبر رجونين لما في مع الواحد قلنا يا جماعة برنامج نتقسم بين النور والدنكا نينا نعمل شنو حنا نينا كويسين لكن لا بعد شوية هاي ممكن يصير لنا 107 مول خلاص بقى تقيلين دوميناك ناس جبل ناس كورويليو ناس غوديلا هنا نعمل شنو قالوا خلاص نمشي في بيت شارلز ده بيت شارلز ده وين قال بيجاي ورانا بيجاي قريب بيت سبوك بيرسون ده مكتب تاع رئيس الفقير بعدين كنا خلاص كويس هنا طلعنا مشينا بيت شارلز قبل ما نزل في بيت شارلز وصلنا في بيت تاني أول بدأتين مقرن تنور بيجي وقفونا هناك اوي ما تجي بجاي ما تجي بجاي عملوا سلاح نيري يضرب فينا نينا عملنا كيف شوية رجعنا شوية so واحد مننا دقى تلفون لشارلز أسمع عينينا جايين كل بيت شارلز لانه لو في زول عارف ده يعوز سيكتور 2 كوماندر يعني نين بيقى ما بمالين ماشيين فوق نين نشيلو علينا بالحرف الواحد قال يا جماعة أنا بدأ بقى صعب انتوا شوف لكم حاجة تاني شوف لكم حاجة تاني والله خلاص بيت نين جينا راجعين البيت جينا قعدنا لحد الساعة 4 برنامج خربت في جبل في نيو سايد في بيلفام في وين خربت الناس جو في واقفين في خشمبا بتاع يونيمس بتاعنا كذا. If you can please India summarize, we are really pressed for time, please. Really pressed. Yeah, I will summarize again. It's good also for people to know what really happened. So في زمن ده هنا تونغبين POC بتاع تونغبين اللي هو headquarters لسه كان ما فتح ناس جبل خشوا في يونيمس بتاع في جبل ناس قال ما جم اوردرز انه يفتحوا البوابه عشان ناس يخشوا لكن يعرفوا انه في ناس بيموتوا. سو نحن شفنا ناس خشوا في يونيمس واقفين ناس بيجوا بيضربوا في خشمباب جيش ماشيين بالفام بيجوا بيضربوا في ناس في خشمباب قليل توف 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 ماشيين بيجوا بتاعي عربات ناس كتير يضربوا في خشمباب ده باب كسروا ناس خشوا جو POC يونيمس معلمين هناك ناس يونيمس طلعوا برا ناس رواندا وخلاص ناس خشوا أنا وخالي في البيت لحد الساعة 7 بعدين خشينا في POC. أنا في POC أنا قاعد 4 شهور لحد شهر 4 2014. في POC لما وصلنا مشينا لقينا ناس كتير الحاجات ما كنا عارفينه مشينا لقيناهم هناك. يوم الأول مويه ما في أكل ما في شيء تشوفها صغار ما باكلوا شيء ناس يونيمس فاروا بتانكرات مشي جاب مويه في البحر نحن شيلنا مويه وشربنا أكل ما في نومنا بشنو ده وضع ما بتقوله. المهم عيشنا الوضع يعني بيجوا بيجونا خلاص 3 اليوم الأول ده ما في زي بطة برا يوم 16 ويوم 17 يوم 18 نينا قضينا الزمن حقنا هناك خلاص الموضة بقى شيء عادي يعني. أخوك بيجاي تسمع قال منو مات أنا من أقرباء بتاعي أصحابي أخواني خلاص كتير منهم يتمت كتير يتقتل خيلاني فقدوا 2 خيلان في زمننا أول 3 يوم فقدنا 2 خيلان ثالث يوم الرابع يوم فقد أخوي اسمه جون يضرب جماعة في POC. بنطلع بنقعد شوي في ناس بيجوا جارين دول يضرب مسمار في راسه كان قاعد في البيت ناس يخشلوه في البيت قاعد يضرب المسمار. ده الوضع هنا يسنعه. ده وضع صعب انتوا لو شفتوه وضع صعب. ناس كان بيستحموا بشنو انتوا ما بتقدر تعرفوا. ناس بيستحموا ناس يونيمس عنده مويه في محل نعفروا بغادي يعني المويه صرف الصحي بطلع بمشي بخوي في غفرة ده الناس بتاعنا ما عارفين انه ده محل بتاع صرف الصحي بمشي بيستحموا بغادي إلا خواجة عمل مويه عمل له الدواء بغادي زول بيجيبوه مجروح بقتلوه بيجيبوا موت يعني. وده كان ما بقدر بتحكي. هنا عشنا الوضع كده في 4 في أول 7 يوم. في يوم السادس كان وجعني شديد. يوم السادس وجعنا يعني حاجات كله أنا بس أنا كان شايفه ده زي الخيال كده. لكن يوم السادس زي بكرة ناس تانجينيا ناس قدوي تول بطلع من جوبا ماشين خلاص داري المرض ماشين برا. أخوي صاحبي شديد قريبي اسمه رياض قط زولا حرس بتاع تانجينيا يعني جاء مصاريف لياله. أنا قابله في خشنباب في POC قال لي يا أخوي يعني أنا أسي لما مصاريف كان عندي واسي غيار بتاعنا دقلين تلفون قال نمشي بيلفا قال قولي جاو ماشي نصرف قروش وأنا بمشي بجراجة دان ده قروش بسيط وأنا بجراجة زولا طلع كده 5 دقائق بس أنا دقيت له تلفون بتاعي رفع زول تاني. رياض كده وين؟ قال لي يا صاحبي رياض شو نازل رياض منو؟ تعال زول أنا بوريك رياض ده شوف لكم رياض تاني يا زول. وكيف؟ رياض قتلوا. كيف؟ رياض ده يا زول تمون وراوي هاي نينا ودينا. إنت وين؟ نينا في بيلفا. رياض 5 دقائق بس ماشي ببودة بموتر يمشي يموت خلاص. وده بقى صعب كتير يعني. في زمننا كنا ده أنا برجع لحاجة بسيط كبير. جرى الفاقان قالوا الناس اللي كانوا انتوا شفتوا اللي عمل سرباي في POC ده لو ما ناس ناينو سكيورتي النوير اللي كان الخشب في POC سبيشال في POC بتاع جبل في POC بتاع تومبين دولة النوير كان شغالين في ناينو سكيورتي. الجيل لما يتقسم ناينو سكيورتي ما كان يتقسم. أولادنا اللي كان قاعدين في ناينو سكيورتي أو كان شغالين بقى بنقولوا في الناس يدوا تلفون وبمشوا سوا. كان ماشيين شغالين كويس. لو سمير من فاقان قبيل انت بتقدر تعرف انه كان يعني ناس سكوري كانوا واقفين سوا قبل الناس تانجينيا ناس الفريد لادو ونازل قبل ما يطلعوا نازل كان كويسين. نازل بيجيبوا جيش بيجيبوا لنا الناس نازل نينا طبعا الفيوسي نينا يعبن لهم المعلومات وبندق لهم تلفون هم بمشي يجيبوا الناس. يعني الناس كانت يتقسم بجروبات وبجي بقى احكوا لنا قال يا جماعه الجيش اللي كان بقتل في الناس جاي بقى ما في لكن هنا الناس سكيورتي يعاونوا شغالين هسه يعاونوا شغالين. في اليوم ده الكاك بتاع الجيش يتغير. لو كنتوا كانوا عارفين في كاك بتاع الوايلد لايف زي بتاع وايلد لايف كده يعني كان شغال ده يعاون الناس اللي كان بقتلوا في الناس. قال لك شنو؟ قال ده متى ما ينور دوت كبين ياو جيش كله يتقسم في ديل بعد أولادنا اللي كان قاعدين طلعوا ناني سكري أو كان ما يتقسم. الناس اللي كان جابوا ناس وقدر ينقصوا الناس من أولادنا ده كان في شغالين في ناني سكري. وده شيء ممكن أنا بقول دي خالي اسمه مهنيون كل زمن بيجي بمشي بلم ناس نين من ولو تلفون ده وين قال لا نين قاعدين بمشي يجيبوا ناس. هنا فقدنا ناس كتير وهنا قاعد نقول حاجات ما عشان for the sake of ربي ولا أي حاجة لا لكن it's good إنه نتكلم في الحاجات دي. ناس كتير مات. أنا في جوبا في 4 شهور أنا قاعد يعني واحد ما بقدر بقوله لكن برضه في نفس الوقت واحد ما ينسى إنه يشكر الناس برضه. أنا اللي قدامكم ده أنا هاي بصوت هذول يوم 17 شهر 4 لو انتوا كان مذكرين في ضرب في POC بتاع بور يوم 17 شهر 4 في POC في ضرب بتاع POC بتاع بور قتلوا 65 نفر من أولاد النوير والنسوان شباب من بور خشوا في POC وقتلوا ناس. خبر كان وصل لنا وانا كان مرتب من الدين صعب نمشي كينيا في يوم 18. يوم 18 انا ركبت باص من خشم بيونميس انا ماشي كينيا كاكوما. ده فيس تاني لاك صعب شيء يعني بالنسبة لي تاني. بمرور بتاعي انا ماشي في الباص يعني انا افتكر الوضع يتحدد. انا ماشي نزلوني في كوبري بتاع جومبا. لو في ناس عارفين كوبري جومبا انت لما تقطع وانت ماشي لنسيتو في كوبري في راس كوبري في ميلتري تيريان يعني شغالين بعض الناس ناس سكيورتي. انا طبعا في الباص انا اول شاب والباص كان مليان نسوان واولاد. في شباب تانيين لكن شباب ديل طلعوا ده شارع تاني ماشيين يركبوا في بار في تاني نسيتو. انا ما بعرف كلام ده. انا ركبت من بيوسي وانا جيت بس ماشي. نين وقفونا الساعة 11 في الباص في نسيتو في الكوبري كومبا. انا شالوني جو. لو في زول كان عسكري في جوبا ممكن بكون عارف في الكوبري كومبا في محل في طرف البحر. محل ده قتلوا ناس كتير فوقهم. انا نزلوني في محل ده يوم 18 exactly شهر 11 يوم 18 4 الساعة 11 انا وصلت في كوبري. نزلونا عشان نفتشوا الباص. بقول لك جيب بطاقة بتاعك. أنا عديت بطاقة جنسية أكيد جنوب السودان. حطيته لأساكر ده شال بطاقتي ودي جوا جراجين جنادوني ودوني جو غرفة بتاعت MI ما شغالوني جو هناك. قال له قاي إنت ماشي وين؟ أنا قلت أنا ماشي كاكوما. ماشي تعمل شنو؟ أنا والله ماشي مدرسة. إنت من أولاد النور هاي. أوكي يا قالوا لي نعرفنا. كيف عرفنا يا جماعة؟ لا عرفنا. إنت ماشي تتمرد ماشي للرياض. كيف يا جماعة؟ أنا زي المواطن. أنتوا شايفين عمري كم هسه ماشي تتمرد كيف؟ يا زول شايفين شاب ماشي خلاص. في زمن أنا طبعا عمري 22 سنة كان أوريكم يعني. هسه أنا عمري 30 سنة. فتشوني طلعوا غاش طلعوا حاجات كله. قال لي أقعد هناك. أقعد في غرفة داك جو هناك. أقعد جو هناك. تمام ما جاي مع هذا. ما تتمرد. كيف يا جماعة؟ أنا ما أتمرد كيف؟ أنا ما ماجي بس مدرسة يا جماعة. أنا ماجي كاكوما. لا لا هذول أقعد. ده كابتن ده من أولاد الليج ستيت. أنا جيت رفت فيما بعد. أنا بوريكم برضو كمان رفت. أنا قاعد جو هناك. كابتن طلع ما شغال الناس بعض أمشي. زول يقعد هنا. في الباص في نسوان بنادينكا أنا ما بعرفهم لكن مزوجين من نوير. مرة واحدة اسمها الشول ومرة واحدة اسمها تيان والشول أنا ما بعرفهم. بغادي قاعد يتكلموا. قال يا زول ولد وين؟ نينا في ولد كان معنا هنا هتجي ولد جوا ماشي معنا. نينا ماشيين سوا. وينه؟ قالوا لا زول يفضل يقعد هناك. مرة ده أنا مراكب من أول مزوج من أولاد نوير. قال أوكي لو زي ولد لو ما طلع ما ماشي. ولد جاي معنا من POC ولا صغير ماشي بس ماشي مدرسة. كيف ده ينزلوا بيجان؟ كابتن جراي جوا. قال لي أسمع هاي في بنات مننا هناك واولاد وكده. انت بتعرفوا انا بقول له يعني خارجين في باص وماشيين. قال لي تعال كده تعال برا. تعرف منو فوق؟ انا بقول له ما بعرف، انا بس ركبت معاه في الباص. قال لي خلاص تعال خش جوا. ما شركت كلام مع مرة، قال له يا مرة انا بدوك انتوا امشوا ولا دي يفضل معنا هنا. مرة قال لي ما ماشيين. السواق بتاع باص ركب قال لي يا جماعة نمشي، خلي ولد ده ندوك تليفون ممكن يجي ينقصن بين ناس ثانيين. بالجمال ده في ناس كتير كتلوا فوق. سوينا بنمشي ناس يركبوا راس بغادي. هنا قعدنا ساعة بعد ما عاد يمشي. مرة نسوان ديل عنين قاعدين ما ماشيين ولا دلو ما طلعتوني ما ماشيين. التلفون بتاعي صادروا بطاقات حقي حاجات كله صادروا وروش شالوا في الجسلان حقي في اي دي بتاع خالي في اوسي ده طلعوا برا. امباسدر فوق كارير طلعوا برا قال لي لازم خالد ده نين عارفينه وزول ده من ضمن الناس اللي مرض مريض نين ما عارفين ماله نين دايرين تمي تقولين ماله. قلت له كيف يا جماعة أنا زول طالب ساكت خالد ده أنا ما بعرف ماله. قال لا ده ماشي. قلت له خلاص كويس ماشي. سو الكابتن طلع ده وعزاه وصل لساعة واحد من الساعة 11 وعزاه وصل لساعة واحد. أنا قاعد جوا نسوان ديل قاعدين برا هناك في الباص وباص ما ماشي. كابتن بيتكلم مع باول بقول له انتوا امشوا نازل ما ماشيين. سو كده في واحد شاب يعني برضه من أولاد أول يعني ماشي تعاطى بالطريقة المرة ده كان بيتكلم برضه واللي قام من أول برضه قال جاني جوا خلي كابتن برا هناك. قال اسمع يا انت من أولاد نوح؟ أنا بقول له من أولاد نوح. مرة البرا ده علاقته ما أصلا ولا ما نوع ولا لكن بس جين من بيوسي. قال لي مرة ده من بنانا بس بقول ما ماشي. انت جيت جمعتين؟ أنا بقول له جيت والله 2012 أنا كنت بخرطوم في المدرسة بخادم. قال لي هذول انت عسكري ولا ما عسكري؟ بقول له والله ولا مريت بالعسكرية ولا مريت بشارة عسكرية ده. قال لي قدوم فوق. قلت له كويس. قمت قال لي قد أعمل خطوة أمشي أطلع برا تعال. أنا أعمل خطوة يعني بطريقة عسكرية يعني له عسكري بقدر بعرف انت عسكري ولا ما عسكري. له يعني بالطريقة انت بتطلع خطوات بتاعك طبعا بالطريقة انت بتعمل اتباع وكده في محل. Brother Galuk, can you wrap it up? Because Honorable Dur is in Africa. His phone might go off because he's in Malaysia. Just 2 minutes, I just summarize here. So, قال لي اسمع محل ده هنا في ناس كتير كتلوا فوق من أولاد. انت ما بتطلع اخوي لو في زول اللي بتعرف من اولادينك صاحبك ولا اي حاجه ادين تليفون اخوي. زول ده ممكن يقعد نخليه يدوك تليفون للكابتن ده ممكن يقدر ينقذك. انا بقول له اسمع في تليفون ده في واحد اسمه داو ده طبعا من دوك بديت. قاعد وين؟ قول له قاعد في كينيا. قال لي خلاص المهم انا كرني شيء تليفونك تطلع تليفون أبو. أنا طلع تليفون عملت مسؤول لداو اسمه داو ده قاعد كوز من أولاد دوبا ديت طبعا جنرال. أنا عملت مسؤول داو ده تليفون قال لي قالوا أنا ما تكلمت أنا مبارد ما يكين أنت وين؟ قال له والله أنا مسكت في كوبا تاعوما نازل لي يقتلوني وهاي ده وصل الساعة 4 ممكن يودوني. تليفون ده هسي في واحد معي من أولاد أول وراتب معي قال لي ندوك لك ده عندك طريق ممكن تتكلم مع الناس زين. قال لي خلاص ما في مشكلة كان نشوف لي رصيد. زول ده كان خد التليفون تاني ماشي يسرق الرصيد وجراجة. لما دقى تليفون داود دقى تليفون كابتن جا رفع تليفون
رفع تليفون كده يتكلم مع داون ده افتكر ممكن بكون خالي. طبعا هم دايرين خالي جديد وانا برضه هم دايرين كانوا يقولوا لهم مال خالي قاعد فوق وبعدها ممكن يشيلون سوا ولا يشيلون موت سوا. ده الهدف يعني. كابتن ده خلاص قام يتكلم مع داون قال له ها انت منو؟ قال انا اسمي داون. انت من وين؟ انا من دنكا. من دنكا وين؟ انا من دنكا دوبدين. وانت؟ انا عسكري وزول مسمنا. قلت له دنكاوي انت كيف بتعرف عرفت زول من اولاد زول ماشي المرة انت عرفته كيف؟ انت من دنكا كيف تعمل علاقه مع زول زي ده تدو تليفون بتليفون ابوه. زول قال له اسمع اي ولد ده زول ده في مسؤوليه اكي واخوي كيف تتمشي مسؤول وانا ارسل له ماشي ككم. قال اوكي زول ده عشانك انت من دنكا في مرة برا من دنكا هنا زول نين من خالي لكن زول ده نين كان دايرين خالو ده نين دايرين ما كان بيطلع برا. نردل عملوا حاجات ما كويس. زول قام حكى حاجات كتير. في زمان ده كان في يوغانيين بيجي خاشين. يوغانيين برضه شغالين في محل ده. الساعة 4 بالضبط جاوا لي حاجاتي شالوا القروش بطاقتي متجاري كنت في الباص. مشينا نسيته بعدها مشينا خلاص نمنا في ماشيين خلاص ماشيين للشهر ماشيين خلاص لحدود بتاع كينيا. ده الطريقة اللي نعملها سرفايف يا جماعة. أنا الحاجات اللي أنا أقوله ده ما فيه كذب ولا فيه أي حاجة. ده شيء واحد يعمل إكسبيرينس. أنا بس قصرت عشان الزمن. إن الحاجات اللي نشوفناها يعني حاجات دقيقة. أنا مشيت كوم وبرضه مشيت ثلاثة بفيس تاني. كان 2005 أنا لسه في جنوب السودان. جرال دور قاعد هنا وفي ناس كتير قاعدين هنا. يعني ما بنقول الناس كله كعبين. أنت لو شفت الطريقة أنا عملت سرفايف لو ما كان أخواني الأخي مع دينكا ومردا وأخويا تاني من دينكا ما كان عملت سرفايف. ده أنا ما قاعد أقول حاجة ده عشان نعمل سيمباتايز لدينكا نو. ده شيء عملت إكسبيرينس. جرال دور أعرف الكلام ده. جرال دور ده يعوز ولا كان شالنا وداو دينكا كوت في 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 جوبا. داود جاي ما جام فالريك داود جرال داود ركوت ميجر جرال داود ركوت. Gadu he's the one who took us from Addis and then machine over, you know. Out of down. Now you can understand much it matter about that. Okay. The kinder the hard time about it. Thank you so much, Yaman. Shukran.
شكرا جزيلا أخي قلوك. هي ده تعريف مؤلم وده تعريف بتاعنا هنا كجنوبين وبنوير باسيفا كاسا حاجة مؤلم وموزن وأنت مريد بو. لكن نحمد الله إن تفلات منه برغم من الضحايا إن أبنائنا وبناتنا أخواتنا وأمهاتنا حاجة زبطانا في زمن ده التاريخ ما يتنسي حتى لو جاء يوم الغفران. لكن العادات المؤلمة والموزنة دي ما تنتهي في روس. كلهم يقفوا قدام المحكمة ويحاكموا جهارا نهارا قدام الناس. عشان كده أنا بشكرك وبشكر كل الناس المستمعين معنا فوق هنا. معلش إن من زمن بتاعكم والبرنامج الثالث. لكن قبل ما نمشي لنهايات وهنا على مشاركه أنا بقوم بانتهاز الفرصة ده وأخذ من زمن بتاعكم مودريتورز عشان نرحب بأخ الكبير والقيادي البارز في الحركة الشعبية أيو جناح التغيير أو التغييس جر تودر هو معنا في الروم، هو قائد لجنة حركة معارض، هو معنا هنا. أنا برحبه عشان يقدم الكلمة بتاعه في يوم الذكرى العاشر لمجزرة تنوير في جوبا والمناطق الأخرى في جنوب السودان، والجنسيات الأخرى من جنوب السودان تم قتلهم بالدم البارد من قبل الحكومة اللي كانت تحت ستارة الجين كونسل أوف إلدرز كبار أحيان الدقة. دي شموز في التاريخ، لكن بقلب واسع هنا بنقول المجرمين ده هيمشوا قدام المحاكم يوم ما. علشان كده أنا بتشرف شرف عظيم إنه أدي المايك لغاية تودر والمناسبة اللي كابن الجنوب وابن النور في نفس الكيفية. أنا بديك المايك الآن رئيس جناح التغيير أو change أو ريفورميست في الحركة الشعبية المعارض. تفضل جنرال برشد. moderators صوتك كان ما واضح ولا أنا ما أعرف. لو في واحد بيسمعني منكم يمكن ندوق بتاعه قاعد يعمل حركة، أنا ما أعرف. لو تيس
yeah, Nasser. Yeah, there is a problem with network of Honorable Dur. Dur, can you hear us? Honorable Dur, can you hear us? I think he went to, he's in call. Honorable Dur, can you hear us?
He's on the phone right now.
Yes, he was on the phone, yeah.
But when he comes back, we'll give him at least 15 minutes. And also, I'll go ahead and put out this disclaimer right now. When we go to the closing remark, please, this is a program. And the program is allotted for a certain amount of time. This is not a normal clubhouse program. It's an actual program that has a time limit, that has designated speakers, and that is it. Attendees are supposed to come in, listen. We're supposed to commemorate this day, and that is it. For us to sit here for almost, that is, as people that are actually managing this, you also have to think of us that are actually people that are running it, that are managing it. So if we say your time is up, please you have to make it brief. It's not that what you are saying is not important, but you also have to understand it's a program that there is an allotted time. We can't be running 40 minutes, and that's
Honorable Dur is back to the ball.
You can, do you want to introduce, make that introductory?
Yes, we already introduced him.
Okay.
Honorable Dur, we introduced you already. Are you back? Is your network is reliable now for you to
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm back.
Thank
my,
you.
my network
So
is not
the mic is yours. The mic is yours, yeah.
Thank you very much. Reverend Short Turbiliat, Chair, the network is really very poor here. I don't know what to do. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Your voice clear.
Okay. Reverend Short Turbiliat, Chairman of North Kenya, the executive body of North Kenya, moderators of this event, members of this house, Malamugwa,
I'm really sorry. I was supposed to speak 4 or 5 hours back, but unfortunately, the network problem, I believe due to yesterday fighting in our area, it has resumed now. So I hope the network will allow me to finish this presentation. In first position, I would like to thank God for bringing us together today or tonight to commemorate together the December 2013 Nuer massacre. I thank the executive body of this House for giving me this opportunity. I'm deeply honored. Thank all the members of North Kenya for being here today or tonight. To give a brief, precise, and concise background of current conflict in South Sudan, let me start by introducing South Sudan. South Sudan attained independence on month of July 2011 as the outcome of 2005 Comprehensive Peace Agreement that ended the 21 years war in Sudan. The 2005 Comprehensive Peace Agreement, CPA, accorded the exercise of right to self-determination and set the date for a referendum on South Sudan's self-determination in January 2011. In the referendum, Southern Sudanese voters chose independence, and the people of South Sudan declared the Republic of South Sudan. I'm being interrupted, by the way. Sorry. South Sudan is composed of 10 states. Juba is the capital city, while Malakal and Wau are the major towns. South Sudan has an estimated population of about 11 million. It covers an area of 645,000 square kilometers. It is endued with vast resources, both human and natural resources. In terms of human resources, more than half of the population, young people, educated from different countries. Coming to the natural resources, we have water, we have iron ore, copper, chromium, or zinc, tungsten, nickel, silver, gold, uranium, and petroleum, to mention few. The current conflict in South Sudan originates from a hatred inculcated on Dinka and Nuer tribes by their leaders since late 1991, following the Nasser Declaration. After the death of late Dr. John in 2005, SPLA-SPLM leadership chose Salva by then to replace late Dr. John and deputized by Dr. Riek Machar. That was, in fact, the beginning of our current nightmare as South Sudanese people. Since then, Kiir manages both the party, the SPLM, and the government on tribal basis and dictatorial manner. Depending on the advices of the Young Council of Elders, decisions are taken outside party structures. Not sure and have no confidence on himself, Salva Kiir has never been neither for democracy nor self-criticism within the party. Tribalism nepotism and corruption have been always the core values of Kiir's regime. Economic empowerment and appointments to the most important and sensitive positions are made to suit the tribal interests of Salva Kiir and the Young Council of Elders. 2013 problem in South Sudan was initially an internal differences within the leadership of the SPLM between a group led by Paganamu, the Secretary General of the SPLM by then, and another group led by Salva Kiir, the chairman of the same SPLM. Lacking popular and military backup, the group of Paganamu mobilized and convinced Dr. Riek Machar to lead their group, said that they can benefit from the from the Nuer tribe, the usual supporters of Riek Machar. When the group of Paganamu and the group of Salva Kiir failed to resolve their internal leadership problem, they then exported it to the nation, and the whole issue became a national problem. The issue aggravated when Salva Kiir published a list of the most corrupt 75 government officials. Salva Kiir started to consolidate his powers. After almost a coup d'etat surfaced in Juba in 2012, Salva Kiir, with help of Paul Malone, started the recruitment and training of more than 15,000 men from his own tribe. And after having trained and armed them and ready to fight, he began to reorganize the government, the party, and the military. In January 2013, Kiir replaced the Inspector General of Police with a general from the army and dismissed 6 British chief of staff and 29 major generals in the army. In February 2013, Kiir retired an additional 117 army generals. And in July 2013, he dismissed Vice President along with the entire cabinet. He also suspended the SPLM Secretary General. By doing so, without doubt, Kiir was preparing himself for war. To resolve the internal leadership differences within the SPLM and to discuss the audit report of the account of the General Secretariat of the SPLM and to pass the draft basic documents of the movement and set the date and the agenda of the National Convention and National Liberation Council meeting was scheduled to take place between the 14th and 16th December 2013. But following the orders of the chairman, Salva Kiir, the meeting was closed on the 15th of December at around 5 p.m. Knowing that he finished with the training and the arming of his new recruits and satisfied with the new reorganization of the army, Kiir decided to start the war on the 15th of December 2013, 5 hours after the abrupt closure of the meeting of the National Liberation Council at Nyakuren Cultural Center. According to the officers who started the fighting in the night of 15 December, President Kiir ordered General Marian Chino, the commander of the Presidential Guard, to disarm the troops. After disarming all the guards, Marian ordered that the Dinka members be rearmed. A senior officer from the Nuer ethnicity began to question this order, and a fight ensued. When surrounding officers saw the commotion, the Nuer soldiers also rearmed themselves. Fighting erupted between the Dinka elements of the presidential guards and the Nuer elements of the same presidential guard. This lasted from Sunday night until Monday, 16th of December 2013 afternoon. President Salva Kiir called it a coup attempt and announced that it had been put down the next day. He and his Minister of Information mentioned the names of the alleged coup plotters. They were from different ethnicities of South Sudan. To be precise, 4 Nuer, 4 Dinka, 2 Equatorians, and 2 Shuluks. Fighting continued on 16 December and spread beyond capital, Juba, to the regions. On the 16th December, the killing of innocent Nuer started in Juba. And between the 16th and 20th of December 2013, more than 20,000 innocent Nuer civilians, including children, women, senior citizens, were killed in door-to-door search. The survivors took shelter in UNMIS camp. Kiir blamed Riek Machar for instigating the coup. The alleged coup plotters, as mentioned before, were 4 Dinka, 2 Shuluk, 2 Equatorian, and 4 Nuer, but only innocent Nuer were targeted. By killing innocent Nuer, Kiir created a situation of mutual detestation among Nuer and Dinka, and inculcated culture of war and hatred on them. The violence turned tribal. The Nuer youth, the mighty White Army, took arms in Greater Upper Nile, in Greater Akobo, in Greater Panjak, and Bentiu, and started attacking position of government forces in Bentiu, Malakal, and Bor, capturing all these towns in a matter of hours. Following the defeat of the government forces in Greater Upper Nile, Salva Kiir invited Uganda troops to assist the South Sudan army. And on the same time, that is 21st December, the government announced on Twitter its unconditional readiness to hold peace talks with any group. In January, ceasefire was signed and violated. Another one was signed and also violated. By the way, the ceasefire was used or was meant to regroup and rearm the government forces. On the 18th of fighting resumed. Following the fighting in Malakal, Kiir and Machar signed another ceasefire in Addis Ababa, but violated within hours of its coming into effect. Considering this mentioned, the war which devastated our country since December 2013 is not our making, we the opposition, but engineered and engendered and then imposed on us by Salva Kiir and his gang or group. Although we were not, for us, it is not a war against the Dinka. It is a war against the government of South Sudan under leadership of Salva Kiir and Nuer. Although we were not prepared for this war, we decided to fight to stop Salva Kiir from killing innocent South Sudanese people, not only Nuer, but all South Sudanese people. Despite the non-provision of military equipment to our forces, we managed to challenge the regime of Salva Kiir due to the courage and determination of our forces. Due to the courage and determination of our grassroots, due to the courage and determination of the members of the Nuer community in the diaspora. In April 2014, first conference was organized in Nasser, attended by delegates from all over South Sudan. The fight for regime change was the demand from everyone. Unfortunately, despite all the possibilities to achieve this goal, the fight for regime change was abandoned in October 2014, and negotiation for the position of first vice president became the only option, following the instructions of the man we wanted to put in place of Salva Kiir. The person we were fighting to replace Salva Kiir with was the man who advised us and who ordered us that we should negotiate for. He want Salva Kiir to remain president and deputize. When the IGAD mediation became stagnant, the idea of intra-SPLM dialogue became the second option to enable the parties to reach a peace agreement. In August 2014, teams were sent to Arusha, Tanzania, for intra-SPLM party dialogue for SPLM, for reunification of the three SPLM, namely the SPLM-IO, the SPLM-IG, and the SPLM-FDS. The Arusha Agreement was then signed in January 2015 for the reunification of the SPLM, but not implemented up to now. After 20 months of intensive negotiation of peace agreement mediated by IGAD, and after superposition of the Arusha Agreement to the Addis Ababa negotiations, the agreement on resolution in the Republic of South Sudan, ARCSIS, was signed in August 2015 in Addis Ababa and in Juba. SPLM-IO dispersed the advance team to Juba in December 2015, followed staff with unconditional armament, unconventional armament, and Dr. Riek Machar followed them in April 2016. With the eruption of the fighting in Juba 1, we call it J1, on the 8th of July 2016, Dr. Riek and his forces were pursued to forest. There he asked for intervention of Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the United Nations, who sent him a UN helicopter to airlift him and his close circle to the town. On humanitarian ground, former President Omar al-Bashir did his best and brought Dr. Riek Machar to Sudan. After treatment, and when Riek Machar, Dr. Riek, feel okay, he called for a PB meeting, a political bureau meeting in Khartoum. I don't want to talk about the resolutions of this meeting, but one of the resolutions of this meeting took Riek Machar to South Africa, and we are all aware of the consequences. We see forth from Dr. Abiy. Dr. Riek was brought back to the region for face-to-face talk, a meeting with Salva Kiir in 2018. In September 2018, the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, ARCSIS, was signed in Khartoum. The agreement stipulates a pre-transitional period of 8 months to allow the peace partners accomplish the pre-transitional task, such as the security arrangement and other things. The pre-transitional period of 8 months ended on the 12th of May 2019 without accomplishment of any of the essential pre-transitional tasks, such as incorporation of the agreement into the Constitution, the implementation of the security arrangement, the determination of the boundary of the number and the boundary of the states, and the lifting of the state of emergency. In May 2019, the SPLM-IO requested the extension of the pre-transitional period by 6 months. The 6 months ended on the 12th of November 2019, and nothing was done with regard to pre-transitional tasks. The Entebbe tripartite summit decided another extension by 100 days. Nothing was done. The pre-transitional committee failed to accomplish the pre-transitional tasks in the free transitional period of 17 months and 10 days, passed without the lifting of the state of emergency, the implementation of the security arrangement, the incorporation of the agreement into the Constitution. Riek Machar decided to go to Juba and form the Transitional Government of National Unity with Kir in February 2020. It is nearly 4 years now since the formation of the Artigon. The pre-transitional tasks are not accomplished, and the other articles of the agreement are not yet implemented. This is because there is no political will on the side of Salva Kiir to implement the agreement. Because the agreement means hybrid court, means bringing to justice of the perpetrators, and the perpetrators are Salva Kiir and those who have seen in the government and in the army. So how could one accept to implement an agreement that we take him to the prison? People of South Sudan, since it is now going to 4 years, it is now going to 4 years since the formation of the Artigono, yet people of South Sudan, people of South Sudan and the world are now talking of election in 2024 to give Salva Kiir another legitimacy to enable him to perpetrate another massacre. South Sudan, in fact, is a rich country, one of the richest countries in Africa. But the poor leadership of Salva Kiir made South Sudan to be one of the poorest countries. So now it is 4 years. People of South Sudan, those who were sent to who were just unionists, are still unionists. And South Sudanese, instead of going back to their country, they are now going to refugee camps in neighboring countries. As far as Salva Kiir is the president, South Sudan will never be peaceful. 4 years, 5 years since the signing of the agreement, yet the people of South Sudan, as I mentioned, are not enjoying the peace dividend. South Sudanese are still in unionist protection civilian camp inside Juba, Malakal, and Bentiu. Are now going to the refugee camps in neighboring countries. Let me take example of Sudan. There's fighting now in Sudan. South Sudanese who were refugees in Sudan, now they went to South Sudan, and from South Sudan going to Kenya and Uganda or to Ethiopia instead of remaining in their own country. Simply that leadership of that that man, that person. Government is arming civilian against civilian now. Shifted from government force against civilian. Intercommunal are happening everywhere, and the government is not bothering to resolve those conflicts. Services are not delivered to the people in place. Fakir has an enemy who killed them and not their president. The Dinka consider Riek Machar as an enemy who killed them and not their vice president. So, to it is two of them has been leading this country since 2005. I think now it is time for Salva, Riek Machar, and the old and familiar faces to go. The construction of this country to young generation. To conclude, as we are commemorating the massacre of the innocent Nuer in December 2013 in Juba, allow me to salute the memory of all the victims of atrocities committed by Juba regime, not only the Nuer, by Juba regime before, during, and after December 2013. And on this occasion, allow me to inform the reformists of South Sudan, the people of South Sudan in general, and the families of the victims in particular, that South Sudan will be peaceful if and only if the transitional justice is applied. All the perpetrators of the atrocities are brought to justice. The victims of atrocities are compensated and repaired. A well-reinforced and powerful anti-corruption commission is established. A strong and powerful anti-nepotism and anti-corrupt and anti-tribalism commission is established to fight the institutionalized tribe. In fact, we blame Salva here for killing the innocent civilian. We also, for us not be biased, we also blame Riek Machar for being vice president and sometimes acting president for nearly 4 years. Yet, and nothing is done for the years, so are not benefiting dividend. So, let me hear.
Today in the network, they gave
For hearing me?
Honorable your network is fading. A long time, you going in and out.
Yes. So okay. So what are we going to do then?
It sound better a little bit, and I don't know. Okay. You'll take your final remark anyway.
Okay. So yeah, me believe that God could yet. Hey, I'm just concluding. Me can you take a can you can get in the diary? Hey, Chagaling, and conclude. All right. So the spirit of struggle of our fallen heroes and heroine will never be betrayed, because we know one day this South Sudan is going to be governed by a real force of change and a credible alternative to the current political setup in the country, a force that will shoulder the mission of building a free, peaceful, united, and prosperous South Sudan. A South Sudan free of tribalism, free of nepotism, and free of corruption. So, South Sudan free of tribalism, free of nepotism, and free of corruption. South Sudan that remains greater. South Sudan that remains greater and more important than individuals, ethnic community. As I said, sulfur and the old faces must leave the country to the young generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Gertrude. It's an honor. It's also a great speech. We are also humbled to have you here with us today for this commemoration in remembering our fallen. Thank you for actually taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it, and we thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. You are welcome. Right now, we will go ahead and proceed. We are coming actually to the ending, where we present our closing remarks. I'll give some of the people on the podium. I will give you 2 minutes, and then
while we go to the closing, we have the elderly, Bol and Yurdang, and I think my job is already here. Those two individuals, that's the elderly. If you see them in a room, you can invite them up while you're giving those last remark, the last minutes for people to close up.
Okay. Thank you, Nasser. We will. The final remark will be made. If you know you are part of the closing remarks, so please raise your hand so we can bring you up. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and we'll start from left to right. Actually, we'll start from the bottom. Honorable Gertrude, I think you just spoke, so therefore we will skip you. Doc, if you wanna take Martin, please. I think this would be a good opportunity. I apologize because the time that we are well above that time. So we'll make sure our remarks are brief and short, please. Garud, if you have anything to say, please.
Yeah, COVID don't be da go no da ri ne ri ya kwanye brach en ba ne al ko de kon mo jadid ne ri ya kwanye brach to ne al da re ka krach.
Thank you, Garwood. Made my life easier. Galuk, if you have one final remark, then we will keep on moving.
Malay, sorry. I forgot that I'm still around here. I thought I already dropped myself. Anyway, thank you so much, the moderating team and also the management for the wonderful job. The thing that I've spoken about today, this is maybe the second time I'm going to speak about that today. But I'm very thankful that I got the opportunity to express myself as well. A lot of things had happened. So it is not true that people should deny that people were not killed. People were killed. In my inner cycle, I learned a lot of people that were killed. And I seen what had happened. Well, in POC, Thatcher will come and drop on the door of POC and open fire on the people, civilian, that were just taking shower on the front gate of the enemies. You will lose 4 or 5 people while taking shower. People will run naked. Those are horrific experience. But the time has gone. So we are not here to remind ourselves that we are going to do this and do this. But it's good to be told. Anyway, thank you so much for Nasser, for Kathy and the world and everyone here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luke. And I will also, as one of the moderators, we also would like to apologize. There were some of the members that are actually part of the program that we have not gotten to, that were officially invited and have not gotten a chance to actually speak. We apologize. We had a lot of moving parts throughout this program. Therefore, I ask that you forgive us, please, for making those sudden changes. Thank you. Right now, I will move on to General David.
Okay, شكرا جزيلا. أنا بشكركم إنه ده زمن فعلا الناس كله بتحتاج تفكير واحد عشان ننقص الموقف بتاع نوير في القضاء المستقبلية. نحن لو عرفنا إنه الناس بتاعنا they were targeted by system of Juba or tribe. So let us refer ourselves, if this thing will not happen again. And not for us only, even also any tribe in South Sudan, we cannot allow the system to take laws in his hand, kill anybody. Whether they are Nuer or they are Dinka, we cannot allow this to happen. لأن humanity لنا ده بيخلينا ندافع أي زول وده الصفة ما موجود حسب في كل المجتمعات. The second issue إنه إذا كان المشكلة اللي كان جانا نوري لو ما لقى النوير كان بيكون أصعب حاجة بالنسبة لناس تانيين. ولكن عشان لقى مجتمع بتاع النوير كان واحد وواقف صمود، يعني كان رد الفعل بيكون ما صعب. وحتى الناس اللي قتلوا الناس ده ما كان بيقدر يقفوا، وإلا لما واجهوا مشاكل بتاع إنه القبيلة النوير ده حاول يدافع نفسه بكل الشراسة أمام كل التحديات. سواء كان على مجتمع خارجي أو على مجتمع الجنوبي كله. فأنا كمان كمجتمع بتاع النوير ناخد إنه نفكر في علاقتنا مع بعض الناس اللي كان شاكلونا في الحرب البر الجنوبي. إلا الناس زي اللي هنا حصلنا على صلح في جنوب السودان هنتعامل معهم كيف؟ وده بيطلب إنه حتى لو هنا جينا كابنا النوير ذات لو جنوب السودان خشب في الحرب أو دول تانية خشب في الحروب نحن ممكن يأجرونا زي ما أجروا ناس يوكندين وأجروا ناس دارفورين ناس بلو نايل والنيل الأزرق وجبال النوبة عشان نمشي شاكلوا مع دولة تانية شعب بتاع دولة تانية. ده كمان بيدينا درس إن التدخل الدولي التدخل بتاع الدولة داخل شؤون دولة تانية واحد من الضعف القاعد يعني منه سلفكير وناس بتاعه. أنا داير أقول لمجتمع النوير يعني أنتوا أثبتوا نفسكم أمام مجتمع الجنوبي وأمام مجتمع الإقليمي أمام مجتمع الدولي. أنتوا قادرين تعمل نفسكم رغم إنه يعني في تراجعات لبعض الناس والتزام عدم الالتزام بالمبادئ والأهداف الأساسية اللي ممكن الناس تجيبوا سوا فيه. يعني مجتمع النوير الآن في ناس بيلومونا خاصة الرجال يقول لنا انتوا النسوان بيقول لنا انتوا ليه بترجعوا بسرعة لزول اللي قتلكم ده من المصالح بتاعكم ولا ده عشان دايرين وظائف ولا عشان انتوا فقدتوا العمل النزول ما ممكن تتغير ولا عشان انتوا محتاجين قروش ولا أموال عشان تفقدوا أهلكم ممكن ممكن يعني تساوموا من أجله. فالنسوان بقى تحدي كبير جدا. في النسوان كثير من بنات النوير طلقوا الرجال ظلوا مع السلفكير في النظام وده تحدي لأن النسوان مسكوا القضية دي كقضية محورية. ونحن كلنا عارف بمداك لما يحصل شكل بين النوير برام إذا كان المرأة إذا لقى الرجال إنه ما جادين في إنه يزول القتل ده يعوضوا ممكن بيطبخ أكل ويجيب حتى المال اللي بياكل به زول المرحوم ده بيجيبه بعد ذاك الرجال لما يخشوا يديرين ياكلوا يلقى المال زياده الاكل اللي بخلوا الناس بيرجعوا حق. عشان النوير اخذ بجديه في انه القضيه ده ما تتحل بصوره الرجال دايرينه. عشان كده هم اكثر ناس الان ضاعوا بكل اللي عندهم عشان يدعموا النوير في كل موقع انه الناس ينجحوا في مشروع ما يفشل. عشان كده نحن كرجال خلينا نراجع نفسنا انه نحن اللي بنعمله ده ممكن نخليه يقدم المجتمع كله. يعني حسب بقينا ما نتجنب في مستشفى في مدارس. يعني حسب لو رجعت بمناطق النوير الأربعة الآن ما في مدرسة ما في مستشفى نازحين يعني فلاد took all over the نويرلاند. ناسنا أكثر تعبانين الآن. وإذا فعلا في حلول ما في زول ليرد ممكن ما في زول بيقدر يرفض. لكن الحلول لازم يكون حلول بيخدم مواطن حقنا في البلد عشان المحال اننا بنرجع فوق ونفقد بلد اهلنا في مناطق. نحن كالناس المتعلمين في المدن ما حنقدر نعيش برانا. عشان كده كويس اننا كلنا نرجع لنفسنا يعني ونشوف الخلافات اللي بيننا حتى بعدك الناس تقدر يتجاوزوا من المواطن اللي قاعد تموت الان في المناطق المختلفه. انتوا عارفين انه الايام الفاضله ناسنا في بنتي ويستهدفوا بصوره غير عادله ويتوقع انه يحصل مشاكل اكثر في زمن ده. وبنتي الان بقى يعني غير مستقر. هي ممكن تلقى يكون فوق اذا استهدفوا بنتي. نحن ذاتهم مواقفنا كناس الموجودين في المواقع الثانيه أو في المناطق الثانية دورنا شنو في إنه البنتو ده ممكن تدعم. لما يحصل مشاكل هسه مع مرلي في بعض المناطق، أنا متأكد في ناس من مناطق تانية بتحركوا عشان يدعموا. ولما يحصل مشاكل في مناطق الأخرى أنا قاعدين ندعم بعض. لكن إذا المشكلة ده مش لبنتي ومش الاتجاه الشرقي من النيل، ليه أنا ما قاعدين نتحرك بسرعة عشان ننقص المواقف المختلفة وبنفس الكيفية ممكن أنا ندافع عن نفسنا بوده. تحديات كتير انتوا سميتوا من شو القاقر، ونحن في ايو والكل يوم قاعدين نموت مع حكومه بتاع جوبا ده. نحن في حوجه انه الناس التانيين يفكروا في ان القضيه دي تتحل كيف، ما عشان نبعت ناس، ولكن الحل ده خليه تجي في اطار بتاع المجتمع، والمجتمع ده لما يفهم منه نحن قاعدين نشتغل من نايله. انا متاكد جنوب السودان بيحصل تغيير فوق. الان يعني ما في زول بيقدر يرفض تغيير، حتى لو مصالحنا بقى أكتر من مصالح بتاع النوير، خلينا نشوف مصلحة بتاع النوير بكون أكتر من مصلحة بتاع أفراد اللي هم شغالين فوق. أنا بشكركم، نستمر وخلينا نفكر في إنه التاريخ ده 15 ديسمبر ده كان في ناس دايرينه ولا ما في ناس دايرينه، التاريخ خلنا نحتفل به كل سنة وتبقى عيد رسمي بالنسبة لنا. حتى لو وجدنا انه انا بقينا السلطه، انا ممكن نحطه في ضمن القوانين حق الدوله انه يكون يوم الاحتفال بتاع العالم بتاعنا. عشان كده انا يعني في روابط بتاعكم، في اتحادات بتاعكم، في مجتمعات بتاعكم، حتى في دساتير بتاع النوير المفروض يحطوا عشان كل زول يعني يقدر يعرف انه ده خطيناك الله بنقدر نتفق به ونحتفل به كل سنه. إسرائيليين يوم داك كتب زاين بروتوكول، وزاين بروتوكول خطوط أحمر ما بزول بيجاوزوا في إسرائيل. لو أنت جاوزته إسرائيل بيعلن حرب ضدك. يبقى الاحتفال ده خليه يكون احتفال تاريخي، حتى لما نيجي الزمن بعدين ممكن تبقى تاريخ وبعدها نقضه في متحد عشان يزول يلقاه أجيال الجاية يعني بالنسبة للمجتمعات بتاع النوير، وكل زول يكون فخور به إنه أجداده وجدوده عمل حاجة كويس للمجتمع بتاع النوير، وخبر كويس حيكون لأجيالهم الجايين يجي يقروا في تاريخ جنوب السودان. أنا بقيف هنا، خلي ربنا يبارككم.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا بس داير أنوه إنه جاشوا لو جنرال سايمون غايدول هيجي يتكلم through your phone ولا هو في روم ممكن تيجي توريني. moderators ممكن تعمل موفينج للروم، لكن جنرال جدول في أي زمن من أزمة الآن لو جاء إحنا نديه الأولوية عشان هو في مكان تلفون بتاعته ممكن ما كويس. شكرا.
I think moderators, Nyak is here and Gabriel is here for a long time. And we have young came up several of times, but we could not give him a time. I don't know. We're going to close the room without him because he is a young man that he's one of the survivors. And Nyag is here too, he's one of the survivors. So can we give them 5 minutes?
We can give them, let's give them 5 minutes each here.
Yes, because Nyag is here and Gabriel been here for a long time too.
Gabriel is one of the.
So one of the moderators here.
He's one of the closest. So Nyag, I brought him up. The other one, Young. I don't know if we can. Nyag, we'll go ahead. We'll give you about 3 to 5 minutes. We apologize because of the timeline. Everything in which we actually set it up is thrown off because the people that are actually supposed to be the presenters didn't come on time, so therefore it throws it off a little bit. Where did he go?
Yeah, Nyak is not here. And can someone call Young? Because I cannot invite him because I invite him a couple of times.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. The goal. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
The one. Yeah, if you're listening, please, you guys gotta forgive me. I have to bring Joshua up and Gadwell, Simon Gadwell, have to give his words, and then after that, those people can talk. If you guys can give me a chance to bring Joshua, and then Gadwell can talk. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have to help me out. If you made a statement in Arabic, understand that I'm not understand what you're saying. So you have to really kind of help me out here. Here. I know you made a statement in regard to our great General Garwidul coming in. If Joshua, if you are ready for him, we can go ahead and allot this time for you. If not, we can give somebody else a window while you prep him to bring him up. Or otherwise, if you're ready right now, we can go ahead and give him that time. Yeah, can you hold on real quick, Nyak? Can you hold on real quick? Nasser, is he ready to come up?
I'm looking for Joshua. If you, any one of you can get Joshua, I'm looking for Joshua.
Okay.
If you can see him, invite him up. He's ready to talk because he have. Yeah, I'm inviting him up.
Okay.
1 second. He's coming up here.
All right. Now give us an opportunity. Give us a minute, please. We will come to you. We have somebody on the phone that has priority. Let him speak, and then we'll come to you, please. Joshua, you can go ahead and introduce the general, and then give him.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Double. Thank you, everyone in the podium, and those who are listening down there. Joshua, thank you so much, General Simon Garwidul. If you're hearing me, thank you so much. Joshua, you can open your mic, introduce the general, and let him talk.
I'm going to do. Come one day there. General Simon Galway, welcome to Nuer House. I know WhatsApp network the Jagan Amoga. Go on a telephone number. God, I'm living in a. General Simon Galway, welcome to Nuer House. Final criteria Saatak Basmao Wagnabi Bitam Kulum Shabita Jinub Sudan Ushabita Nuer Kasatan Marhab Physical Ashir Limajar Nuer Fijuba Saatak Risala Bitak Sunu Nishabit Nuer Kasatan Physical Ashir وشعب بتاع جنوب عامة فضل سعادتك. هذا اليوم 2012 التاريخ التي حصلت المفاجأة الكبير الكبيرة تذكر مياه جديد الجنوب السودان وقتل عدد كثير من الناس وقبائل الأخرى والناس السوائية. اليوم نذكر كلنا الشهداء بتاعنا شهداء الجنوبيين من سوان ورياض ودار الكبار كما حصلت في جوبا. الشهداء يتقتلون بحق
العام لسه ما نفعكم يعني لسه ما أقول ممكن باسم بتاع جنوب السودان ممكن باسم بتاع جنوب السودان يجب بتاع جدا كتير ميادي يوري حكومة جنوب السودان قتل ناسه وطبع ناسه وناك ناسه وقتل نسوان بتاعه وسقط بطوله وحرقوا بنار وهذا اليوم كل الشهداء رمنا كل الشهداء بتاعي يكون في يد اليمين الشهداء بتاعي كانوا في يد اليمين وإنكم المتابعين الجنوبيين الموجودين في كل أنحاء العالم وفي أنحاء السودان وأنحاء جنوب السودان هذا اليوم نحن نفكر وما ننسى التي حصلت في جوبا لازم نحققه لازم نحققه ولازم نتابعه ولازم نوعد أنفسنا كل سوى عشان الشهداء بتاعنا ما يموت وماتوا بحق بتاعه هذا اليوم بعد أجنة أسرائيل ولا مهرجان ولا الأمير كله جنوبيين إن التدخين والجروب بتاعه باقي دقة فصال إلا زيادة التدخين والجروب بتاعه مجموع بتاعه يا فصال ونحن نحقق لازم نعمل تغيير لازم نغيرهم بقوة وبالسياسة وربنا بتاع الجنوب كله معنا ربنا الجنوب معنا كله ما بخوف أنا ما بخوف أنا خليت البيت بتاعي الرجال بتاعي أنا رجل الماضي بيوصل قريب أنا رجل المعمول في حزين ما في جاكاوي ما في سواي ما في على الدين كله أبناء جنوب السودان التي كانت حررت من زمان وحتى الآن نتابع بجيدة كل الناس بيد واحد بدون قبلية بدون تراج بدون قبلية بدون فساد بدون كراهية وكراهية كل ما دخل الكراهية دخل الفساد دخل القبلية ده يهودانا بلغة أجدادنا زمان بإن يقول نلغى حق والعبد النانا بالسودة مثير بتاعي ما في اختلافات لازم نوعد الناس سوا تمام تعالى لكم جميعا يوم ذكرى تقال يوم ذكرى ما ننسى يوم ذكرى الجنانة نتابعه شكرا السلام عليكم
شكرا جزيلا شكرا جزيلا
يا جاشوا خلينا نقول كلمة لجنرال سايمون غالوجول رئيس بتاع جناح كيدوان أرك المعارض جناح أيوه كيدوان هنا من المنبر بنقول لك شكرا جزيلا بالصوت بتاع النوير كلها والصوت بتاع الجنوبيين المجزرة حصل للنوير لكن عامت جنوب السودان كلها عشان كده انت واقف ما واقف كنويراوي انت واقف كرجل وطني هنا بنناشدك هنا وكل الجنوبيين انت كجنرال نادلت من اجل كل الجنوبيين لازم الرسالة بتاعتك ده رسالة عميقة جدا ما بتشاكل من اجل النوير لوحدهم بل لكل قبائل جنوب السودان 64 عشان كده احنا بنناشدك وبنقول اولادك كلهم وراك برغم احنا في مخيمات مختلفة لكن ثورة مسار بتاعته واحد هو تحرير الجنوب عشان يكون وطن لكل الجنوبين شكرا جزيلا جنرال سايمون غارويجل
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of you. All of you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, General.
The ball you can take. The ball you can take it from here.
Thank you, Brother Nasser. Again, I know our program is all over. As you can see, most of our speakers are in different time zones, different countries. So we take them as we get the chance. Again, Nyag will give you 3 to 5 minutes, and then we will keep on moving. I think at this point, once Nyag speaks, we need to really wrap it up and be brief, so we can get to our closing statement. It's 12:30. It's 12:34 Central Time, and we are well above our allotted schedule time. Nyag, you have 3 to 5 minutes, please. And sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Nathan. Go ahead. 3 minutes. You go to go to deadline. Now, but shang the deal, sir. You go out, president.
Come go man.
Well, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Go ahead. She go quite a long for Baromana. Bishop Medium, the George, Guyana, Lariana, Tom Loderodaka, Night Loderodaka.
Okay, quote, I'm not telling me that. And then we 5 minutes. Okay, not more than 5 minutes. Be on me right there 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, long been idea now, maybe, but Bapalaka, you know, which okay, no, but you know, but I don't know. Kisham Matakora. El Shamaguayala, she Majo Biruna Vietnam. Jan Shamaguay. Shobran Shamawalako, not on a show. Jan Sham Ganala Wabana. Jan Shamaguay. Charlene or a girl. Tell me the party. Nakana tells you no Lura Kabana. But I will never come with a look with a mock. Yan Kelly Shiran the Perry. Kayo may at all. Shabasha better the other I show an idea. I share a McQuay time. When I'm a sharp tone took at one, I take a wicket. Machina Benisham wicket Saro. Tap walker, then Taramado Pap, and then I went. The water Papa left it off. Now for a car too. Then my Lavana Papa, oh, Nayana, but my yards are my. Bana, but one. And then the guard in your road in your ear, and then be your wabi meditation, television, Dora. Now I will joke, Kakudela.
Double day, translate. Hold on. Lamija Lara be Bakula Lang, lady, and coach. I will only avoid the translate. Double day, and working.
You know, Brother Nasser, this is to be honest, I don't want to hear anymore, guys.
We can hear him. The ball? Okay, we can summarize. You can summarize.
It's so heartbroken.
It's okay. Go ahead,
Somebody
will translate.
I don't. Somebody else take over. Brother Tata, if you can, please.
We will summarize.
There I took a while, but still my interest over that. Mira,
okay, I don't know about lawyer York and Nathan.
Nation Ben, Pana wa Delta Nation. I am Tawan Mogwalen. Kadama Tamashu de Valaro. Take care of her. May I conang Sham Shu Gwalen Kula Banchim you are now on the spot. Shu bandit, Mashanyamara. Sure buying paying way a lot of material. And then Ko Shile Shai Gurabalo, then Shana Namaloaka. Kagudela Nanka go on more opposite can law clinic. It a good like 4 years. Mashana Namaloaka. Mangata like Sean in a bell and like you're on a week of my table. But a kutera battle choice. Paina. Enjoy by your winners. Kagwalama Shavana, Nedish of Kudok, Birami shit a pinch will leather. Kokida Barokida, you got a conical on me, Lotia. You call like take a when I tear an issue bother now than to the barb. Me to win and then go, if you're a wish about, she let a been paying, Biram to pin you. I left a issue about me is not like to on the little metal. So that you can't jog it. Till I'll be left. Meshuwagan, I remember Keokisa Badak, then a woody shall add to an open. Yamata Ramashi mentioned we actually tonight to do it, and I could do it. Kayam Guy, where you get a telephone, and I would say that and I shall long in jail. Welcome, Jam. You have a girl, my Yorka. And you're right. You've been up. And when I la garden, and Mamma Larry, and I only lived to share that. Ta water that I should and for one I called a conawal, Nedam Wallu, and a well joke, Nedam Wally, I said, she and her. Conandio and Gayam, the Mandom, the shoulder, Conica. So I got and Jana Ecuador. He pointed the road. Tell Woodma, my Yamara along a year, maybe I get a make things away. They are too late. You are a bigger road than what the tongue of Gondelba. Chinada one there. So, no moment she largen. Many of the other was maybe. Sabaman. Misha Ray Branda Kola can atim like Nana Kokado might be or one. You can I try like Pell, but then live in a choice. You could move one is go like Kulamano ties fair now. I've been adding like do it. Dora not a tear no water yum. It's a toana. So I might Shabani if I left. Do I magican? Do I pay about your capella or your capella? When you get like an hour, my pelican. So we could be back with share. You don't want to confirm what you tell them you will lose him. Imagine it's called my family. We will say it when you guys in be sure. When you cut out what okay there. Taro war. So sure young my went at him about Tangani, Sisamin, Karari and Yasam, Katan and Loakela. Because I live well as before come my night wash. Okata, Tataro, Yamishi, Banyo, Yobashia, or Bermin, or Lebakan, or Shiakan, or Bablevakan, Matara, Mater, Tambura, Bara, Miran Baron, then Tim. I know Kona can, may I email Lord Palping, Goya Palpington, American and Yogakan. Korai one about a comock. Similar Yana, Pian would neck a mother cat and wanted a blah wanted a Larama, tutted a much. Cook with one. Still, Kurun Wanga bag, and confirmed the night and well kill. Good night, took at a thumb at a portrait did along. You can, you can, to the barga come near never to Wanga, they might issue come here. Kurun and then she wrote out of your banker, my genie, do I do a cool again? Nari led. Rauda, Renya Benajo. Cool, Nama Yarokubai, Kirakan, and I went to ya Dane, why ye national the mitch. Then the cool and I have me Alana. Then, oh, Lord, then Taram Kelokana, she takes over a tot. Eliwana, Virameda. Ma Viramis guy John to no material tot below or the Missy Lord and then they will be Viramin Cheramabum lawyer believe. The worst part in Jackson. Now good day, she and Naxam, which I am saying, I know him saying, I know an opinion, John, Jackash, take a one. Lincoln. And a jam occur out an around the good day, may I tell one of the and still a easy shan when you know more. Because it's like fun again. Corona, my share jam can my dormition thing on in our dormition. Oh, Jerry, before age of Anna would be a bill and I of man out now. To get with you. Yangish, Karanga, Mushi, J. Long, and I care go call and cool and she not all about we not of Kalman, Edom Nake. You go and then Kalevna Guata limited. You would ya Kalevna town I'll go to. Eh, Levin on. Ye pure tell a one more court. Jump. Ye no Nakel, a web than a kell. Yeah, cover. Oh, my taught. I also leo go let why not Lord? You were better, a no bara, no bara, Parker, the mar. You okay, bara, then you well and you know. Chai belong to India by now. So you know, Queen Lamadon, the Condama, the young Yagare, and the Garokina Kavatim, Yaga, Yaga Pale, Gaga, Long Yoga. Yakona, when Uncle Him, Tawamatation, she and I'll call the one did I not show you, madam, and I not attention also. When I do run the attention by Kana Atao, paying down a your number, telling and do it attending. When I get him loud and then I join a Tuesday. Talk on one a tip, she and I went out right. Shana and I'm Shango Palawana. Here at Tana, quite your barodo. A man I should Shango, I imagine. Canadian uncle. So you're in Dovda, you the mar, you're in a Dovda. me shi da mari yo to bang yorom ke wurma ma gisis yo wa gam boro bor na yo lang ga shu ngan yo ko gora ken wa ke ngai doran da no pira ma wa na kurin ne te se ne ke da no kurin duel ma te sin ro da mo no duel jora ro da mon pin dang so shu ka yo re ngo ka wo mi se ngam se kan wo pal nya ye gwan duel ye yo ban yo be je ne ra ta wa ne ra mon pin dang la ke na wo shu da shu ka pal kan shu ka do ra kan ngai ye ben ye nganen ye ro ye pretend ye ma khen nganen ba kan mu fo ngai ba ba ye ne wo ta na ya ta ta she mai cha tu la ya ma kan ga ye wono e ku lo ya nda ku da yor ga pa lo ku da ya ne yor da wo da de push dang game da wo me yor de ye jai na game dang yo cha tu ra ka ye ne wi da ta ra so my jana yo to ga no mano me sha era nyori rar dan sho ki se so baro me ja wo baro me dan yo me sia nyo margo ta yon ten me ai me shi do ri to ga na shi go gam ndul ko also now very wild can there shi yo wa shi go nang na bolok ye pule no wa yo ko nang ke le ja wan ta yam ten kana ngai ra no nei te do ba ka tin tamu ya yang la mo ke bela la ya kwai yam ne she na sho pro gan dan yo ko lo na tera ma ngai ko yam dan yu nei da nang na yu mis na ma dong ma ala ne tong ta ta min thi ran ko mo jo but ta tong de samurai ya ke ta go de yu ne che menen ran wala ma shang ma tira ma dan da pare la go ina jira mete la la ngwana ram mu da me ada because the reason o me sha na o jin o she dar failan but dora ta kula ne na jan ta na ta ta contact as a community ma to ke la wi na ri shon gwa ka ga me gwa dul be ku idu na ga ri ro al right now shu din ka ka ma wali ko gwa ka me na ka ya fe ra ka cha ka yom ya ka humiliated ka la shi la ka ne ta yom but shu ka but my name in general in a hanging when around more opportunity right on the politicized she in yum dana kon say had one say na shong like in a rishong she was me allergy she ta she lu ju daro the same person in me mon jan culprit chuma khala gar government na hina point iyo ma ya wala she jana la ni jan wuri ala kiri jana mo kulina East Africa kuna ngaina membership ya yoro na yote kon ayo na yo membership ta East Africa community jan ko anya na no mata na ru ma jo ma le bane be no na ya fa la kai wala kana ja message da banje no
Thank you, brother. It's very painful. Maybe I along, but by chance back gadi be jogi yi chumno rodu kiga to ka nyin umi the guardian ban ne dia ga to chong la joje chong du chabe but dani keep your head high kon changai the chinedi alangai te chung chababa ijenende madina mo chumna rodu gum rodu mite ramde translate le la muke chances.
I'm not going to translate everything, but what Nyak spoke is about the incident of Gudeli. So Gudeli was they round up all people in Gudeli and they put them in a big truck. Some of them were injured, some of them were already dead, and they put them in one big, I don't know if it's container or the prison, and they were shooting from above the building, injuring people in that, round, and there was a lot of people, and thing that I don't want to mention because it's really traumatized me, and to hear that, now, Nyak Breath was in the room. So it's heartbreaking. This is survivors, Gudeli, people that were round up, where they were round up in Gudeli and put in one room. And Nyak and his brother Yang is down there, and Yang, we did not hear your story, but I think I suggest that we're gonna open the room that all the survivor can, speak their mind, and because this room is not enough time for them to speak and to air out the trauma and what they have seen. This is a real story, guys. It's not just something that is made up by anyone. This is a survivor, someone that nearly died. He just survived. He's not just a survivor that survived, but he nearly died. He was in there, blood, people west on him, and some people even drink from urine that they west of the body. A lot of things happen in that room, and Nyak and his brother Yang is down there. They are one of those people that survived this horrible and horror of Gulela. This is a horror of Gulela, and I wish Nyak you can now, because you need to write the book, put it down, prepare yourself. This is a real story, and it will be taught to children of South Sudan what happened in Gudeli. There is a lot of incident around Juba, but particular Gudeli one was the horror of Nuer community, horror of Nuer that were around like animals, shoot from down while they in one cram in one room. So that a bit of summarize of what Nyak, not everything, but some of them are just very. It's hard to talk about it or to translate them, and not because he doesn't speak English. He speaks English, but he doesn't want to talk about it in English because it's hurting him more. Thank you, Nyak, for giving us your story. But I wish that you and your brother, you can sit down and write a book for you survive and what happened in the Gudeli incident. So in the Gudeli massacre. I will yield the mic to the ball, and later on we'll play the voice of Sakir to show him, telling that what the army done in that time. Yes, Nasrin and the ball is too much. Too much.
Madam Kathy, thank you. I just couldn't bring myself to actually translate. I have been places. I've seen things, but this is by far is one of the most despicable things that somebody that you consider we can. This is impossible. You can't do something like this to somebody that you fought alongside for 20 some odd years, for a country that's supposed to be for everyone. And if you are a nationalist, take note. Because if your neighbor can do this to you, being stuffed into a crowded place where some individual died of suffocation, not even gun from a gun, from wounds that actually come from a bullet. They died of suffocation because it was so hot in there where they actually imagine that. Imagine how many people that has to be stuck in that one place for some individual to even die of just simply suffocation because it was so hot in there. And then you consider, and the way they mocked them, and then we are supposed to say, these are our brothers? Impossible. I've been to places like Iraq, Afghanistan. I've done 3 tours in Iraq. I've done 3 tours in Afghanistan. And I have never seen so much. The ball, you are the moderator. Move the room. Thank you. Please, control yourself.
Move the room here. It's okay. You can move the room. The ball, you can.
This is it's time. I think we were supposed to give closing remark. Brother Nyag, thank you. I just couldn't translate it. I will come. I think Joshua. I don't know if Joshua, if you want to make one last remark, and then we'll go to Brother Guy. We'll go to Tai Tai. No, we'll go to Brother Guy, and then we'll come to Gabriel, and then Simon, and then we're supposed to go to Pastor Walter Biel if he's up here, and then Simon is already up here. Who else am I missing from the people that are actually supposed to make a closing?
Those who want the Bol, and yeah, Bol. Put it in order like this. After all these people speaks, let Gabriel speak, and then Simon, then Uncle Bambu, and then Shol Turbiel. That's the last one.
Hey, we should go in the order of Gabriel and Shol should be the last 2, and everybody else.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Okay. Brother Joshua, let's make it 1-2 minutes. We'll come to Brother Guy, and then we'll come down to closing remarks, and then the moderator, I'll give you guys 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll close the room.
The ball, Young wanted 1 minute.
You can give him 1 minute. I'm just
okay. Where
he's not here. He's down. Need to bring him.
Okay. Let me see if I can find him. We can give him that 1 minute.
All right. At the meantime, let me just take this 1 minute too.
Okay.
Message na mabala ang top Nuer. Kala rin yung Nuer di alwi mo na. Misi to ako kono. Rem na ino kono di alwi si lon pinyo. Alaba mal, alaba unity kakon. So George wala go chani chong kabiel kono gul. Chani chong ko parne no kon. Ate ni jan tuna no chana kala pan ni siang chikon ko pa parwe. Kajen bela simple. Kawa unity kon wari. Ngalo uno. Mga kon wajaga jal kon goli. Shabagwa ko kon. Ne kon ka kam ni semiyala no madan. Shuike ka UN kam ni shuike. Jalan kel mga kon wakal kon dial. That's a way madan kon. Yes, Africa,
Chayus ko apirka, chayus ko Benkimun, chayus ko Amerika, chayus ko Obama. Chayus ko apirka, chayus ko apirka, chayus ko Benkimun, chayus ko Amerika, chayus ko Obama. Cariayan nga South Africa iteron kadida ya nung jitnubi dinwari namo biyane chachang dong gamanu chapora yan nga South Africa iteron kadida ya nung jitnubi dinwari namo biyane chachang dong gamanu chayes ka pirki
Can I might let Lara get a mute?
Young, can you take a mute? Mediro, unmute, please.